A very pleasant good morning to one and all here, and welcome you all to the 2-day International Conference on Research and Innovation in Science, Technology and Management, organized by Bharatiya Engineering, Science and Technology University in association with IFERP. Before we commence, I request all the participants to kindly mute your audio. Thank you. It's my great pleasure to welcome our Honorable Chancellor of the Best Innovation University, Dr. Rupa Vasudevan Madam. I kindly mute your audio, please. So it's my great pleasure to welcome our Honorable Chancellor of Best Innovation University, Dr. Rupa Vasudevan Madam, Dr. P. Chaudapagaru, the Vice Chancellor, Best Innovation University, Dr. Rudra Banu Satpathy Avargal, CEO of Technocrat Group, distinguished keynote speakers, Dr. Dipankar Paul, Professor BITS Pilani Goa Campus, Professor Thamari Selvan Natarajan Avargal, Professor NIT Trichy, the coordinators from both Best IU and IFERP, delegates and participants across the globe, a very this conference is set to traverse the different views, insights, discoveries, innovations from scholars, researchers, experts, educators, and scientists. This event will surely serve as a very valuable platform to raise the awareness about the upcoming innovations and also the ongoing innovations in various fields of science, technology, and management, and also examine the practical hurdles and resolutions. I'm sure every participant will be research motivated and excited for an innovation at the end of this 2-day international conference. I'm sure that most of us are either faculty members or working in industry or research labs. We should not stop with the regular process like teaching, learning, or the manufacturing in industry, because now what the society expects is more than that. It's not enough if we satisfy our customers or stakeholders, but we need to serve for the society and community also. So the research and innovation is not only for serving the society and community, but also for our personal well-being also. Wherever we work, for our career growth also, we require this research and innovation in our core areas. And we are also very glad to announce that the best papers where we have a breakthrough research will be awarded during the valedictory program. So many of the delegates have come across the globe, India, and also many other countries. So we are very happy for that and hearty welcome to you all. And so kindly note it that we will be awarding the best paper during the valedictory function. And once again, I heartily welcome everyone to this 2-day international conference. Now I request our Assistant Registrar, Dr. Bhaskar sir, to introduce about the CEO of Technocrat IFERP, Dr. Rudra Avargal, and also brief about IFERP. Thank you. Over to Dr. Bhaskar sir.
Good morning to you all. Good morning to you all. This is Dr. Bhaskar, Assistant Registrar of the Best IU. So a short overview on Mr. Rudra Banu Satpathy, the CEO of Technocrat Group. Mr. Rudra Banu Satpathy is an entrepreneur, investor, and philanthropist, and founder and CEO of Technocrat Group. He had 8 years of experience in organizing scientific conferences. He completed his education in engineering from SRM University, Chennai, and ME from St. Peter University, Chennai, and currently is pursuing his PhD in St. Peter's University, Chennai. His research interest includes image processing, antennas, and wireless networks. He is interested in doing several social academic activities for the welfare of the society. Under his guidance, IFERP and BioLix worldwide became one of the fastest growing organization in Asia. His organization received the Best Scientific Conference Production House of 2018 from ABP. With success knowing no limits, Mr. Rudra attributes his fame to teamwork and the entrepreneurial spirit, which together have enabled the transform to risk to opportunities to handle for ever-changing environment in education technologies. His research interest includes image processing, antennas, and wireless networks. So, few words about the IFERP. Institute of Engineering, Research and Publication is a multidisciplinary professional organization dedicated to research and development in science, engineering, and technology. IFERP is a preponderant body that brought technically revolution and development of science and technology. The IFERP forum constitutes of professional experts and oversees technical leaders. There is no stone unturned to strengthen the sphere of the science, engineering, and technology. These days, IFERP is one of among the leading publisher of the research paper in its prime quality peer-reviewed journals, continuing and analyzing the magazines. Now I invite Mr. Rudrabanu sir to address the keynote.
Thank you very much, sir. And I am really obliged to the entire team of Best Innovation University, as well as IFERP, for giving me this privilege to speak on behalf of this spectacular forum. International Conference on Research and Innovation and Science, Technology and Management. So ICRISTM. So this conference itself defines the energy of the organizations, those who are involved in organizing and planning this conference. If we speak about research and innovation, the most trending aspects and the need of humanity amid this COVID-19, when we lead a life of uncertainty and of forlorn hopes, of frantic dreams and uncertainty of existence, the utmost need of humanity, I believe, is research and innovation, and it must be prioritized in upcoming days. And at this point of time, when I speak about the organizations behind organizing this conference, Best Innovation University as well as IFERP, we work like startups, we think like startups, we imagine like startups. Basically, we are startup organizations. We started IFERP Institute for Engineering Research and Publication in 2013, month of November, I suppose. And it has been more than 7 years of the journey with excellent experience of serving academic community of India, Asia and globe. If we look at the university establishment of Best IU, and is also a startup university. So I believe the management and the honorable Vice Chancellor, founders also think like startup, with a vision of startup and with the energy of startup. And this is possible because of leadership skills, and my hearty gratitude and my hearty appreciation to the founder of the university, Bharat Lal Meena sir, for his contribution and dedication to establish this spectacular and a world-class university in Andhra Pradesh and making Anantapur as one of the epicenter of scientific and academic interaction. My hearty gratitude and my hearty appreciation to Dr. Rupa Basudevan ma'am, founder and chancellor of Bharatiya Engineering, Science and Technology Innovation University. Moreover, my gratitude to all the keynote speakers, the esteemed dignitaries, honorable speakers, respected chairs, organizing committee members, our faculties of universities, my beloved colleagues, and industrial professionals, academic professionals, and my loved students. Thank you very much for being a part of this conference and your immense trust on IFERP conferences. My hearty gratitude to Professor T. Natarajan sir, Professor Department of Management Studies, National Institute of Technology, Trichy, for his valuable time. And Dr. Dipankar Pal sir, Professor, Department of Electrical Electronics Engineering, BITS Pilani, Goa campus, I believe. Professor Eri YT Adesta, sir from UIGM, Indonesia, and Dr. Kiran Nair sir from Director MBA program of Abu Dhabi School of Management. Thank you very much, all the keynote speakers, the spectacular thought-provoking speakers, those are going to express their thought process. If we go back to year 2015, when we look at the directories of academic schedule of India, and we look at the conferences India was organizing, we believe that the number was a little limited because of the challenges of fund arrangement, because of the challenges of organization skills, and because of the challenges of establishing a collaborative environment. In 2015 beginning, we came up with this proposal that we started approaching the universities and colleges all across the India, and we requested them that you just provide us the auditorium, and the conference will be organized by IFERP with all the investment and all the risk, and taking all the painstaking things and making the conference a world-class event, and to meet the expectations of the state and the nation. So I am thankful to all our partners, our co-hosts, our institutional partners, the colleges and universities for their immense trust with us. And I believe since by the time I'm speaking, there are more than 800 plus engineering colleges and universities in India, those who came forward and opened up their arms with warm welcome to IFERP, giving us the chance to organize this type of conferences. So from 2015 and 16 onwards, we started organizing conferences in college. This was done with a vision that I believe education and higher education particularly, and the professional studies and research ideas and innovative ideas and scopes and opportunities should reach beyond the socio-economic barriers. And I believe our nation in early 2012 or 13 was lagging in that. And I believe the organization established in excellent and the Center of Excellences and organizations in abroad and in international universities must radiate their knowledge, radiate their scopes and ideas to India. So it was a vice versa brain drain we thought about, so that the ideas, investment, thoughts, innovation, skills from all over the world comes to our country. And the main challenge was that making the knowledge and skills reach the grassroots level of the country. But there are many districts of India still in a developing stage, and basic access to higher education is still a challenge. So we reached the colleges and universities from remote areas of India, from remote districts of India. We collaborated with them. We organized such type of conferences, and we brought international speakers from leading universities from Middle East, Europe, Asia Pacific region. We had speakers from all leading universities like National University of Singapore, Nanyang Technical University, even from Massachusetts, even from Oxford. We reached everyone, but even today we also have two leading international university speakers from two leading international universities also. Like, the ideas and thoughts should be radiated to the grassroots level, irrespective of the infrastructures and scope. So we made international conference accessible for everyone. And I believe the scientific knowledge and innovations must be easily accessed and could be approached by everyone and could be availed by everyone, irrespective of their economic standards and locality, regional things, as well as irrespective of things being developed and developing. And we did not stop with that. We expanded our network to Asia. We expanded to our network to even Europe also, and Middle East and American region also, Pacific region also. And we collaborated with many international universities. And now we are initiating INST GAP program, Institutional Global Academic Partnership Program, with a all universities all across the globe in a common forum, in a common platform where the knowledge could be accessed by everyone, networking could be built, and we can find out the proper point of networking, point of contact, and build up connections with our researchers of our relevant research interest. So this is what we are building, the capacity of the researchers all across the globe. We are motivating researchers, and we are making them understand the way their innovations, their ideas, their researches could be presented in conferences, could be published in journals. So we are providing the publication assistance, scientific assistance, I believe, and we are motivating our students, young researchers, professionals through capacity building programs, and making them more potential and making them more skilled towards developing the scientific articles and publications. And I feel proud that India is the 7th largest contributor of scientific repositories amid this pandemic period through online repositories and online databases all across the globe. At this point of time, when we think of collaborating with universities and institutions, we are also rapidly connecting with industries, because this is our goal to fit into the gap between academia and industry. So we are having proposals, we are having the plannings, we are having the thoughts to integrate innovations in universities towards applications in industries. Yes, every one of us, all of us, we often speak about that, but I believe there has not been practically implemented. So by year 2020, we were collaborating with universities, and we have formed a strong network of universities all across the globe and academic institutions. And by the beginning of 2020, we have started partnering with production and manufacturing companies and industries and corporates, so that it will be a great scope and privilege for us to serve academia and industry in both hands. Apart from that, moving towards building up the institutional collaborative environment, I would insist all the faculties and students to join as IFERP members, and I would request the universities, institutions to join as IFERP institutional members, to have IFERP chapters, so that we can connect you with other universities of same research interest, so that we can have faculty exchange program, guest lectures exchange program. So knowledge exchange and knowledge accessibility could be easy also. Moreover, we are also establishing a digital platform, a form of virtual association, which I believe will be a strength for all of us to combat the situation of COVID-19 and to provide uninterrupted scientific and academic knowledge interaction services. We are in a phase of development, and our R&D team is working for that. We are coming up with technology for assistance to researchers of all categories, and I believe this will be definitely contributing. So I would insist everyone to be careful about the COVID-19 surge once again, and Omicron virus we are speaking about. I insist everyone to have a safe life, considering the safety and security of our researchers, delegates, of our students. We had to organize this conference in a virtual platform. And I believe this conference will be a productive event and will be informative with good information and content. We had received more than 100 submissions, but we have shortlisted, I think, 63 submissions so that the quality of the scientific interactions and the content being presented in the conference could be maintained up to the level. I believe this conference will be a safe and healthy event for all of us to learn, interact, and network. I insist everyone to take utmost care, and at this point of time, we see a threat of COVID-19 pandemic once again. I believe we will be delivering uninterrupted academic services through our online activities. Still, few words of Bhagavad Gita reverberates in my mind that give me some sort of assurance and wellness, well feelings. Sarve bhavantu shukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashantu, ma kaschid dakhav bhavet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for elaborating about IFERP, its functions. On behalf of Best Innovation University, we thank IFERP for accepting and associating with us in organizing this international conference. Thank you once again. And we, the Bharatiya Engineering, Science and Technology Innovation University, Anantapur, is India's first innovation university where innovation is a culture and innovators are groomed. Best Innovation University is dedicated to provide the best quality education, which is affordable and accessible to students from all parts of the society. Best IU aims to be the forefront with cutting-edge technologies in teaching and providing a holistic approach to learning. And before we go on to the next session, I request all the participants to kindly mute your audio and also the video so that we can have a good bandwidth so that our meeting will not be disturbed. Thanks for understanding. And now we have Dr. Rupa Vasudevan, Madam, Chancellor of Best Innovation University, who is an educationist, social entrepreneur, co-founder and Chancellor of Best Innovation University. Madam is also a founder and global president of World Forum for Education. She has been appointed as one of the 10 top academicians in the General and Executive Council of Karnataka State Higher Education Council. She is honorary trustee of Disha Bharat, a non-profit social organization that works in the field of value education. Madam is also involved in planning and implementation of information and communication technology initiatives in association with Government of Karnataka. Dr. Rupa Madam has been the inspiration to many women, including me and many, and stands as an empowered woman who always aspires to groom the budding innovators for a better world. Now I heartily welcome you, Madam, to kindly enlighten all our participants with your inspiring speech. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nagajyoti. I am inspired by the conference. I'm inspired by you. I am inspired by every little thing that we get to learn on daily basis, because every day is a new scenario when you're into education, or I think any other sector as on date, because of all that is happening around us. Thank you so much, IFERP, to have made this possible today, being our co-organizers. And just continuing from where Dr. Nagajyoti left us, she gave a brief about what Bharatiya Engineering, Science and Technology Innovation University stands for. Well, we believe in very strong philosophies, which is why we are in the Rayalaseema region, we are in Anantapur. We believe and we are aware that innovation not only means staying ahead, it also means staying relevant. It also means being sustainable in a dynamic global environment. We as an institution, we as an organization, we aim to promote personal, professional growth of any seeker of knowledge through application of learning, collaboration, and innovation. Now, I am reminded of what Swami Vivekananda ji always had promoted and spoken of when it was to do with education. He said, with strong character, with strength of mind, only then your intellect is expanded, and only by which you can stand in your own feet and acquire real knowledge. Now, what did he mean when he say real knowledge? It puts me into thinking whenever we say knowledge. So what is knowledge? I have always thought about this, and I'm sure all of you educationists here have always thought about this. It's obviously the supreme power, but we are all educators. So what is education? Now, education in India has been an extremely contextual subject, because there are two schools of thought. There's one which says what the student needs to learn, and the other school of thought which says what the student desires to learn. But I believe that it's extremely crucial either ways for education to help an individual find a meaningful place in the society. Good education, very good education, should promote acquisition of knowledge, acquisition of skill sets, while also facilitating the values that would ensure that this acquired knowledge is put to meaningful use for the benefit of the society. Mere accumulation of basic knowledge is of very limited practical use unless it translates or contributes into the social, economic, and innovation of a country. And it's this transfer of this knowledge which for economic growth, that impacts societies, that impacts nations, that has revolutionized this world. We can see as on date, we're all in higher education and we're all teachers, we are all faculties, we are teaching, we are educators, we are into higher education technology space. We are seeing that the higher education is undergoing a very, very significant transformation. As we all still continue our mission amidst significant demographic shifts, our student preferences, um, uh, student preference swings, the workforce changes, and let us not forget a pandemic. We don't give up and we need to evolve gradually. We need to explore how it can impact our well-being, people's well-being, students' well-being, and address all the barriers that need to be overcome to create a meaningful, truthful connection. And this is what we are aspiring now. And the 21st century learning is no longer the teacher-centric learning where you learn in the class and you talk. And my previous speaker also was making it loud and clear that 21st century learning is about three aspects. And Bharatiya Engineering, Science and Technology Innovation University, we call Best IU, it believes in these three important aspects. The first, which we all need to do as educators, is to educate, to give the foundational knowledge to a student. Now, what is the foundational knowledge comprise of? It involves core competent knowledge, core content knowledge, digital literacy, which is now most important because this is a part of the curriculum wherever you are in whatever segment you are in, and cross-disciplinary knowledge. It's extremely important, even as per the national education policy, to go multidisciplinary and also sometimes transdisciplinary. So this is one aspect, foundational knowledge, which is to know. The second and very important aspect, which we believe at Best IU and which is important in education, is the humanistic knowledge, which I call to value. Now, what are these aspects of humanistic knowledge? Life skills, job skills, emotional intelligence, emotional awareness, and cultural competence. How much do you know about your culture, your heritage? How much do you know about your own identity, your country, your culture? So we believe that as much as the knowledge is to know, is also to value. And therefore, the third aspect that I'm talking to you about in the 21st century knowledge skill set is meta knowledge, is to act. Now, this is where the pandemic has caused maximum disruption, because this is where we need to teach our students collaboration. We need to teach our students design thinking. We need to teach our students communicating, interpersonal skills. We need to teach them creativity. We need to teach them critical thinking, design thinking. This is where we've taken a backbeat. Now, so which brings me to a very fundamental question of what pedagogies can survive. Now, I have believed that pedagogy is a scholarship onto itself. It's a study of learning and the many ways that this scholarship itself is fueled in classrooms, in workshops, in studios, in writing centers, wherever the learning is poised to occur. It has its core timelines, it has its mindfulness and improvisation. I think it's instantaneous, momentary, and it's a vital exchange where learning happens in a moment. And therefore, not every teacher can be a pedagogue, not every learning is a pedagogy. So I would call investigative learning the momentous learning, which by in very nature is emergent as a pedagogue. So therefore, that also brings me to the next crucial important aspect of innovation in technology, which is the theme of today's and tomorrow's conference. Technological innovation is fundamentally changing how universities interact with students itself. It's not far off in the times to come that a student from any college or university, irrespective of the location, will get a degree from the home university where he can take maximum courses, resulting in the balance of economies and also quality, good education. Perhaps coming back to the conference, the most important benefit from this conference presentation is the ability to advocate for what all of us believe in. I've given a brief. I'm sure you all are going to give an intensive brief through your paper presentations on what you believe in, and representing your field of interest, allows other researchers also in other disciplines and also policymakers and educationists such as ours, to and also the general public, the faculties, to become aware of the innovative research that is being generated. I'm sure that by the end of the 2-day conference, it will give us all an understanding of the widespread issues, concerns the main themes, and I'm sure how to handle them. The breadth and length of our profession is on display in this international conference, and I wish that you have a great conference experience. I wish that you have insightful learnings, fruitful deliberations, understand perspectives, and that it will be a great platform to showcase what you really believe in. I thank the Institute for Research and Publication, IFERP, for co-organizing this 2-day international conference with me, and our institution, Dr. Nagajyoti, to have spearheaded the whole conference with Dr. Bhaskar Rao and our Vice Chancellor. And I'm told 45 research papers are going to be presented, and there are 115 participants who have registered from various disciplines and also from other countries. Not taking much of your time, I wish this conference the very best of luck, and hoping to have wonderful deliberations and hear you speak. Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam, for the holistic and highly visionary approach, and also for motivating all our delegates. Thank you, and welcome you to this conference, madam. Thank you. So moving on to the next session, we invite Dr. P. Chaudappa Garu, the Vice Chancellor of Best Innovation University. Sir has been the former director of CPCRI, and where he was the National Network Coordinator for the Outreach Program on various projects. Sir was also the elected member of Agricultural Science and Forestry, Government of India. And due to a sudden meeting with the government of Andhra Pradesh, here he could not be with us during the conference. However, he wanted to address all the delegates, and hence we request IFERP Dr. Abhinash to kindly play the video. Thank you. Over to Mr. Abhinash.
Right. Sri Bhartlal Meenaji, Chairman, Best Innovation University. Dr. Rupa Vasudevan, Chancellor, Best Innovation University. Dr. Nagajyoti, Research Director, Best Innovation University, and organizer of the symposium. Faculty members, keynote speakers, participants. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you to the important occasion on the International Conference on Research and Innovations in Science and Technology and Management, being organized by the Best University. On this occasion, I wish you happy and prosperous New Year for betterment during 2022. It is a great pleasure for me to express and compliment organizers for conducting a international conference on a wonderful subject, which is the need of the hour. All of us know very well the government of India is spending 2% of the total GDP, which accounts for 95.53 billion US dollars for research and innovations. The research and innovations are the key drivers for the accelerated development of any nation, and the social commitment and social development of the nation. Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, in collaboration with Indo-US Scientific Forum and Intel Group, has established an initiative on research and innovation in a science for igniting the young minds to come into the fold of the science. Today, India stands at top in export of the IT products and third in pharma sector and also third in research publications in science and technology in a peer-reviewed journals at the global level. So this indicates the potential of the country for the middle class affordability also is increasing, which is resulting into the purchasing of a technology driven products. So whatever the technology innovations are being done, it can be help and beneficial to the population. At the same time, the government of India also relaxing the rules, particularly the patent rules, and also reducing the 80% of the fee for accelerating the inventions. Beside this, private players are coming in a bigger way for developing a R&D establishments. When you look at the 75 years of the Indians Independence Day, yes, independence, there are a lot of achievements have been happened either in agriculture, healthcare, space research, then nuclear energy, digital technologies, as well as the impacting, reducing the impact of climate changes. Before 1960s, the country was facing a shortage of the food grains, and we used to import a lot of food grains to feed the a growing population of this country. Today, we are proud to say that our horticultural production touched a 326 million tons. Agricultural production touched around 300 million tons. Today, the situation is that where you reached for managing the surplus production. So we are proud to say that. So we have the production which is more than required the country population. So the issue is that we need a more amount of research and innovations and the technological development to absorb the surplus production.
If they are asking to come
And we
immediately,
are
what will do?
the first in many crops in productivity as well as the production. For example, a crop like a coconut to cashew and many other crops for that matter. Our productive level has been increased, productivity has been increased, and beside this, and we are proud to say that our quality products are meeting the international standards also. The same way, when you look at the space research, the India is the fifth country in the global level in terms of the space exploration. And we developed many satellites and even the space launching vehicles with PSLV. And today, the India emerged as a leader in launching the satellites for the many SAARC countries. This is one of the biggest achievements India has made. The similar way in nuclear energy, and at the same time, the sustainable renewable energy. So in all sectors, we could able to make a big strides. Beside this, we would like to mention very important here. The government of India is launching many missions, a mission-oriented approach
Video is
to
muted.
make the country a super power. So recently, 2021, Honorable Prime Minister of India, when addressing at the ramparts of the Red Fort, he announced a national hydrogen mission because the people are talking more about the climate change and its negative T on the carbon emissions. So taking into consideration of all this one, the India has committed to reduce the carbon emissions. For that, national hydrogen mission has been launched. The object of the national hydrogen mission is that to produce the eco-friendly, sustainable energy to mitigate the effects of the climate change, where we can proudly to say that the India can become a country where we need not worry about the carbon emissions. Besides this, there are many missions have been launched, like a national ocean mission, mission integrated horticulture development, that we call it MIDH, and there are national ocean mission. So because of this, all missions are targeted to create an atmosphere for accelerated development of the country. Here, so I would like to mention and tell to the and call upon particularly young researchers who are actually doing the research in the respective fields, that they have to come forward. They should give a more energy to spend on innovations. I think you are well aware. Recently, the government of India has launched around 75 startups in various sectors. The startups. So now we have the very good culture and atmosphere and ideal environment for startups. Even I'll quote an example here. The BIRAC is announcing a big amount of grants for any person who want to have a startup on biotechnological products. So when you have such kind of opportunities, now we are moving towards the many and public-private partnership also, having this kind of atmosphere, public-private partnerships, and creating a startups, and the government supports. With all those things, I think we have a better edge over the other nations to move forward and make a country as a super scientific power, as emphasized by Honorable late President of India, Sri Abdul Kalam ji. So it is a pleasure once again to welcome you this meeting. I am very happy to be associated with today's conference, international conference on research and innovations in science and technology and management. I am really grateful to all the organizers for giving me an opportunity to give some of my ideas to move forward. So, Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, VC sir, for elaborating all of us about the government policies with regard to research and innovation. Thank you once again. And I request all the participants to kindly mute your audio and video, because unknowingly the audio is on. So kindly check your audio and mute it. Thanks for understanding. Now moving on to the next session, we have our keynote speaker, Dr. Thamari Selvan Natarajan sir with us. Dr. Thamari Selvan Natarajan Avargal has vast academic contribution and administrative positions over 2 decades. He is a passionate academician with 23 years of academic and industrial experience, with incessant drive to contribute the best to educational community by discovering innovative pedagogical techniques in the teaching learning process. His area of specialization is services marketing, marketing metrics, and strategy marketing, and his active commitment to research made him to publish more than 35 articles in the referred journals both nationally and internationally. He has fetched 14 awards from MMA, Bloomberg, UTV, ABP, and Star News for his department during his tenure as head of the department. He has conducted several workshops and faculty development programs and also delivered various lectures at institutions and organizations. He has been the resource person for various training programs conducted by TREC, STEP, and Bell to his credit. He is an enterprising administrator with leadership skills who use the right blend of responsibility and authority to achieve the managerial excellence. On behalf of the Best Innovation University and IFERP, we are very glad to welcome you to the International Conference, sir. Welcome you once again, sir. Over to Dr. Thamari Selvan Avargal.
Thank you so much for the excellent introduction, and thank you very much for even inviting for this particular international conference. Okay, for this opportunity. Fine, and I think I have shared my desktop with you. I hope people can see this desktop. Am I right?
We can see, sir.
Yeah, fine. Okay. So, okay, so let me start, and this is for about 25 to 30 minutes. Let me try to cover as much as possible because the whole conference is focusing on, we are talking about a lot of innovation, a lot of technology, and how it is being applied in a business scenario. That is what we are going to focus on that. And I'll be talking about a lot in terms of practical aspects so that if I'm going to give some kind of a demo, then you might be able to easily understand more from the practical scenario. Then we can go back to and how many kind of research which are being happening on this particular aspect. Because I could see that a lot of things are happening, and even you know pretty well that technology has got a huge impact in terms of bringing a lot of innovation and creative products and services to the final customers. So that is what the objective of this particular session. I just wanted to bring in and give a lots and lots of information about that, and most of them are my personal experiences. And after that, I went and found a couple of literature relevant to that one. We also started doing a lot of research on that. Okay, that is the focus on that. Okay, so my focus is more from the focusing on augmented reality, virtual reality, artificial intelligence. So that is what the today's topic that where we are trying to focus on that. And you know pretty well that we had a very troublesome experience because of the COVID. Now, even now, it is not at over. Now, you know that Omicron is also literally threatening us. And because of that, the way in which the total business which they are operating is as the practices have totally changed. That is what a recent scenario, because you won't expect the people to come to the shop. And because of that, you are facing a little bit of trouble because there is no footfalls and it's very difficult for you to sell. That is one thing. And second thing is that now the people are very much aware and also literally wanted to follow strict guidelines on not to going out and looking out for trying to get as much as product and services through the online. Okay, so how we can utilize the digital platform in order to impress as well as influence the final customers so that the customers can come back and purchase a couple of these kind of products. Okay. So I've got a PPT and a couple of other things, but within 30 minutes, I don't think, because that's I used to handle it for something like 4 to 5 hours. But I wanted to give only the tip of the iceberg and give something like a highlight of each and every kind of aspect, so that you may be able to understand. If you are inspired, you can go back and look out for a lot of research articles relevant to this, because people might be interested in publishing in a top tier journal, where they are always looking out for the current industrial problems or business problems, and you are trying to address these business problems through the research. So that is what we call them as a managerial implication whenever you try to focus on any kind of a research. At the end of the research, you will be writing an article where you will have two different kind of a contribution. One is from the theoretical angle and how you are going to build up in terms of a theoretical aspect. Another thing is that how this particular research might be able to apply for your managerial aspect. We call them as the implications in the business scenario. But my focus is more from the, I've taken a lot of cues from the industry, how exactly they have changed the way in which they are doing a business. That's what I'm trying to focus on that. I'll be talking about a couple of brands and a couple of other things when you'll be able to understand. I have not tested so far in the sense that today, and let's see how the things are going to happen, because just now I just opened my system and done everything. Okay, so and this is my personal experience, as I already mentioned, and let me share this personal experience because my daughter is having a little bit of problem in the eye, and once in 6 months we used to go for an eye checkup. When there is any changes in the power, we need to change in terms of lens as well as in terms of purchasing the frames. And you know pretty well that your kids are very sensitive, because it is more than their comfortability. They are always looking out for some kind of a nod or appreciation from their peer groups, especially their close friends and other kind of a people, whenever they are making any kind of a purchasing any kind of a frames. And I was facing a difficulty in the sense that you won't be able to walk out and trying to get into the shop during the COVID times. Now it is open, but still we are not very sure. It might extend even for some more kind of a time period. But even now they are following it and through the different kind of things. And what I experience is that I just walked into two different kind of places. One is on Titan I Plus, another one is on we are having a lens cut, and both the people are trying to do a lot of even advertisement and encouraging the customers to try it out everything on the web, and they are also not encouraging the people to come to the stores. And one more thing is that it is also very much beneficial from the aspect of a business point of view, because you need not store all sort of lenses, because you may not know, even though you are able to understand based on the demographic profile what kind of materials to be stored in a particular store, a particular shop. And even beyond that, there is a possibility that people might be looking out for certain kind of varieties they may not be able to get out of. Okay, so what we thought is that why not we try it out. I think some noises are coming, and people, I request people to please mute. Fine. Okay, so and we have gone, and this largely based on your virtual reality and augmented reality. And virtual reality is that you can virtually try on all these kind of glasses. Okay, so this is a Titan I Plus, and if you just press Titan I Plus, you'll have something like app will be there, and it is looking out for the access. So now that's what I told you. You can go to the settings and try to find out whether camera has got any access. Just wait for 2 minutes, then you'll be able to find out whether it is, I'm able to, because I'll be able to give you exactly what we can do, okay? So small problem in terms of, because Zoom is using my webcam. Okay, let me close that one and I'll come back to you. Just 1 minute.
Welcome to the virtual try-on. We will start by scanning your face, so please ensure your face is properly lighted. Please keep your face inside the frame for proper analysis. Congratulations! Face scan complete.
Okay, now you can see that they have given something like my face is, because it's scanned and find out my face is something like what kind of a size. And based on that, it started giving a couple of instructions, because we know pretty well that there are different sizes for each and every kind of a size of your face, and it started giving a different kind of alternatives, because based on the research they have come across, based on lot of permutation combination, and they have tried it out. These are the things are available. So I can start keep on changing the frame, whatever the frame that I wanted to have. Now you can see that select a frame, and I'll be able to see this is the frame. And if I want, I can also capture this. And what I can do is that I can capture this and I can send it to my close friends or whoever is where you want to get some kind of a nod from them. Okay, so you can keep on doing all these kind of pictures, and you can keep on sending through WhatsApp or whatever it is, and immediately you'll be able to get some kind of what is it, not, because you are having a utmost satisfaction, because you are getting a better kind of acceptance from other kind of people. Okay, so this is what we are talking about in terms of virtual reality. And lens cut is also you'll be able to find out. Okay, so let me go to the page, and I'm trying to record my video.
Slowly turn your head left. Slowly turn your head back to the center. Slowly turn your head right. Slowly turn back to the center. Excellent. You'll be able to try on glasses soon.
So now this is also because many people started working on this, and I'm giving only the tip of the iceberg. I told you that because there is a huge amount of applications are happening in terms of virtual reality, especially augmented reality and virtual reality. And one more example, I've got a couple of videos, and one video talks about more in terms of your IKEA furniture, because IKEA furniture, what it does is that and you can take the app, you can install an app, and you have got a lot of alternatives in terms of different kind of furnitures. Okay, and if you're going to show it in the particular room, and say for an example, you want to place it at the corner, and you are looking out for the corner sofa, then naturally what happens is that you'll have exactly the corner sofa will be looking like, and if you are going to place it in the room. Okay, that is what they have given, and you can try it out so many number of things. You can take the whole picture and virtually. Okay, so and you can try it out through your mobile. Through mobile, you'll be able to see that, and what exactly your coffee table, and what exactly your corner sofa, what exactly the different kind of shades of lamp and flower vase, and you can arrange everything, and you can see that this is what how it is going to look like. and you can see it from your house itself. Okay, so that is also they were trying to do for this. Slightly different from your Titan I Plus is that where you need to try each and everything. Now I can scroll it and I can look out for choose one or two and I'll be able to find out. And it is also giving a lot many options are possible. So that is what they are trying to work it out, because now you need not go for it, and the technology has got huge impact in terms of changing the way in which they are doing a business. Okay, that's what I just see. I told you that this session is only for giving a how the businesses are changing their practices. There is a huge amount of scope is available in terms of conducting a research. Now you can see that what I can choose one or two. I can take whatever possible, and I'll be able to go for. Even I can see all these kind of rankings and everything. I can get a close try on like what I can do. I'll go and try to find out a couple of other kind of things. Okay, say for an example, this kind of a try-ons. Okay, whatever. Okay, so and whether it is available in the product or not. So everything will be there. Only thing is that where you in the brick and mortar where you want to walk in and try it out, but these many number of varieties will not be there. And again, you'll be able to see from the, we call them as a 360-degree angle, and I can see it and rotate it how exactly, because you want to know from top down angle. Okay, so I'll be able to find out from right, left, and everything, because you wanted to see some kind of a logo. Sometimes some other people prefer to go for it. So I can see everything on the different kind of an angle, what will be the size in the side mirror, everything. So there are lots and lots of technological applications have come into the picture. And the same thing can try it out in a mobile also, both in web as well as in a mobile app. All these things are possible. And recently what they have done is that during the IPL, and Lenskart has come up with a huge amount of an advertisement promoting Lenskart try on this, because the people who are interested, then definitely they'll try it out something like a Lenskart, and they'll just walk into this kind of information, and they'll try to go for it. And almost everything is available on net. Okay, so that's why. So you need not walk even into the showroom, and that is also reducing a lot of their rent and couple of other kind of overheads. But still, you need to have a brick and mortar, especially for servicing and a couple of other kind of things. So lots of informations are the way in which they are trying to go for it. Okay, so if I'm going to do for something like if I'm going to share my location, then I'll be able to get some kind of an intimation from the local store, and they will be able to procure and come and give something like 5 or 6 whatever I have chosen, and I can easily try it out in the home and try to have a touch and feel kind of an effect. That is also possible as of now. Okay, so that is what another thing that I wanted to say for it. Okay, so and the next thing is that okay, so this is my another experience actually, because this also we bought it probably just a year back when COVID. We got huge amount of some kind of a discounts from the central government if you're not utilizing our leave traveling concession. There is a scheme for travel. So what we thought is that we thought of replacing a vehicle, because we have been using the existing vehicle for more than 10 years, and as per the new rules, we are expected to discard within 15 years. So we thought, why not we go for it? And people wanted to go for something like bullets. When you think of a bullets, and couple of new things are most important. And say for an example, if I'm going for something like because now we have got an opinion leader, more people are from this particular YouTube. Okay, whatever maybe the things, whether you are having any kind of a problem, you just walk in and type it those kind of a problem. And many people started giving information about what exactly they have shared and how to resolve those kind of a problem. And now we know that, say for an example, I just wanted to find out the difference or probably the review of a Honda Highness, because this is actually from Honda recently. Honda, so far, they have been focusing on scooterets and motorcycles under something like a 200 cc's. But they found that Royal Enfield is doing extremely good. Royal Enfield is doing extremely good. So they found that there is a huge opportunities available. So they wanted to enter into this particular one. Okay, so that's why they have come, but they are not selling this Honda Highness in an existing showroom because they wanted to give a entirely different kind of a facelift. You know that Royal Enfield is having excellent showrooms, and in competition to that, recently we have got another 2-3 brands also. Okay, forget about Harley Davidson came and left the place, where we have got Java is available and Benelli is also available, and off late Honda is also launched with something with over the more than 300 cc to goes up to something like 1000-2000 cc, because they are in the plan to launch heavy powered vehicles with a different kind of varieties. Okay, whatever it is, whenever you get any kind of a new vehicle, and best thing is that you always go for, okay, so compare with the bullet, whatever it is. Okay, so you'll be able to see so many number of people are giving. Okay, so basically, if you go through all these kind of these kind of videos, and the most important aspect is that they always look more from the sound and different design, and what are the different kind of headlamp, what kind of a look it is giving, whether it is retro look or modern look. Then they will get into something like a technical aspect. But those things are possible only if you walk into the showroom and try to do some kind of a test drive and taking to the different kind of places. And one thing is that Honda, when they launched, especially in Tamil Nadu, and there's not many showrooms are available, and they restricted to only 5 showrooms where major and most important buyers will be there, but nearby also so many number of people will be there. Okay, so in Tamil Nadu, they focused on Chennai, Coimbatore, and Erode, Tirunelveli, and Tirupur. These are the only 5 places. So I'm not able to, because of the COVID restriction. And even apart from that, it's very difficult to travel from one place to another and try to find it out. Okay, we have got huge amount of information from the net. We got some kind of an inspiration. Why not we try it out instead of that? Because Royal Enfield has got certain kind of limitations, and whereas others are coming with in order to avoid those kind of a limitation. One best thing is that it talks about in terms of a vibration. Okay, so you can see that if you go through any kind of videos, and what they do is that they keep the glass of water on the bike, and after that they'll start the engine, and they'll try to find out is there any vibration in the water in the cup. Okay, that is how they try to find out, and they used a demo, and where you could see the Royal Enfield, because so much of vibrations will be there. That is not there in the case of your what is that Honda Highness. But I just wanted to know what exactly you're supposed to do. And we visited, there is something like a virtual showroom is available, and where I'll be able to find out almost everything. So I can enter into the virtual showroom, and I can find out almost all these kind of things. And one best thing is that just like your 360-degree experience, I have shown it with the lens card. These people are having a 360-degree, and this is again a technology in which where you'll be able to see from all different kind of an angles what exactly the kind of a bike is all about. Even if you're not able to visit the showrooms, you can see it from this. If you're having it, definitely if you're having all these kind of a facility in your home. So that's what they try to do, and you just see that. And I can see that, and there are different colors are available. Okay, so basically it is coming with the 2 different kind of variants, and each variance is having a 3 different kind of colors. And say for an example, this is the one that I wanted to go for it, and I can see it from all the different angles. See, say for an example, if I wanted to see how exactly my petrol tank looks, because this is also one of the important parameter most of the people wanted to, because that is how this is what visible at the outside. Okay, and I wanted to know what exactly a tail lamp, what exactly a kind of a look, and whether it is having a retro look or whatever it is. I just wanted to know, I'll be able to find out. Okay, so I can see it and I can rotate and I'll be able to find out. And the best thing is that you'll be able to see, because even in what is that, most of the comparisons, you'll be able to find out one top-notch thing is that the sound, because the bullet is meant for creating some kind of a sound, that sound is having a certain emotional attachment and appeal. Okay, so I just wanted to know what exactly the sound, and especially if you are going to use your 5.1 or 8.1 kind of what is that, earphone, it will be much more better. You just have a things. So you'll be able to see such a kind of a huge amount of personal experience, and especially if you are wearing something like 8D surround, and you can see that it is going from one place to another place on the car, on the corner, how it is working and everything. So that is the kind of things which are happening over there. So this is also possible, and how the technology is encouraging the people to get almost every information on the digital platform, and their website is providing almost everything. So when they walk in and they are coming with almost on the verge of purchasing and only for the booking, and probably trying to have a touch and feel of it. And sometimes the people are not able to travel, and sometimes even if you are going to book, what they have done is they'll try to refer some of their customers' name, and through the customers, the people are able to even get the touch and feel kind of things. But imagine, and actually astonishing result, they were able to sell within a short period of time more number of things. They are also planning to come up with more number of varieties also. Okay, fine. Do you have the time to go further, or organizers, please let me know so that. Are you people are there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine. I think I'm given the time between 10 to 11 only. That's why I just asked, because it's actually a huge and vast informations are available. I've given only the tip of the iceberg. Let me complete with only one more example. Okay, so this is about your this is another one where you'll be able to find out. Okay, so there is something called Titan, and what they have done is that they are using a Titan Encircle card, just like now everybody is having some kind of a membership and lifestyle, and everybody will be there. But this Titan Encircle is slightly special, because Titan is having a different kind of a business. When I walk into Tannic showroom, if I'm going to purchase diamond or jewel, whatever it is, gold, whatever it is, and I am accumulating so much amount of points, and they are not giving any kind of a discounts. And I can take this points and walk into something like Titan I Plus, or probably I can get into Fast Track, or I can get into something like Titan Clocks, or sometimes even I'll be able to get something like any kind of a premium watches. Or if I'm not purchasing anything, even I can give to somebody else, and whoever wants, and they can go back to something like Tanishq, or they can go back to any other kind of things. So now the thing is that how they are able to do, there is something called customer relationship marketing, and the technology is literally trying to find out the person who is walking with the Tanishq showroom, what sort of a product that people are purchasing, and what exactly the possibility and the probability that he might go and purchase any other kind of a product in our own kind of a things. So what exactly happening is that the people, especially from Tata point of view, they are increasing there's something called share of wallet. Okay, so they wanted to sell as much as brands possible to one focused target audience. So target audience in their purse, they are giving the maximum share to their this particular brand. That's what we call them as a share of wallet. That is one of the key marketing metrics in which where we try to go about in evaluating and getting the maximum amount of money. And customer relationship marketing is focusing on existing customer and trying to get as much as possible, as much as money from them, than attracting the new customer, because attracting new customers will always have a huge impact, or probably the cost is more. Okay, that is one. And I've got a couple of more videos, but I think time is I've taken, and it should also have an impact on the other speaker. So with this, I'm just stopping it. I told you that in the initial talk itself, it's going to be only tip of the iceberg, where how artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and augmented reality is having a huge amount of impact, in which where the businesses are literally focusing on that. Okay, so that's all from my side. Okay, so please, if you have got any doubts, and we will go for it. Otherwise, just finish it. I think Nagajyoti ma'am was introducing me, so probably she can instruct me.
Thank you, sir, for explaining all of us about the recent trends, and that too with the video demos. It was very inspiring to all of us to know the latest innovations. So from participant side, if anybody would like to ask any clarifications, you can come forward, or we can pass on to the next session. Participants can raise your hand if you have any question. Okay, or we can share the mail ID later on in the group so that you can interact with the speaker. Thank you very much, sir, for explaining a wonderful concept in many innovations. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I invite our assistant registrar, Dr. Bhaskar, sir, to introduce our next keynote speaker, Dr. Deepankar Paul. Over to Dr. Bhaskar, sir.
Thank you for giving a valuable keynote. So Dr. Deepankar Pal, SMI, EEE and FIE and LMIST BTech from IIT Delhi and PhD from Javadpur University. Currently, he is working as a professor of microelectronics, Department of EEE and E&I in BITS, Pilani, Goa campus. He is also a visiting professor of University of Pitești, Romania, and Tripura University, a central university, Tripura, Agartala. He had earlier worked as a professor of electronics and communication engineering of BITS, Mesra. He also an ex-director of Northeast Region Institute of Science and Technology, a central university. Now I invite Deepankar Pal, sir, to address the keynote.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd like to share my screen and just check if you can you can see the video. Can you see the video?
Yes, sir.
So I'll be speaking mostly on innovation in the context of engineering education and how it started off in India. I'll briefly trace its history and also give a projection of what is in store for us in the future. The title of the talk is Engineering Education in India, Tracing its History, Making Future Projections. I'll just try to go to the next slide, and I'll read out a quote from Mahatma Gandhi, one of the greatest minds of 20th century, who at the time of our independence, when India was about to get independence, he had made certain comments on the education system in our country. He said, quote, "We should remember that immediately on attainment of freedom, our people are not going to secure happiness. As we become independent, all the defects in the system of elections, injustice, the tyranny of the richer classes, and also the burden of the running administration are bound to come upon us. People will begin to feel that during the British days, there was more justice, there was better administration, there was peace, and there was honesty to a very great extent among the administrators compared to the days after independence. But there is hope if education spreads throughout the country and people develop from their childhood qualities of pure conduct, God-fearing and love. Otherwise, India would become an abode of grave injustice and tyranny to the rulers. Now, mind you, please note what he had said in the last paragraph, last sentence of his this paragraph. He said, education. Education is the utmost important thing to shape the country's future, and that he realized quite early, as he was one of the greatest minds of India. Now, how the engineering education started in India is something very interesting. Buddhists developed the viharas before the Stadium General in 20th century Europe. You must have seen the Sachi Stupa, the stupa in Sarnath and Bodh Gaya. They were all built to a particular geometry, and interesting shapes were built which could not have been built without proper and adequate knowledge of civil engineering. Side by side, both building house and place of worship, that means temples, agricultural engineering, which some say is the oldest form of engineering because food is the most important primary basic need of any human being. Agricultural engineering and simple tools and machines were there. India was in trade with other Southeast Asian countries, so boats were important. House and places of worship became important because India is one of the oldest civilizations, and we had right from the beginning pluralistic society with people, worshipping different forms of God. And you can see different formations of temples across the length and breadth and across the across the whole country. If you go from Kashmir to Kanyakumari or from Dwarka to Arunachal Pradesh. Cotton, silk, embroideries, painted and enamel wares, steel guns, swords, scissors, knives, ornaments, white paper, and coin minting. Now, we all read in the history that every kingdom, when it established its rule, they had minted their own coins. The Kushanas, they had made their own coin. Then King Harsha had made his own coin. Vikramaditya had his own coins, and they were having the embossing of the emblem of that particular dynasty. Sometimes the picture of the ruler. They were also having papers, ornaments, knives, and of course, most important was cotton, silk embroideries, which attracted the European nations to come and trade with India, which eventually invited the British and the French to an extent to come and start trading in India, and later became the colonial rulers of this subcontinent. But the most important thing of this kind of engineering trades was that heredity becomes very important. The father of a carpenter will teach the trade to his son. The carpenter will teach his skills to his children. Then the children will teach his grandchildren. The children will teach their grandchildren, and so on and so forth. So it became a hereditary trade, a hereditary art, a hereditary science. Like a priest's son will become a priest, a soldier's son will become a soldier, a writer's son will become a writer. When I say writer, I don't mean a novelist, but writer means basically those who are trading in shops and offices and making accounting possible. So this kind of things were possible, and they were going on for generations in our country. And the places where this kind of training used to be given were called karkhanas, factories. Okay, small factories where plumbing, where blacksmithy, where carpentry, sword making, cotton and fabrication, or cotton and embroidery, and other things were taught. Then this continued till the Mughal period and early 17th century, when in the 18th century the British started establishing its rule in India, things became slightly different. Now, how the British ruled India? It's very interesting to note that England itself was a very small country then, but they had their empire in the whole world. The sun never set in the British Empire, that's what they claim. So very few Englishmen actually came to India, but the rulers, even though they were few in numbers, they had adopted a very interesting strategy. They used the bulk workforce from the native country and used them very intelligently to their advantage. So what they did is they needed surveying work, they needed the industry to make guns, they needed the industry to make weapons, they needed industry to construct buildings, bridges and things like that. So they needed basically little bit of skill development in the Western science, in the Western technology, but not a proper education. Why they were afraid of providing proper engineering education was because they never wanted the Indians, who were the ruled people and they were the rulers, to become equal to them. Because once they become expert in the trade of engineering fully, they will try to overthrow the English. That was their fear. And this is true everywhere, wherever there is a ruler and ruled kind of relationship, wherever there is a colonial legacy, this has been the case. So surveying was taught in Bengal in Mohammedan College and Hindu College. First survey school was set up in Madras. I'm just going through quickly because time is less. Elphinson's institution in Bombay, 1844, trained builders and surveyors. James Thomason College, this is a very important landmark in the history of technical education in India, which eventually became University, a Roorkee Engineering College, and now it is IIT Roorkee. So they were all set up initially with the idea of providing training on trades, skill development, not engineering education, mind you. Thomason College introduced 3 courses in engineering: upper subordinates, overseers; lower subordinates, that is sub-overseers, and draftsmen. Now, within a few years, engineering colleges in Calcutta, Madras, Pune were to follow. Then telegraphy came towards the end of the 19th century, 1893, 2 years of extended course, and then 3 years in 1897. Thomason College did the pioneering job of making the syllabi, the lecture notes, drawings, and developments of examples, writing books and manuals. Now, in 1854, the PWD Governor General of Dalhousie, Mr. Wood, in his dispatch, recommends that 1 engineering college each should be set up in each presidency, Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras, and thus the IIEST, what is IIEST today, which was BESU, Bengal Engineering and Science University, and before that it was Shibpur, the Bengal Engineering College, that were set up. So Bengal Engineering College and the Engineering College in Madras, and there was another engineering college in Bombay. So they were the first engineering colleges to have been set up. We'll quickly go through the rest of the slides because as timing is running out. And in Queen Victoria's Golden Jubilee year, that is 1887, Victoria Technical Institute, Victoria Jubilee Technical Institute, VJTI, came up with the support from some of the Indian businessmen and traders of those period, Dadabhai Nauroji, Firod Shah Mehta, Dinesh Wacha, etc. The national sentiment found its largest expression in the endowment of rupees 30 lakhs created by Jamshedji Nasiruddin Tata in 1898. And the result was what is known today as Indian Institute of Science. During the World War II, things were having a backward movement. And let me just quickly go through to the pre-independent era. Total number of engineering colleges were 46 in 1947. Total intake capacity was 2,500. Total number of technical institutions offering diploma program was 53, and total intake capacity was 3,670. There was a general lack of directionality in 1947 I'm talking of. Standardization was absent, contents varied, duration and names of programs offered, and even nomenclature such as engineering, technical, technological, school, college, institute were loosely used. I remember when we did our engineering, there was something which was offered by the Benares Hindu University, one of the oldest universities of our country, which was called Bachelor in Engineering and Bachelor in Electrical and Mechanical Engineering, BEM, Bachelor of Electrical and Mechanical Engineering. Okay, so this kind of different nomenclatures were there, and there was no standardization, and there was no attempt to standardize also. Under NR Sarkar, a committee was set up in 1944. That is a time when India was just about to get independence, Central Advisory Board Education, and which laid the foundation for AICTE today. And they proposed that there be 4 higher technical institutions, one each in North, South, East, and West, and thus the IITs were conceived. And during the rule of first Prime Minister of India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, IIT Kharagpur became a reality in 1951. IIT Bombay, IIT Kanpur, IIT Madras, and IIT Delhi, which was youngest amongst the 5 IITs, which happens to be incidentally my alma mater, where I did my first degree, followed in 1960s. Side by side, the private entrepreneurs and the private business families, they also were supportive. A Pathshala started in its journey in 1901 in a small hamlet in Pilani in Rajputana then, gradually grew into BITS Pilani in 1964, founded by chairman and visionary nation builder, late G.D. Birla. Today, it is the unchallenged numero uno among the private technical institutions. Today, side by side, BIT Meshra and certain other private engineering colleges were also operating. Okay, so in 1990, we quickly jumped to 1990 because in between the progress was slow, steady, but mostly the standardization process was going on. And slide sharing hai kya unka? Pardon? एक मिनट क्या बोल रहे हैं? बच्चों का नाम है, ये है नाम, वो रामेंद्र को बोलो ना, दे दिया, वो आफ्टरनून से देखेगा, ये है. Should I continue?
Sir, please continue, sir. It was a disturbance. They have been muted.
Okay. So in 1990, the next phase came up when India accepted globalization and the Washington Accord was signed. I don't know how many of you know about the Washington Accord. The essence of this accord was a result of India's pursuit to become a world power in terms of technology. The degrees must be standardized, the degrees must be acceptable, and the degrees must be important for other countries to take note of. So with these 3 broader perspectives, Sam Pitroda, one of the political advisors, scientific advisors of the government at that time, recommended that India sign the Washington Accord, without which the degree will not be acceptable and the degree will not have its recognition. And bolstered by the IT boom, which started again more or less at the same time, 1990, India really became a global power in terms of information technology and computation. Government allowed private colleges to start operation. In smaller states, also private colleges were set up, and in larger states like Tamil Nadu, erstwhile undivided Andhra Pradesh, Haryana, even in Haryana, which is almost as big as the district of Bastar, slightly smaller than the district of Bastar, there are 342 universities, engineering universities or engineering colleges. UP had 700 plus, Tamil Nadu had 955, Andhra Pradesh had more than 500. So starting from the survey schools 235 years back, the cycle is now completed, and we have today 16 IITs, including 10 added in the last 1 decade, 30 NITs, National Institute of Technology. Some of them were conversion of regional engineering college, including 10 added in 2010, Indian Institute of Science, IIIT, IIEST. Existing state government universities are also there, and private colleges functioning, BITS Pilani, BIT Meshra, Dhirubhai Ambani Institute of Information and Communication Technology, Manipal Group of Institutions, and a large number of other private engineering colleges are also there. So what is the picture today? A total of 7,080 graduating schools, churning out close to 1.5 million graduates every year. That means 15 lakh graduates every year. 1292 polytechnics and 5,114 ITIs to offer technical skill. So one conclusion is obvious. We have gone up manyfold in the number, in terms of number today. Now let us examine how good these numbers are. So quality versus quantity. Now, here are some questions which we must ask ourselves. Do we need as many engineers as we produce? That's the question number one, because many of the engineers today, they are underemployed. They are employed in offices as data operators, data entry operators, BPOs, where they are getting paid something to the tune of maybe 10,000 rupees a month or even less than that. Don't compare with those who are in the top bracket and those who are earning in terms of maybe a package of 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs, maybe even close to 1 crore. But there are graduating students from smaller places who are either unemployed, who remain unemployed, or are underemployed. They are not really testing or applying their skill of engineering which they have learned in their college. The question that we must ask is, do we need as many engineers as we produce? Are our engineers employable? Now, this is a question which bothers every university when there is a NAC visit or when there is an NBA accreditation needed. But then soon after it is forgotten. That is the saddest part of it, because I had gone for accreditation to different universities as a member of both UGC and AICTE, and I have seen people fail to answer these questions adequately. Are those employed actually underemployed? How many pioneering contributions are made by our engineers till date? When I say pioneering contribution, I mean people who have got either, Nobel Prize is too big, maybe Fellow of Royal Society, or Benjamin Franklin Award, which is instituted by the United States, which is considered to be equivalent of Nobel Prize for engineers. How many seats go vacant? That is the last question. Is engineering education falling out of place? Now, these are some of the questions that bothers us today. Now, till date, Professor Vishnu S. Atal and Professor Arun Fatke are the only 2 recipients of Benjamin Franklin Award. Till date, Arun Fatke, I had a personal interaction with when I was in US, and he is a graduate, he's an alumni of IIT Kharagpur, but he too got it in the late 80s, about 30 years back. Professor M.M. Sharma is the first Fellow of Royal Society from Engineering Science. Till date, we have only 2 more who have been added to the list. There are others from physics, Ashish Prasad Mitro, for example. There are other, Mashlekar, etc. They are also Fellow of Royal Society, but they are not from engineering side. They are from science. Only 73 engineers received Bhatnagar Award. Out of them, less than 10 completed their higher education in Indian institutions. Most of them, they went abroad and completed their higher education there. So the question that we ask ourselves is quality versus quantity. When we talk of, we still perhaps live in a sea of mediocrity, where very few and far between you have excellence. Private sectors complain engineers unemployable because they need practical training, curriculum is outdated. Often place them at below par pay during the training. Public sector engineers in administrations and HR, most of the engineers in state electricity supply boards, etc., they are doing administrative job. They are not really doing any innovation. They are not really doing any design or maintenance job. Technocrats leave for other professions like banking, civil service. They do management and go for higher education. Many of our batchmates, for instance, 1 year to our junior was Professor Dr. Raghurama G. Rajan, who left engineering, although he was a very good engineer, a brilliant engineer, a gold medalist from IIT Delhi, but he left engineering and became an economist. And sometimes even they go for creative writing. For instance, Chetan Bhagat, he has gone for creative writing. Complete figures are unavailable, but few like Raghurama Rajan, Chetan Bhagat, Arvind Kejriwal, Mr. Manohar Parikar, they have made their niche for themselves, but they have left engineering. That is a sad part of it. A sizable others faded into the horizon. So how to come up above this sea of mediocrity? In 1994, NAC and NBA was set up. 1996, Technology Vision of India 2020 was instituted. Washington Accord was signed in 2014. National Initiative Sam Pitruda's letter dated 6th May 2008 to the Prime Minister, to the then Prime Minister, Mr. Manmohan Singh. Private initiatives like Wipro's Mission 10X, Infosys, Computer Connect, TCS, etc., they are all there. Now, the 3 pillars of education that we must try to understand is number 1, good and adequate faculty leads to quality teaching. Teaching pedagogy, research and innovation. Now, often we use the term teaching learning. When we say teaching learning, we have to emphasize on the aspect that teaching does not always lead to learning, but teaching must lead to learning. The second is we must have a proper curricular support. The curriculum must be updated. The curriculum must be having its input from industry, regular industry linkage, and emphasize on experiments and practical knowledge leading to employability. And third pillar is infrastructure. The institutions must have adequate infrastructure to support it. Intake in baccalaureate programs is very high. Adequate qualified faculty is a problem. Estimated shortfall is about 1,20,000, including IITs, NITs, government engineering colleges, and private institutions collectively. At present rate, it is unlikely to be met in next 10 years. Attrition rate is very high because many people, they leave their jobs and go back to industries. Many people go for higher studies and never return. The doctoral level qualification is expected, but many institutions do not even have PG qualified faculties. They have, the teachers who are taken from just after their first degree, and they are teaching the students of their same degree. Compensation package is not at par with industries. If you look at the compensation package that an average academic institution pays to its faculties, which is about 1/3 of what in a leading industry with the same qualification, with the same experience, a technocrat gets paid. So that kind of a parity will always mean that attrition will be high. The best minds will leave academia and join industries. Now, this is something which is not there in most European and North American countries, where you find that the payment which is made to the students or to the professionals engaged in academia is either at par or sometimes even higher as compared to the payment made to an industry professional. So this is an attitudinal problem, and this problem has to change. Otherwise, our best minds will never come to academia. Growth potential is also slow. Normally, you join as an assistant professor, then another 5 years to 8 years it takes to become a professor, associate professor, and then another 5 to 8 years it takes to become a professor. So not before the age of, maybe 45 or 46, you become a professor. As a result, the average pay, if you compare with the professional in the industry with the similar background, there is always a disparity, and about 40 to 50% less salary is paid to an academic with the same years of experience. Promotions are linked with research, although scope, time of opportunity is inadequate in most universities. You are asked to produce papers, you are asked to apply for patents, you are asked to get project funds, but where will you get them from? You are having 2 or 3 courses to teach. And for that, the institution and the management will pressurize you, and they will tell you, unless you teach, you will be thrown out. In 24 hours of day, you will not be able to get 36 hours. That is not possible. So at least if you leave aside 7 hours of sleep, about 7 to 8 hours of other personal jobs, cooking, etc., taken together, you are left out with only 7 hours to do your professional work. And those 7 hours, if you concentrate 3 to 4 hours every day, in teaching, you are left out with only 4 hours to do research. That's not enough. So it's like a double-edged sword, where on one hand, you have lack of faculty in numbers. On the other hand, you don't have the faculty given enough exposure to do research, enough opportunity to do research, so that their qualities are also becoming average. So you got to induct new academics, and you got to encourage them and give them the time, not only encourage, not a word of encouragement, but also give them time to do research. Maybe if you do research, they should be given less course load. Those who are doing research may be given some, academic off. They can take 1 semester, 2 semesters, 3 semesters off and do the research in a leading institutions and come back and produce papers. So these are certain things which out of the box you have to think, both the government institutions as well as the private institutions. No room for failure. Now this is something which is very interesting. In research, the golden rule is failure is a rule, success is an exception. You attempt 10 things, out of 10, 7 will fail, 3 will be successful, and you will be assessed on those 3, successful attempts. Remember, even Einstein could not make every attempt become successful. If he had applied for pedagogic need frightens many faculty to join. Recognition for excellent teachers is mostly absent in leading institutions even. So the curriculum is the last thing which I would like to touch upon. Visiting faculty, to circumvent the points, circumvent the problems, we have to have visiting faculty, adjunct faculty from industry, R&D. Government to encourage industries to sponsor and promote PhDs with tax rebates maybe. If you do PhD, you will be encouraged by giving a tax rebate for 3 years. Something like that, out of the box thinking has to be taken up by the government. Industries to set up R&D, and they have to engage academic institutions, professionals from academic institutions in running those R&D units, either in their own premise or in the premise of their parent institution, host institution. PG qualification may be considered for slightly higher starting salary by industries, which is now slowly coming, but still there is a gap. And partnership with ministries of railways, coal, steel and mining, IT, biotech, etc. Now, this is something where I can share my experience with you. When I was in UK, I was doing my postdoctoral research and I was teaching in the University of Bath in UK. I found there was quite a few actually, Chinese from Beijing, and I asked him what is the name of his university. He said Ministry of Petroleum. I was surprised. I said Ministry of Petroleum cannot be the name of an university. He said no, it is the Ministry of Petroleum which has sponsored a particular PhD research program where I enrolled and I did my PhD, and now I have come for doing my postdoctoral. So this is something which I got a tips from them, and probably the ministry can also think of it. Our government can also, those who are at the helm of affairs can think of it. Maybe the railway ministry will have some PhD programs sponsored in leading IITs and leading NITs and other institutions. where their candidates will come, they will do their PhD on a particular problem which the railway faces and come up with a solution and then go back and implement it in their own, environment. Coal, similarly, steel, IT industries, biotech, etc., etc. Early faculty induction programs we had, again, that was not very successful. Quality improvement program, limited success we had, only national level and state level foundations. Needs modification in rules because many of the QIP centers, they have been reported to get faculties from smaller engineering colleges who don't even get adequate leave. They are told that they will be on without pay leave. So if they go on without pay leave with a meager stipend, how will they survive? So that kind of thing is a problem. NPTEL, VSAT, web-based sources can be shared with smaller and less equipped institutions. This became very, very dominant during the pandemic years, particularly for the last 2-3 years, including this year. But this has to be explored more so that we get better teachers teaching the course and sharing their resources amongst the students. Virtual technology, special postgraduate programs, mentored by centers of excellence like IITs, ISCs, BITS Pilani, etc., and postdoctoral research. More liberal government funding, DST, FEAST, MODROBs, TechIP, etc., they are there. Private colleges need to spend fund for lab development. Now, again, that's a catch-22 kind of a situation where the private colleges will say that we don't have enough earning from the students, how will we spend? And the students will not come again because they find that the infrastructure is inadequate. So somewhere you have to break the shackle and maybe an initial investment is needed. And after that, slowly we will get the return. Industry has to be encouraged by tax relief to fund the laboratories, which was there in UK when I was doing there. There was a lab which was known as Cadence Lab. That Cadence Lab was totally funded by Cadence, and we never called it VLSI Lab. We called it Cadence Lab because it was funded by Cadence. Similarly, you can have a laboratory here which is known as Wipro Lab. Maybe you can have a laboratory in the name of Tata Lab for automobile engineering or something like that. This kind of out-of-the-box thinking is needed. During the first phase, 1947 to 50, institutions trained students on know-hows, dealt with practices. Post-World War II, phenomenal growth in the areas of science and technology, emphasis from engineering practice to engineering science. Electronics started in 1955. Now, I'm not going to give too much of details on this, but let me tell you the syllabus. Again, it's very important. Mathematics and science courses must be having 36 credits. Let us say 4 semesters, 80 credits is what is needed for graduation. So 36 credits of that should come from mathematics course, 3 mathematics course, 2 physics course, 1 chemistry course, 1 biology, and 1 earth science. Earth science means environment, etc., etc. Compulsory laboratory, you must have physics and chemistry, and sum total is 36 credits. Communication skills and humanities, 8 credits. You must have some courses on humanities, some courses in psychology, managerial behavior, psychosocial dimensions, pointed to green technologies must be also there. Compulsory engineering science, 12 credits, again, fundamental of computing, elementary electronics, engineering mechanics. This is irrespective of the discipline which you have. Even if you are a mechanical engineer, still you must have basic knowledge of electronics. Similarly, if you want to become a civil engineer, you still must know the basic fundamental of computing. Engineering practice, you must have manufacturing process to be taught across the discipline. And then engineering science option, 16 credits. Courses from the pool of thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, solid mechanics, transport phenomena, electrical engineering, elements of material science, geoscience, data structure, environmental studies, and so on, to 16 credits. So that leaves us with the compulsory professional courses, which we must have 36 credit, departmental electives, another 20 credits, and open electives, another 20 credits. So that makes the sum total of 88 credits which you need for graduation. So these are some of the thoughts which I thought I should share with you. I initially, about 1/3 of my time, I traced the history. The remaining 2/3 of my time, I spend on the present and what we have in future. So if you have to rise above the mediocrity, then we must emphasize on good curriculum, good infrastructure, good research facility, room for failure, and good environment for teaching and learning. One of the, I would finish my lecture with one of the quotes of Swami Vivekananda, once again, one of the greatest minds of 20th century and 19th century. Education is the manifestation of perfection already in man. Okay, so this is something which you must have the background, and you must keep it in mind. So I would like to skip this, and finally, since time is less, I would like to conclude this talk. Whatever you are doing, put your minds on it. Quote Swami Vivekananda, whatever you are doing, put your minds on it. If you are shooting, your mind should be only on the target. This is from the ancient story of Mahabharata, where Arjuna was asked, what are you seeing? What are you looking at? He said, I'm looking at the eye of the bird which I am supposed to hit. So you must have the target set in your mind and then go on doing, going to go for that particular target. So with this, I have come to the end of my lecture. And if you have anything to ask me, please feel free to ask.
Dear participants, if any queries or clarifications you require, you can come forward. So thank you, Dr. Deepankar sir, for explaining us the statistics, the scenario regarding the quality of academics, the Washington Acad, NBA, NAC, the industry, what is happening in industry and research, and the individuals who have shown their excellence in various fields, who are always inspiring us. Thank you once again, sir, on behalf of Best Innovation University and IFERP for accepting our invitation and addressing all our participants. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. It was my pleasure. If you have any queries, any of you, you can still ask me or you can email me and I'll be more than happy to react to it. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So participants, later on, if you have any clarification, we will be sharing the email of the keynote speaker. So you can write any queries if you have. So thank you. So dear delegates and participants, we are concluding the inaugural session here. And now the technical session is going to commence. And to judge your research work, the way of a presentation, we have the session chairs from Bharati Engineering, Science and Technology Innovation University. So we have the session chairs who will be interacting with you and assessing your research work and the way of presentation. So we are very glad to have our session chairs from Best Innovation University, Dr. Ramesh Babu Garu, the Dean of Engineering, Dr. Ramanujam Garu, Dean of Agriculture, who is the retired Principal Scientist from ICAR, Dr. Ranganath, Senior Professor, retired Principal Scientist from IIOR, and Dr. Ramesh M. Dr. Ramesh Garu, Associate Dean from Best Innovation University. I thank all the session chairs who have spared their valuable time. I know during the working of the university, it's very difficult to get the time, but thank you for sparing your valuable time and participating in this conference as the session chairs. Thank you, all the 4 members, all the 4 session chairs. Now a note to all the delegates. You will be given 8 minutes time to give your presentation about your research work and followed by 2 minutes questions. So all of you are requested to kindly be ready with your presentation in your respective laptops and do the screen sharing once immediately your name is called upon. So all the delegates have a very great time and all the best, because you are going to share what research work you have done to all of us. So please be cool. There is no need to be tensed for anything, because at the same time, when you improve your research, you should also improve your presentation skills. So have a good time. All the best. So over to Dr. Bhaskar sir and our dear session chairs. Thank you.
For technical session 1, so I invite first participant, Aisha Sebastian, to present the paper presentation.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, audible.
Okay, I'm trying to share the screen. Is the PPT visible, sir?
Yes, yes. Maximize, please maximize it and start your presentation.
Okay. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Aisha Sebastian. I'm a research scholar from the Department of Commerce, Christ University. And although I'm from finance background, my current research is on machine learning. I'm here to present a review paper on artificial neural networks for stock markets. So through this paper, what I intend to do is to examine the evolution process of prediction model for stock markets and discuss the most popular and recent among them, which is artificial neural networks. I have also reviewed the different input and output variables, the performance evaluation metrics, and the various hybrid models of neural networks. A critical contribution of our paper is that it guides scholars, investors, and even financial analysts to build an intelligent tool for stock market forecasting using artificial neural networks. Stock markets are very important barometers of how an economy is performing. This is because every major change in an economy is automatically reflected in its stock markets. So, if you look at the stock markets of a country, you can assess how well an economy is performing. Because of this, stock markets have always been an appealing area for the research community. And within that, stock price prediction is a highly sought after area. Financial forecasting is one of the very trending researches going on in the current market now. So when it comes to stock market forecasting, two basic theories existed in the first, which is EMH, efficient market hypothesis, and random walk. Both these theories but opined that stock markets do not follow any trend, and the current market price is an assimilation of all the available information. So both these theories concluded that stock markets, no matter what, stock prices or stock markets are unpredictable. But later, researchers proved that stock markets are indeed predictable, and with those researchers, two schools of thoughts came into picture. The first one being the fundamental approach, and the second one being the technical approach. In fundamental approach, you look at the numbers, you look at the financial statements, the balance sheet, the P&L account of a company to assess whether it is financially healthy and whether it has a future. In technical approach, the technical analysts believe that the market always follows a trend, which means that if you look at the historical prices, you can easily predict the future. So those were the primary two schools of thought which existed. Later, during the 80s, statistical methods started becoming popular. Now, traditional statistical methods are computing techniques which uses complex mathematical formulas to arrive at a result. But the problem with them was that they assumed linearity of the stock market data. But in reality, stock data is very complex and has a very high degree of noise. So that's when soft computing methods came into picture. during the 90s. Now, soft computing techniques are methods which uses artificial intelligence to arrive at results. The most commonly used soft computing techniques are fuzzy logic, machine learning, neural networks, genetic algorithms, and so on. So, and within that, neural networks are the most popular and most powerful method, and they have been widely used in the finance domain in the last decade. So this flowchart you see, this is the nutshell of the whole story I have been telling. Stock market prediction. On right, you have the efficient market hypothesis and random walk theory, which claim that stock markets are unpredictable. And towards the down, you have the fundamental, technical, statistical, and soft computing techniques. And I've also quoted certain studies which use these techniques to accurately predict the stock prices. Now, the objective of my study is to conduct a review of papers that use neural networks for successively for stock market predictions and to evaluate the input and output variables, performance evaluation measures, and different hybrid models to arrive at a conclusion. So an integrated review has been conducted and 70 papers which used artificial neural networks for stock market predictions were reviewed, and the papers were taken mainly from Scopus, Elsevier, IEEE, Google Scholar, etc. Now, like I said before, artificial neural networks have become a very popular tool in the finance domain, especially in the field of credit rating, bond rating, financial forecasting, etc. Basically, artificial neural networks are computing systems inspired by the biological neural network that constitute a human brain. They are designed to replicate the way a human brain would analyze and process any information. They are programmed so that computers can behave and act like human beings. So what you see here is the structure of a very simple basic neural network. Like you see, it has 3 layers: the input layer, hidden layer, and the output layer. A very simple explanation of a neural network would be, in the input layer, you feed the system with the inputs, which in turn goes to the hidden layer. That is where all the calculations, the processing, the analysis happen, just like your brain. And from the hidden layer, it goes to the output layer. And the output in this case would be the stock market or the stock prices. Now, artificial neural network for stock market predictions. Stock markets have ANNs, artificial neural networks, have become a top-rated tool in stock market predictions, and we have many studies which successfully use artificial neural networks for predicting the stock prices. This is the first aspect I have reviewed: input and output variables. So just if you remember the structure I just showed you, you have input layer and the output layer at the 2 ends. The most important and vital decision you make while designing a neural network is selecting the input and the output variable. That is, deciding what you want to feed to the network and what you want from the network. That is the input variable and the output variable. So the structure you see here is an assimilation of all the input variables that have been used in the past. It can be classified into 6. The most highly used input variable are technical indicators. Now, technical indicators are calculations or values which are arrived by making use of the historical prices and volume of shares. The second one would be the historical data of stock prices. That is the if you're trying to predict today's price, any data till yesterday is historical data. Then you have a combination of technical indicators and historical data at 8%. Then fundamental indicators at 11%. Fundamental indicators are the company's revenue, profit, expenses, and all quantitative metrics. Then you have a combination of fundamental and technical indicators at 7%. And then at last, historical data combined with volume or trend at 4%. So these are the most commonly used 6 input variables that have been used in the past for effective prediction of stock prices. Now, if you look at the output variables from the past studies, all the studies try to predict either the trend of an index or the open value or the close value. So all the studies proves that neural networks are indeed very powerful tools for developing prediction models. But like I said, majority of the studies only try to predict single outputs, either the trend or the open value or close value. And the second aspect I reviewed is the performance evaluation. Performance evaluation is a measure of the closeness of your actual and predicted value. Now you have designed a neural network, you have fed all the inputs to your system, the hidden layer has done all the calculations and has come out with an output. But you have to see how accurate your developed neural network is. For that, you have certain matrices. From literature, 6 major matrices were identified. That is, these matrices are used to find the difference between your actual value, actual output, and your predicted output. So what you see in this chart are 6 matrices identified. MSE, mean square error, root mean square error, MAE, MAD, MAP, and R. The final aspect I reviewed are hybrid prediction models. Now, hybrid, just like the word suggests, it is a combined prediction model. Now, under hybrid prediction model, you have 2 options. First is you can combine a machine learning model with another machine learning model. Like you have artificial neural network, you can combine it with other machine learning models like an SVM, support vector machine, or a decision tree, a random forest, a names classifier, and so on. So in the first method, you combine your neural network you have designed with another machine learning technique. Second method is you can combine the neural network you have developed with a optimization algorithm. Now, an optimization algorithm is a technique which you use to reduce your error. An error is, like I said before, the difference between your actual value and the predicted value, or actual output variable and the predicted output variable. So in a hybrid model, you can combine your firstly, you can either combine your neural network with other machine learning models, or second, you can either combine your neural network with a optimization algorithm. Those are the 2 hybrid prediction models. And the art of using a hybrid prediction model is not unprecedented. It is gaining popularity since the last few years, and studies have showed the superiority of this hybrid prediction model over a single method. Now, arriving at a conclusion, experiments have showed that soft computing techniques have outperformed conventional methods, conventional statistical methods, because of their higher forecasting accuracy. And even with high non-linear complicated data, soft computing techniques can predict with high accuracy. And within that, hybrid models are a noted and more accurate method. This is because when you use a hybrid model, you can combine the leverage of both the models and actually overcome the limitation of a single model. So first conclusion is that more prediction hybrid models could be made. The second one is that identification of suitable inputs is still an open problem. From the chart I showed, the most highly used input variable is technical indicator, the second being the historical data. So more studies combining the 2, I believe, would help us in getting more accurate results. That is the second conclusion. Now, third one, with regard to the output, most studies try to predict only single output, either the trend or the open value or the close value. But more studies which could predict multiple outputs could be used. By multiple outputs, what I mean is OHLC, that is open value, the high value, low value, and close value of the stock, along with the volume, could be tried to predict. So a hybrid model which combines historical data and technical indicators as inputs and which tries to predict multiple outputs, such a model could be developed. This is the conclusion I have arrived at. Thank you.
Any queries from the audience? Okay, Sebastian.
Yes, sir.
It's a literature survey.
Yes.
According to your survey, which methodology is better for prediction of stock market?
Which methodology, as in the type of prediction model?
Yes, prediction models. Which author proposed a very good model? Which author proposed a very good model in your view?
According to me, the hybrid prediction models are showing more results than a single model. So in 2020, you have I think Kumar and Kani, they proposed a hybrid model with regard to the Indian market, and I believe more studies could be done by adopting their model.
Okay.
Aisha, Sebastian, it is R or R square?
Evaluation metrics, sir.
Yes.
One second, sir.
In the prediction model, it is a R or R square?
It is R square, sir.
R square,
R square, sir.
Okay.
But you kept R only.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you so much.
So I invite our next participant, Rashmi Singh.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Please allow me to share my screen. Okay. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. My name is Rashmi Singh, and I am a PhD scholar from Management Department, GLA University. And I have prepared this paper with my co-authors, Dr. Nirbhay Mishra, who is an assistant professor at GLA University, and Akriti Saxena, who is a PhD scholar like me at GLA University. So the topic of my research is factor impacted tourism and hospitality sector during COVID-19 from an ethical point of view, which is an ethical perspective on HR preparedness and challenges. Wait a minute, sir. Okay, so let me start with the background of my study. So as we all know that COVID-19 has drastically affected businesses and industries worldwide. But the effect which are visible on tourism and hospitality sector due to restrictions on travel and lockdown were more pathetic. Even it has also impacted economy worldwide because tourism and hospitality sector contributes a lot to the economy. So therefore, my paper aims at addressing what were the challenges faced by HRM from the tourism and hospitality sector, of course, to deal with the pandemic situation and what were the challenges and preparedness tools they have used for the post-pandemic situation, that too from an ethical point of view. Moreover, my study has collected our primary data on which I have critically investigated that what were the factors which has majorly impacted tourism and hospitality sector during COVID-19. So my side of contribution to the study was that my study was quantitative and secondary as well. For secondary study, I have done a literature review based on what were the problems faced by tourism and hospitality sector, what were the post-pandemic preparedness tools they have, scheme policies, what they have used. And the primary study was based on quantitative data, which was, I have collected samples of 100 respondents through convenience sampling. And for the analysis of the data, I have used SPSS. So the implication of my study is that it will help industries and from hospitality and tourism industry to incorporate an ethical point of view to deal with the situations like pandemic. And the primary data will help the tourism and hospitality industry to know that what were the factors which impacted the tourism and hospitality sector during COVID-19. So the objective of my study is to identify the factors which has majorly impacted the tourism and hospitality sector. Now, before starting the study, primary data I have collected, I want to know that my scale is reliable enough or not for conducting the study. So for that, I have done a reliability statistics, and here, as you can see on the screen, the Cronbach alpha value is 0.8787, which is more than the desirable value 0.70, which depicts that my scale is reliable enough for conducting the study. And here the phrase processing summary shows that I've conducted data from 100 responses and respondents, and all 100 were valid. Now here is the descriptive statistics and correlation analysis. And here, as you can see on the screen, there are 3 values which is showing the total number of respondents. Here is the mean value of the my scale, and here is the standard deviation. So from this, we can analyze that the mean values here, the highest value, preferred value among the respondents is for low work ethics, and the second highest is low lack of preparedness, which is 3.91. So we can conclude here that the 2 major factors about which the respondents were majorly concerned were the low work ethics and lack of preparedness. Now the other 2 which the majorly affected the tourism and hospitality sector were less tourist confidence and travel restriction. Now the 2 least variables about which the respondents were concerned were the perception of travel at a risk and low workforce, because they are having the mean value below 2. So here below 3, sorry. Below 3. So these are the least 2 affected variables, and I have also tested the correlation of the variables, and the correlation was relevant. Now here is the KMO and Bartlett test of my study to see that the data I have collected is adequate enough for the conducting the study. So here the KMO value is 0.828, which is more than the threshold value 0.5. So I can conclude that the sample size is adequate for the study, and the significance of Bartlett test have shown that the value is 0.000, which is less than the 0.05. So the study is significant. Now the total variance table, we need to extract the values, initial eigenvalues, which is having the value more than 1. So we can conclude here that we are having 4 values which are having value more than 1. So here first one is having 4.7, second is 1.2, third one is 1.1, and fourth one is 1.0, and the cumulative variance of the last value is 67%. So I can conclude that it is good enough for the management researches. And these all the 12 items used in the scale will now further be distributed among these 4 extracted values. Now the conclusion of my study was that I have concluded that low work ethics and lack of preparedness was the 2 major factors about which respondents were worried, and the factors which has impacted the tourism and hospitality sector. And the secondary result of my research have concluded that there were few companies which have adopted the ethical perspective to deal with the pandemic, but major of the organizations were unprepared for the same. And therefore, there is a huge need to incorporate HRM, ethics in HRM. And the limitation of my study is that it is a small scale study which have incorporated 100 respondents, and it has only 12 measures. So for further studies, we can increase the data and measures of the questionnaire as well. Thank you. Any questions? Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So any questions? Any questions from scholars?
No, sir.
No questions. Then no questions. I invite our next participant, Madhumati.
Yes, good afternoon to all. Thank you, IFERP and Best Innovation University for the opportunity. My name is Madhumati. I am research scholar from Bharatiya in Engineering, Science and Technology Innovation University, Anantapur, AP. I am here to introduce my paper presentation on a study on work-life balance of women employees working in IT companies at Hyderabad. And the introduction to work-life balance, the role of can you hear my voice, sir? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, continue, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, the role of working women has changed throughout the world due to economical conditions and social demand. And the work-life balance is described an equal satisfied degree of engagement or fit among the person's multiple occupation in life. Women are working now and engaged in practically all the field of economical background and no longer responsible for household. And also there are increasing great opportunities global wise for the women employees of the Indian economy. Women earning contribution to the society has changed a lot. Here, IT industry professionals are having a great opportunities and working for so many companies in global wise and in India also. And they do have substantially compensations and night shifts culturally and socially transformed and result to work-life imbalance. So women in IT industries have changed a lot of lot of changes happening in their personal and lifestyles, especially women. The study conducted in Hyderabad, the data was collected from 100 working women employees in 5 different IT companies in Hyderabad. In my study, a regression model was used to analyze the data, and another was used to test my hypothesis. And here, I'm just going to discuss about my objective of my study. The study of the impact of organizational factors of work-life balance of women employee in IT companies. My hypothesis, I'm just taking 7 independent and dependable variables. That is, there is no impact of employee benefits on work-life balance of women employee. And second one is working hours. Third one is working life and also discard and workload. And fifth one is job related stress on work-life balance. Sixth one is leave policies, and last one is organizational support to the working women. In the yes, And my research design, my present study is descriptive in nature, and I've taken 100 sample of women IT employees, and the data used for the study is regression analysis and hypothesis tested for the ANOVA. And my sample of 5 IT companies located in Hyderabad, and there are Anov Technologies, Neha Solutions, KCM Solutions Private Limited, and S&P Global, and Spectro Science Software Solutions. And my data analysis had I've used a very important reliability test for my study to measure my questionnaire and tested my questionnaire by Crunchbunch Alpha for internal consistency and reliability of my questionnaire. I got 7.5 points, so it's a very good reliability and also having consistency of my questionnaire. So here I've analyzed my questionnaire and data through regression model and also analyzing the data by ANOVA. In this study, a large study happened on work-life balance and job satisfaction, stress, flexibility, and work assistance for women employees. And they need a healthy operational environment, and also they're giving options to the working employees in IT industry. And also they've been using so many testing models for my study. I found work-life balance is largely dependent on workplace stress, job satisfaction, flexibility, work assistance, and for female employees in all the industries, especially IT industry. Work-life balance rules will develop a healthy operational environment, and also it's a frequently due to the fact that achieving health-life balance may boost women employees in terms of their personal and professional lives. And also it reduces stress to the employees and also balancing their work environment in the organization. And the main what do you call the main that they have the lack of social time, that's the main cause, because they have to balance in both. The majority of women preferred flexible scheduling, supporting spouse, family, friends, as well as work environment and office environment, promoting and implementing a healthy life. Also work-life balance for women employees will improve their performance as well as organizational performance. The conclusion of my study: work-life balance is encouraging employees in so many ways. They started they came across so many policies in terms of welfare, health, and also they have to giving counseling to them, stress processes, and giving them so many other processes to the employees to improve their work-life balance. Work-life balance is not only a small concept; it's a very few. Is a complex what is called it is a complex topic and concept to encourage the employees the balancing at home, at workplace. And also the women employees are happiest when they can combine their professional and personal lives together. This is all about my conclusion, and I made 12 questions on my collection of data from 5 IT companies in Hyderabad, and I've taken so many bibliography from secondary and primary data. These are all about my study on work-life balance of women employee working in IT industry in Hyderabad. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Madhumati, for presentation. Any questions?
Madam, one question. You said that you have taken the data from 5 IT companies.
Yes, ma'am.
How many people, madam? That means how many women?
So 100, ma'am. 100 sample, ma'am.
100 samples. Okay. Did you take the data only from like how you have taken, ma'am? Like married and age factor. Did you consider all this?
Exactly, ma'am. If you see my questionnaire, if you see my questionnaire, it is already there, ma'am.
Okay. So you have collected from all types, all categories,
All
right?
categories of types, ma'am. Female and especially female only, and all married and unmarried, combination of both, ma'am.
Okay. What was the difference you felt, madam, between like a teenager, I mean almost 20, 25 years working in an IT company,
Exactly,
and
ma'am.
a woman of around 40 plus years working in an IT company?
Yes, ma'am. Women working, married women are balancing well compared to youngsters, ma'am, because youngsters have because they're coming from the, from BTech and MBA background and MCA background, they have a lot of what you call stress, because they cannot manage the stress because of their freshers to the industries. They want to understand the policies, then how to understand their personal life. There is a lot of difference will be there because they need to adopt the companies and the job roles. So I found that what married women are better than the youngsters, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Interesting study. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, one question. Ma'am, one question. What R square value? What R square value you obtained for your regression model?
Hello, sir. Sir, I'm not hearing some voice disturbance is there, sir.
Okay. What R square value you obtained for your regression model? Hello, Madhumati, can you hear me?
Sir, tell me, sir.
What R square value you obtained for your regression model?
764, sir.
How much?
0.764, sir.
Can you repeat again?
Sir, 0.764, sir.
0.17. Okay. What about the correlation value?
The correlation value is have different. That is the value have what you call. I can say they have taken 7 independent variables, sir. 7, sir.
Which one has the highest correlation?
I came across that employee benefits is the highest one, sir.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So, any questions? Okay. I invite our next participant, Kavita. I invite our next participant, Kavita.
Sir, I think we can move on to the next participant as she has to arrange some classes and come back.
Okay,
Please
ma'am.
move on to the next one, sir.
So I invite next participant, Shruti Sharma. Shruti Sharma. So,
Dear participants, we will be calling you 2 times. So even though you are not starting the screen sharing, at least kindly respond. Otherwise, we will move on to the next participant.
So our next participant is Raj Kumar.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Shall I share my screen, sir?
Yeah, yes.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, visible, Raj.
Yes, visible.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rajkumar Chavan. I am a PhD research scholar in Department of Commerce, Christ University, Bangalore. And my co-author is Dr. Sandil Kumar, Assistant Professor in Department of Professional Study, Christ University. And today's my topic for the presentation is testing the volatility and spillover effect between the whales cryptocurrencies, evidence from the emerging market. Let us talk about this study, about the background of the study. So what is basically a cryptocurrencies? As we know, it's a blockchain technology which having erupted from since 2009 and which is called as cryptocurrency, which is nothing but the recent financial assets which is came into the market, and technology which is come into this cryptocurrencies is called as blockchain, which is a decentralized ledger currency. And the person who holds the cryptocurrencies in the large amount, those are called as whales in the market. So basically when we see the title of my study is whales cryptocurrencies. So whales are nothing but those people who holds large amount of the supplies of cryptocurrencies in the market. And those whales are having a large influence in the Bitcoin cryptocurrency market. And this, what are the major problem statement about this study is that technological populism is one of the main important factor to determine the blockchain technology. Why it is? Because if you see the technological populism, there are people who have taken the advantage of having the number of benefits with them. Like for example, if you take at those people who know to use the technology and those who have well known about that, they creates a wealth in the market, which is called as technological populist. And those people who holds that number of large amount of cryptocurrencies, or we can say bitcoins, we call as whales. And these people have large influence, that is nothing but they manipulate the prices of the cryptocurrencies, and which is result as a elite. So elite is nothing but the manipulations of the prices of cryptocurrencies by taking the number of investments into the cryptocurrencies market. So what is the main objectives of my study is basically whether those whales who holds large amount of cryptocurrencies has any impact on the cryptocurrency market, as well as to check whether there is any kind of price volatility is impacting in the crypto exchange market or not. As well as I also check in this study whether there is any spillover effect is available from one cryptocurrencies to another. So like this, based on my objectives of the studies, I found there are 10 major currencies are there which is having highest number of supplies in the cryptocurrencies market, and those 10 currencies are nothing but which are trading in the crypto exchange market. So for my research methodology, I use completely secondary data, and these are 10 cryptocurrencies which I took, which is including Bitcoin is also one of the currencies, cryptocurrencies in the whales, because Bitcoin has the highest number of supplies as compared to other currencies. And this data has been taken for this study is from 1st January 2019 to 31st December 2020. And I found there are 10 major cryptocurrencies are there which are holded by the whales people, and whales are people those who have the highest number of holdings of cryptocurrencies. I use the tools like DCC Garsh model, which is a multivariate class model to check the spillover effect from one cryptocurrencies to another. Basically, I want to know the person who is holding highest number of cryptocurrencies in the market, which is whales, whether that whales currencies has any spillover effect on other currencies or not. So this was the major result of major contribution to my research paper. And what is the social implication of this study is, because as we know, I took the data from 1st January 2019 to 31st December 2020. We can also identify what was the major impact and trend happened in the cryptocurrency market, whether it was after 2019 or not, or before 2020. Next, the study is limited, the limitation of, because I took 10 cryptocurrencies which are based on the investment and made by the whales people, and the period of the study is 2019 and 20. So this is a summary statistics of the cryptocurrencies. These are the 10 currencies, cryptocurrencies, which are holded large amount of supplies by the whales like Zcash, XRP, VeChain, Tezos, Tether, Binance Coin, Ethereum, Bitcoin, and Bitcoin Cash arrogance. So if you look at this probability value, let us come to the JB test and probability value, which talks about the normality of the cryptocurrencies since the data is taken daily basis for the past 2 years. So Jack-Barra test alpha value, which is p value, which is showing at 0.00, which is nothing but significant at all the level of currencies. Correlation, if we look at the correlation matrix among those 10 cryptocurrencies market, Zcash and XRP has 0.6 set of correlations, as well as VChain 6.2. If you look at among this, highest number of correlation is among Zcash and Bitcoin Cash, as well as Ethereum, which is having 0.76 of correlations. Next, as we know, to compare and to know the DCC-Garch models, we have to first check the stationarity test of the cryptocurrencies. So all the 10 currencies, I have checked the stationarity. Stationary means where the mean and variance are constant, to be constant. So I use the ADF test, which is nothing but augmented Dickey-Fuller test, to check the stationarity, as well as Phillips-Boron test. So at 5% significance, it shows that all the currencies are stationary. Okay. So if you look at this particular graph of the cryptocurrencies, these are the 10 cryptocurrencies based on that. So as we see, that market of the movement in the currencies are not constant. It means there is a high fluctuation, there is a low fluctuation, means the mean is not constant, the variance is also not constant, it is a non-stationary. So to convert into the stationary, we have to use ADF test to convert into the stationarity by taking the difference as well as log values. So this is a D trend, and we can see there are a lot of breaks is happening in the cryptocurrencies, and majority of the breaks we can see in the 2019 onwards. Post March 2019 onwards, and there is a sudden jump is also happening. So we can also find out that there is a multiple breaks also, as well as the series is non-stationary. This particular series has to be converted into the stationary. So this is the stationary values of all the 10 cryptocurrencies, which is held by majority of the whales, and whales are the people who hold highest number of cryptocurrencies. So I have converted the non-stationary, this is a non-stationary, into the stationary by taking the log values as well as the differences. Next, based on the stationary, we can go to the next model, that is ARIMA model, autoregressive integrated moving average model, which helps to forecast the prices of the cryptocurrencies whales. So if we can see here, first Zcash is one of our cryptocurrencies. I have used the model ARMA model, that is nothing but ARMA model 1.1. We can say AR is autoregressive. Autoregressive means past its own lag value has its influence on the prices, and MA is moving average, means past errors and current error has the influence on the prices of the currencies. So based on that, we can see the P value is significant in case of Zcash, XRP, VChain, Tezos, Tether, and Bitcoin Cash, Binance coins. It means that there is a high chances of predictions of the prices in the future also. But in case of Ethereum, there is no prediction. The R square also it's saying very strong, and AIC, SC, and Hanan coin value, which shows the error value, which is nothing but 5.096, and in case of SC, it is 5.11, Hanan coin 5.10. The least value, if you see the AIC, which is nothing but it has errors, has its own influence on the prices. Next, once we've done the ARIMA models, I have checked the arch effect in each currencies, and the null hypothesis of arch effect says that there is no arch effect. Alternate hypothesis says that there is an arch effect. So how do we consider the arch effect? Based on the P value. Arch is nothing but autoregressive conditional heteroscedasticity, nothing but to check the volatility among the cryptocurrencies. So it means if we see in Binance coins, the P value is more than 5%, means there is no arch effect, means there is no conditional volatility in the prices of the Binance coins. But if you see in Ethereum, Tether, and Tezos, the R square, the P value is less than 0.05, means there is an arch effect, as well as in XRP. So if there is no arch effect, we cannot go for Garch effect. Then no, we cannot go for DCC Garch also. If there is an arch effect, we can go for DCC Garch effect model. So we can see in Ethereum, we can found there is an arch effect. So based on this P value, we have found out the Garch value also. So if we can see here, variable Ethereum, very important is alpha and beta. Alpha talks about the arch effect and beta talks about the Garch effect. So the P value is less than 0.05 in case of alpha and beta, means there is a volatility is going to continue in case of Ethereum. So it means if there is a high fluctuation happen in Ethereum, the volatility is going to be continued. And as well as in Tether, the alpha value, which is again point less than 0.05, and beta means there is a volatility is there. As well as Tezos, we have to look at the alpha and beta, because ARMA models, we can, this particular constant value and ARMA we can ignore, but main alpha and beta value, if it is a significant, means there is a volatility is going to be continue, as well as same in case of XRP. Now, how do we understand that whether the volatility is going to be continued and decay over a period of time? So if we look at the graph of this particular Ethereum, Tether and Tezos and XRP, the value of the graph shows that it is a symmetrical. So it's a graph shows from it is a symmetrical means, and as well as the ACF value also it is getting decayed. So if you look at the up, this the red line is the upper limit, this is a lower limit, and all the values are falling within the upper and lower limit, means there is a volatility is going to be continued and it is going to decay. It's going to be reduced over a period of time. So same in case of other currencies also, we can see there is a, it's a symmetrical Garch model, means based on Garch 1-1 model, which is a symmetrical Garch model. By looking the graph, it shows symmetrical curves, as well as the volatility is also decayed in case of autocorrelation functions. And let us, once the Garch effect is continued and we confirm that there is a Garch effect, we can go for DCC Garch. What is DCC? It's a dynamic conditional correlation, which shows the spillover effect from one currencies to another. So as we see, Bitcoin does not have any kind of Garch effect here, because the P value was more than 0.5%. So we found that Ethereum is the second largest supply of currencies after Bitcoin in the whales. So I took Ethereum as one of my base currency to check the spillover effect. So if you look at here, it's a DCC 1-1 Garch model, PQ model we also called as. So here, the DCC A1 and DCC B1, the last value of joint DCC A1, DCC B1, which is 0.02 and 0.94. Always DCC A1 and B1, which is nothing but arch and Garch, it should be less than 1. If it is less than 1, it shows that the time varying volatility. And also the P value is 0.00, which is less than 0.5. Means the null hypothesis says that there is no short-term and long-run spillover effect from Ethereum to other currencies. Since we can say the P value is less than 0.05, it means there is a short-run spillover effect as well as long-run spillover effect from Ethereum to other cryptocurrencies. So finally, this was the result of the conclusions, and we found that there is a high spillover effect from Ethereum to other currencies, because Bitcoin did not find to be a arch effect, so we cannot use for it to check the spillover effect. And but among all the 10 currencies, Bitcoin has the highest market capitalizations. So volatility is one of the major things can be used by the portfolio management as well as the other investors to check the short run and lingering spillover effect in the cryptocurrencies for the future investments. So this is a major significance importance for this study in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Rajkumar, for the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
So any questions from scholar side? So I have few questions.
Yes, sir.
The source of the data which you got?
Secondary data, sir, from the investing.com.
Okay. And how many variables you considered for the dynamic condition for correlation?
All this one, sir. I'll show you this one.
Okay.
Can you see, sir?
Yeah.
So here, first is Ethereum. Because I want to check, because Ethereum is the second largest supply of cryptocurrencies after Bitcoin. So here Ethereum I took as a base and other currencies as my other variables. So does any spillover effect is there from Ethereum to BT Cash, Binance coins? So like this, all the variants I taken over, sir, here.
So which software you have used for this?
RStudio, sir.
RStudio. Okay. So what is the Arch and Gar effect, that one?
Here you can see, sir. Yes, sir. So here Arch is nothing but it will tell you whether is there any auto-regressive conditional heteros. It is a mean univariate model, but Garch is a multivariate model. So I use DCC Garch model over here to check the volatility and the spillover effect.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So any questions?
Hey, Rajkumar.
Yes, sir.
Means Bitcoin mining requires large computing power.
So can you repeat the question?
What will be the impact of cryptocurrency in climate change sustainability?
Climate change sustainability, I have no idea about that, sir. My
Why?
study
Because
is all
in Bitcoin, in mining cryptocurrencies,
there is a because of yes sir. In that case, Bitcoin is a purely because to mine the cryptocurrency, it required a lot of consumptions of electricity. And it is because if we see, look at the importance of this is that more consumptions of power required and more resources are required because and when we mine it again, technology is involved more. So there it is a one kind of limitations over here.
Okay. Why the value of cryptocurrency is varying drastically, especially for Bitcoin?
So Bitcoin, as I told, is one of the highest circulating currency in the crypto exchange market. If you look at total market capitalization of Bitcoin, it's in somewhere in the trillions. And if you look at the total supply, out of that, 40% of more than the supply of cryptocurrencies is Bitcoin. And there are, because since it started 2008, so the number of supplies of currencies of Bitcoin is high. And as well as if you look at the total market cap is also high as compared to other. And there is a huge prices or volatility because of the influence of the whales, we can say one of the whales. And there are around so many American businessmen and some peoples who holds these Bitcoins, and their influence, if they decide to buy or if they decide to sell, there is a large chunk of impact significance. It is getting volatile. So it's a very volatile, highly volatile as compared to stock market because of the everyday changing in the prices and the everyday influence of the economic policies and other government significant impact in the worldwide, because it is not specifically related to one country. Worldwide, if any changes happens or any kind of regulations take into the picture, there will be a kind of fluctuation happens. Like in India, we are going to start now. There is already discussion is happening to be regulations to be brought for the Bitcoins and crypto exchange market. So that also can be one of the, we can say the prices fluctuation happens over there.
Okay, right, Rajkumar.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rajkumar.
Thank you, sir.
So I invite our next participant, Shruti Sharma. Shruti Sharma is there? Shruti Sharma. Or Kavita? Okay, we will move to next participant. Harshita.
Yes, sir, I am here.
Yeah, yeah.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Kindly share your presentation.
Technical.
Rashmi Singh, please mute your microphone.
Harshita. Harshita, are you there?
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, audible.
Yes, audible.
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir.
Share your presentation.
Okay. Sir, screen is visible. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Yeah, visible.
Okay. I am
Okay,
Harshita
start.
Sangwan, and I am here to represent my paper for review. And actually, before presenting, I want to share something that I am feeling very complex before presenting this screen. Actually, I have not because now at that time I am in a hospital for a surgery, but I want to present my paper. So I make my best efforts to present it here. So my topic is digital consumer communication, which is prepared by me, Dr. Harshita Sangwan, and my guide, Dr. Mr. Mukesh Garg, sir. So first of all, I want to share my abstract. So you can see that since the beginning of the new technologically vibrant millennium, the new digital communication technology have been constantly transforming marketing dynamics and consumer behavior. And from the beginning of the era, there are a lot of types of communication to convey our thoughts and our views to other persons. So at that the present time, that is an digital era. So today there is no matter whether you are at home, media is a part of every minutual of everyday's life, and we are living a post-digital age. So in that case, if we are talking about the consumers, that consumers are also digitalized. They want to know that what is the products that beyond the boundaries of a state, of a country, and they want to know about that what are going on in other business areas of that, like different countries. As the trajectory of 21st century begins to take shape, no other single issue has higher potential, greater challenges, or wider. Takes a lot of initiatives for the justice and protection of consumer in that digitalization area. Now I am talking about the objective of my study, and the objectives of that study is the benefits of digitalization for consumers and business firms both. So that is the first objective, and the second one which I want to find out that how big business firms deal with this situation, or we can say that dealt with this pattern of communication. And if we are talking about only big businesses, it is not justified with the small scale industries, because we are living in India, that is a developing country, and small scale industries has a key role in that. And with the help of small scale industries, many small shopkeepers which run a lot of shops near dear around us, like that grocery shops, medical shops, a lot of stationery shops. So what are the impact of digitalization of consumer communication on that? That is the objective of my study. So the method which I used to complete my study, actually for big business firms, I use a telephonic conversation. Actually, I used to call it consumer relation cells of these business firms. And if I am talking about the small scale industries, I have visited two industries that is near to my city. The first is Gold Tech Private Limited. This industries deals with furniture and wooden items, and the second one is LN Private Limited, that is dealt with LEDs and electrical equipments of our daily use. So methods like I prepared a questionnaire for completing my study. So now we are moving to our study. That is the description of my paper. This paper contributes to existing marketing literature by offering a framework that integrates various expressions of consumer behavior in digital media and forms of consumer power. So the myriad developments of digital technology have brought tsunami storm surge in the shopping parasitism and adapting to the ongoing digitalization. Now you can say that in every area, even in every villages, there are at least 1 or 2 or 10 or more than families which use a digitalization method of shopping. They used to shop groceries and other items by the way of digitalization, like online shoppings. And today we see a lot of promotion ads in different TV television broadcasting, like different like clothes and jewelries, and a lot of these ads. The woman who is unable to move to the market, she interact just with these ads and try to convey. After that, the customer relationship management literature recognize the long run value of potential and current customers. Companies is now increasingly focused on managing the major challenges of like that consumer relationship. They set up a lot of consumer grievance cells, like consumer centers. It's a time of near about 20 years ago, when we are talking to wait for like 1 and 2 hours to connect with the consumer, like that to consumer representative. But nowadays we can connect in 2 or 3 months. That is a benefit which companies like that companies thinks that it is necessary to deal with the digital consumer. So digital consumer communication is the most challenging transformation for every business. In encountering today, more and more brands are waking up in the transition and they are preparing for services oriented shifts from product design and like that to R&D communications. So there is a small common omni digital communication channel. You can see here, they can use the text messages format, the emails, the social media applications, in-app messaging, and Google My Business, live chat. And actually, I am coming to that platform by a digital media. I searched it from Google, and now that's the reason that why I'm here presenting my paper. So it is very important for everyone, like that consumer and the industries, and that are the keywords which are related to my abstract, like the digital communication, consumer empowerment, brand attitude, digital media. And if we are talking about the conclusion, digital consumers are redefining consumer mindset, pattern for purchase and decision making and organization. They have a lot of choices. They have a lot of platforms. That time are gone when they are only at a particular shop and he is bound to purchase items from there. Now they can purchase our item from everywhere, where he wants, where he get good price, where he get good deal, where he get best things. They can deal everywhere. And in developing the 21st century workforce, it is important to understand that your clients are already using more avenues that ever to reach out of you. So it is a well-known thing that the internet and social media are the best example for digitalization of our world, and that is the need for 21st century skills. The consumers merely thinking, he uses critical thinking after seeing the ads. He uses collaboration. He just evaluate the items, which website provided in less payment and which charges more for that service. So it is the important for every business firm to attain that situation and to act according to the developing time. So thank you. Can
Thank
you
you.
hear me?
Yeah, thank you, Arshita.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. I thought that the network was gone again.
No. So any questions? Now it's a questions time.
Thank you.
So any questions?
Arshita?
Okay,
yes, sir.
So, okay. Go ahead, sir.
Yes. What are the social media applications which were used for your study or research?
Actually, sir, I am using like YouTube's and the consumer redressal numbers, from where I got this institution's number. I Google it and then I found the contact number, and then I found a chain to contact you. So according to this, this survey, I used a lot of time is like that. I use it a lot of organizations. I first of all Google that, I found the consumer grievance cell contact number, and then I talk like that I am a consumer and I have a grievance regarding your product and your company, and then how they treat me. I observe these things, and after that I told him that I am a research scholar and I want to know about that how you deal with your consumers. Are you manipulate him or help him eagerly?
Okay, right. Nowadays, a lot of social media applications are there, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook.
Yes,
Why don't you
yes,
consider
sir.
all these social media applications for the digital
No, sir.
communication or
I
consumer
I
communication?
consider these applications. I consider.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What are the digital challenges in consumer communications?
Sir, in point
Digital
of view, business
challenges.
firm or a consumer?
Business In
Okay,
point
sir.
of view
In the
business.
point of view of business. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Please repeat.
Yes, you continue.
Sir, actually, please repeat your question, last words, which you
Yes.
are trying to speak.
Digital challenges in consumer communications.
In the point of view of business.
In the point of business only.
Okay, sir. Actually, sir, that's the time where every consumer has an digitally equipped internet phone connectivity, and Google launches a feature that is Google Voice Services. So the consumer who cannot type their query, he can ask to Google. Business firms needs to know that every consumer take a knowledge product is different from the different companies and compare it. And if you don't treat him like, if you don't treat his grievances on priorities, then he move to another company because he have a lot of options. So business firms take this as a challenge if they want to bound their consumers with him, like that, sir. Mobile portability options, if you don't serve your consumer best, they move to another company for that.
Okay, right, Harshita?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you, Arshita.
Thank you, sir.
So I invite our next participant, Abomi Solomon. Abomi Solomon is there?
I'm here, sir. Good morning from here. It's
Yeah.
morning in Nigeria. Good afternoon to everybody there.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. Hello. Good morning once again. Am I audible enough? Hello.
Yes, you are audible. You can start.
Yes.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I'm presenting.
Yes,
I'm presenting a work. I'm presenting a work on intellectual property violation in Nigeria, looking at the pedagogical aspect of it. Based on presentation in the research today, we will all agree that intellectual property has come to stay, and it has four major parts of business assets. So it should therefore be a concern to both people in academics, business owners, and property valuers. And that's why this topic is coming up. I am a PhD candidate at Covenant University in Nigeria here. I also work as lecturer and currently the HOD of Moshood Abiola Polytechnic in Abeokuta. From my abstract, it is clearly showing what this work is trying to do, just to do a review of academic curricula of various institutions and professional bodies that regulate and certify people to practice as valuers in Nigeria. IP basically implies creation of the mind for which properties are created, recognized, and owned. By implication, you can own your intellectual property and disallow somebody to use it. You can sell it, you can lease, you can do different things with it. An example of copyright, intellectual property are copyright, trademarks, patents, design, and trade secrets. They come out in form of literary work, artistic work, musical work, even symbols and phrases and signs.
22 artificial intelligence
Some of the diagrams of types of IP are presented here. You can see a patent that shows how a clock works, and we can see a trademark of different forms of company globally. By way of introduction, I've said it before, that intellectual property, which I'll be calling IP over time now, is a major part of business assets that are intangibles. And like I said, it has been observed that it can be sold, it can be leased, it can be mortgaged, it can be used for different purposes, just like the tangible assets, like motor vehicle, plant and machinery, land and buildings. This graph is telling us the growth of intellectual property, particularly intangible assets, which IP is one of them, over time from 1975 to 220. We discovered that as at 220, intangible assets is taking about 90% of business assets globally of the S&P 500 companies market value. So this should give should bring something to our mind as people in academics, as valuers, so as to be able to help shape the way business grow all over the world. Like I said, it's still the same thing, that it has some larger part of business assets. That business, the valuation should therefore be of concern to us. And it is obvious in Nigeria that our training is both of tertiary institutions and both of professional, because there are provisions for you to you may not have attended any tertiary institutions like Polytechnic or university, because you still become a chartered property valuer. That you do through professional institutions. And as such, the method I'm using is to do a review of curricula of a federal university, of a federal polytechnic, of a state-owned polytechnic, and of a professional institution. All of them are based in Lagos. And we are aware that Lagos is the main economic base of Nigeria. And that is why those schools were chosen for a review. And the results that this study basically found out was that in all the valuation courses, right, not less than 10 valuation courses, both at the polytechnic, at the university, and at the professional institutions level, it was only the evaluation of goodwill that was specifically mentioned. And intangible assets is divided into goodwill is one aspect, while those ones that can be valued are actually, that can be traded with is one aspect. So it was only at a particular level at the polytechnic that valuation of goodwill is mentioned. So it shows that something needed to be done about the curricula of institutions, both professional and academic institutions that train property valuers in Nigeria. So these bodies, there's a body we call NIAVS, Nigeria Institution of Asset Surveyors and Valuers. That is the body that provides training and certification. And the SRABON, that is the regulatory body that registers somebody to qualify as an asset surveyor and valuer. So the task ahead of them is to be sure that they include and improve, they include valuation of intellectual property in the curricula of the tertiary institutions and professional bodies that trained property valuers, and so that they can be able to qualify and meet up with the trend of things now. We are in the age of artificial intelligence, we're in the ages of innovation, we're in the ages of computer, in the ages of internet, that things are done without even physical assets. So by implication, the determination of the value of this asset should be of great concern to all of us in academics, because that's where the training starts from. And that's the conclusion of this work. Thank you. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you,
yes, sir,
for the presentation. So any questions? So, okay, thank you. So I invite.
You're welcome, sir.
So I invite our next participant, Shruti Sharma. Shruti Sharma, are you there? So, okay, I invite our next participant, Kavita.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Kavita, go ahead.
I'm sharing my presentation.
Yeah.
Sir, is it visible?
Yeah, no. No, share.
Sir.
Maybe some network
Sir,
issue.
వాళ్ళు కూడా బీటెక్ అంతా ఇచ్చేస్తారు.
You have to
బీటెక్
do
అనమాట
the
ఇది
screen sharing.
ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్.
Have you done it?
అవును, మర్చిపోయిన వాళ్ళని నేను అసలు.
Yeah, ma'am. Actually, I'm trying, but it's showing like from.
Share. Press the button, share.
First year, second year separate పెట్టండి సార్ బీటెక్. సార్ ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ డేటా అంతా రాసేయండి పైన. బీటెక్ ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ నంబర్ ఆఫ్ స్టూడెంట్స్ పెండింగ్ ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ సెపరేట్.
Kavita. Kavita, you there?
Kavita, unmute your microphone was muted.
Sir, I think we can go for the lunch break, and then if she is willing to present, we can have it in the afternoon session.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am. So we'll all meet at 2 o'clock. 2 p.m.
Actually, in mute, it is there, ma'am. I didn't say in. So.
Okay. Are you ready, ma'am? Now?
Yeah. Without presentation, can I, ma'am? Actually, it is not getting shared. Here, the very low signals. So it is.
Okay, madam. No problem. Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah. Very good afternoon, one and all. I'm here, Kavita Kote, research scholar from Best University. Now, I would like to give a presentation on my research area, which I have presented a paper in IFERP. First of all, I would like to say why I have selected these area. I want to do a best in my research, like all the controlling in cost control, labor, how they are facing the problems in where they are working in a machinery areas and everything. So my research area objectives are the main purpose of my study is to provide with a basic understanding of green HRM to the readers and who are working in the industries. Highlights of different significant work on the green human resource management by all the workers all together, even employees too. Even I would like to elaborate on various green practices that can be incorporated for building a green workplace. Even attempt to suggest some green initiatives from human resources. My research methodology is the study is primary based upon the secondary data for these extant literature related to my topic from different databases, websites, and other available sources were collected. I have collected. A systematic review of collected literature was done in detail in my research paper. Presentation there. And first, before these all, what is green HRM? What is green HRM, human resource management? It is a term has become the buzzword within the business field. At present, its significance in increasing manifold with the passage of time. The term has also secured a position as a hot topic. It's a recent research work awareness. It's all about the environmental management and sustainable developments. It should be increasing in race day by day all around the globe. Today, all the topic, it is all about the green HRM. It's awareness. About organizations and the employee within the prospects. Even it is like even in HRM, we can also make some practices like directly responsible to creating green workforces, understand what is hygiene, how they need to initiate these all the policies. Appreciation should be done in organizations, practices, initiativeness, maintenance, its green objective all throughout the HRM process. It is all about the recruiting process, hiring, training, compensation, developing, and also advising the firm's human capital. It is all about even need for green HRMs are like last 2 decades of our country witnessed a enormous needs of realistic environment management. Even these effort was undertaken since damaging effects, different pollutions along with the industrial wastage. So I would like to conclude most of the manufacturing units they're not bothering about the wastage. It may be power consumption, it may be a labor work measurements or as a time need, whatever, raw material, resource utilization, wherever. That should be controlled. So that we'll having much resources for future generations. This is my conclusion. Thank you. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, madam.
Sir, thank you, sir.
So any questions? Any questions? So no questions. Okay. So time for lunch break. So we'll all back at 2 p.m. So technical session 2 will start at 2 p.m.
Okay, sir.
Dear participants, so we will be continuing our technical session sharp at 2 o'clock. So all the participants and delegates who will be presenting the papers. So all of you, I think you know the schedule. So be ready with your presentation in your laptop. Once we call your names, you are supposed to do the screen sharing. So kindly take a break and assemble back sharp at 2 o'clock to the Zoom meeting. Thank you all.
చెప్తాను మేము కొంచెం ఫస్ట్ ఆ పిల్లకి పెట్టేయండి తెప్పిద్దాం.
हाँ जी सर, डाल दी थी सर। पिक्चर्स नहीं मिली है, पिक्चर्स नहीं मिली है, नहीं तो प्रिंट आउट चाहिए।
అందరికీ అలో ఇచ్చినారా సార్?
Very good afternoon and welcome you all back to the two-day international conference on research and innovation in science, technology and management, organized by Best Innovation University in association with IFERP. We will be starting the technical session 2 in a few minutes. So I request all the delegates to be ready with your PowerPoint presentation and start doing the screen sharing once we call your name. I also would like to invite back our session chairs, all the 4 session chairs, and also our event coordinator and PhD program coordinator of Best Innovation University, Dr. Bhaskar sir also.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon.
Yeah, over to Dr. Bhaskar sir.
Good afternoon to all. So, welcome to technical session. Welcome to technical session 2. So, chairperson will be the Dr. Ramanujam sir, Dean of Agriculture, and second chairperson will be Dr. Ranganath sir. He is a senior professor of Best IU, and third, Dr. Ramesh Maitre, Associate Dean of Agriculture, and fourth, Dr. Ramesh Babu, Dean of Engineering. So I invite the next participant, Tian O, for the presentation.
Dr. Bhaskar Rao, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible. Sir.
Before starting the first presenter, I just like to introduce about this session for 1 minute. Can I do that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon and welcome back to this session on agriculture and biotechnology. As you know, this agriculture and biotechnology is one of the important branches of the sciences, which has immensely contributed to the agriculture production in terms of providing sufficient food for the growing populations of the globe. And also it has immensely contributed for the medicine, that is the human health. So there are quite a good innovations in this field, which have resulted in a very good agricultural animal husbandry production that is taking care of the food of the not only the human beings, but also the animals associated with mankind. With this introduction, I request the presenters to confine the presentation for 8 minutes, which is allocated by the organizers, and be crisp in your presentation, and please confine to the time. There are 13 presentations which will cover all these 3 fields, that is agriculture, health sciences, and environmental sciences. Please confine to the time allocation. We have 13 papers. It's quite time consuming. Please confine to your time allocated. Okay, thank you very much. Now you can call the first speaker. Mr. Kyo, are you ready
Yes.
for the presentation?
Hello, everyone. Did you hear me? Hello? Did you hear me?
Yeah, please proceed. We can hear you.
Okay. Namaste. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Major Jordan from the Myanmar Air Force Aviation Weather Services, and I also the PhD candidate from the Nanjing University Information Science and Technology. And today I would like to share my research in the annual influence of the El Niño La Niña and our Indian Ocean dipole over Myanmar Southwest monsoon rainfall distribution. It's also likely with the the Southwest monsoon season, June, July, and August and September. Climate variability and sustainability, the periodic temperature and rainfall has under great attention worldwide today. Also, the magnitude of this climate variable change with the variation in position and location and the time. Spatial and temporal heterogeneity rainfall is significant from both a scientific and a participant standpoint.
Mr. Kya,
analysis of spatial.
Will you please share your presentation?
Okay.
Do you have a presentation, PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. He's sharing, sir. He's sharing.
But we are not able to get it here. I think there is some problem.
I think that I already shared the screen, sir.
You shared, sir, but we are not able to see. I think you have some network issue.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Okay. Yeah, we will talk to the, yeah, right. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. Now I'm able to get it. Right. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Analysis of the spatial temporal variability of the rainfall has entered the consideration attention today age. So this my study aimed to define the interannual variability and associated ocean and atmospheric pattern of the Myanmar during the 1981 to the 2022 to understanding the variable of the summer monsoon rainfall, because which is the great importance in the economy of the Myanmar, because June, July, August, September is the summer monsoon plantation season. What is the main economic sector of our country, including the our South Asia and India also. Sour monsoon wind are the synodic scale system embedded in the global circulation system, and Indian Ocean SST sea surface temperature and Pacific Ocean sea surface temperature are the key factor what play the rainfall distribution in our region. Therefore, I study this research. This is my study area, the Myanmar, and it's situated in the tropical climate region, and it is found on the north by the China, on the west by the India and Bangladesh, and on the east by Thailand and Laos, India. and in the south, the Bay of Bengal and the Andaman Seas. Annual rainfall pattern they always occur AC in the very northern part of Myanmar and the southern part of Myanmar, and the less rainfall in the middle region by the annual climatological analysis. In my research, I use rainfall observation data from the 79 mass station, and I use the reanalysis global rainfall data from the GPCP, and other the large-scale atmospheric parameter data from the ECNWF server from EIA, 5 reanalyzed data for the OLR, two component wind, sea level pressure, and SST. And I use that temporary for my research as 1981 to 2021, and use the spatial for the global scale. And I also analyze this with the open source language and the IBM SPSS application for the statistical analysis, and CDO climate data operator software for the analysis. According to the statistical hypothesis thesis, the correlation or standardized monthly rainfall based on the EIA5 and observation station rainfall data set. Two data sets are averaged over on the longitude 92 degree east and 103 degree east, and latitude 10 to 30 degree north during the 1981 and 2010. And it results as the R value is the 0.9 and nearly the 1.0 is very strong correlation with the its significant value is the less than the 0.05. So we can define as the definitely the reanalysis data can be carried on for the other research. And then I analysis use the empirical orthogonal function EOF analysis for the decomposition of the rainfall distribution over the Myanmar region, and it showed that the dominant mode of rainfall, the variability over Myanmar are present in the EOF1 and EOF2 in as shown in figure. The EOF1 show a variance is 37.2 degree %, and the EOF2 showed 50.1%. It's two single mode of the variability with strong loading with the northern and southern coastal region, while EOF2 the shown a clear pattern, positive, negative, and positive pattern in the over the Myanmar. And also I analyzes the principal component, but the time series and the rainfall, the annual rainfall time series. It also showed the highly correlation 0.9 and the significant value less than the 0.05. So the BC2 principal component 2 is the highly significant with the annual rainfall research. From this research, I got that the standardized anomaly exceeding plus or minus 1 years. The research showed that each positive year, the strong year is 1982, 87, 1991, 1994, 1995, and 2080. It is the strong positive year. It can be assumed as a wet year. And the negative week, the -1, 1981, 1989, 1992, 1991, 2001, 2010, 2060, and 2020 are the below the normal. It can be assumed as a dry year. From the result of the previous time series analysis, I got the wet year and the dry year for my analysis during the 1981 to 2022. In the wet year, it can be seen the positive standardized anomaly, positive and centralized anomaly over the steady region. And in the dry year, it is negative anomaly over the region. And also that in the during the wet year, that it also the overall value show that negative. It means that rainfall is exceeds than the normal over the steady region, and also mean sea level pressure is the negative below than the normal anomaly. And during the dry year is also the show the positive anomaly than the normal year, and the mean sea level show the positive anomaly during the dry year. Based on this dry and wet year, that I analyzes the correlation with the global SST and the regional rainfall. It shows that Nino 2-3 region is show the negative anomaly with the regional rainfall with the value of moderate value for the annual rainfall distribution. But during the dry and the wet year, it is very significant correlation, negative and positive correlation with the rainfall and the global SST. During the dry year, over the Nino region, negative anomaly are significantly correlation with the rainfall distribution over the steady region. And it's also the wet region. It is the positive anomaly highly correlated with the rainfall over the steady region. So in the finalized IRSS, the Nino index is Nino 3-4 SST anomaly index is the negatively highly correlated with the dry years, and the Pacific Ocean, the India Diamond index is the negative, positively correlated in the wet year. And also I analyzes the increased rainfall over the steady associated with the above normal SST in the equatorial Pacific and Western Indian Ocean, which elevated the reaction of the Hadley and Walker circulation. The existence of the divergence at the 200 hydropascal level over equatorial Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean is bring the moisture from the Pacific Ocean and Indian Ocean supporting to our Indian continent. So its migration southwest summer monsoon rainfall pattern during the wet and dry year respectively shown in the wet. This figure A is the wet year and figure B is the dry year. It shows that highly the divergent and convergent pattern of Walker circulation and Hadley circulation. We can found clearly pattern. As my conclusion, my study is examine the variable of the inter-annual southwest monsoon and rainfall over Myanmar during the previous years of 1981 to 2020, linked with the ocean atmosphere pattern. The result display the negative and positive anomaly of Ola over Myanmar during wet or dry years. Also, the mean sea level positively anomaly over the Indo-Myanmar continent may result in which southwesterly wind anomaly is dominate during the dry year, whereas reverse in the wet year. Furthermore, the positive SST over the western Nino 3-4, the El Niño La Niña region, and eastern equatorial Pacific Ocean composed the converted saturation, which enhances the moisture transport to the Indo-Myanmar region resulting in wet year. The correlation suggests the instant of the Nino 3-4 SST anomaly and so, and the IOD, our India Ocean Dipole index influence on the variable of interannually JJAS rainfall, and possibly correlation between SST anomaly of Nino 3-4 region and Western Indian Ocean with our southwest monsoon rainfall during the steady period. And rainfall has a strong negative correlation with, and so during dry year, while our Indian Ocean Dipole model index has a possibility value for the wet year, DMI is a strong possibility significant than the Nino. And both are well-defined indices for the focus of the steady years of our southern monsoon rainfall over Myanmar. Furthermore, the cooling or warming across the Indo-Pacific influence the headly and water circulation, resulting in below or above average rainfall over Myanmar. And the reply of this indice and so an IOD on our southern monsoon rainfall is necessary to further study deeply. The comprehensive analysis of the winter rainfall and southwest summer monsoon had to realize the occurrence of the bad extreme event as being the support for forecasting and monitoring drought and flood over the Myanmar. Thank you, sir. Any question?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Kya. And it's open for discussion now. If anybody has any clarification, please ask the clarification. If there are no questions, I have one question, Mr. Kya.
Yes, sir.
Your conclusions, which have been given in the last table, will it hold good for the adjoining countries like Bangladesh and India with regard to the rainfall pattern observed? What's your opinion on that? Mr. Kya, could you get my question?
Yes, yes, sir. According to this pattern, actually it is I would like to show this. This is only the global scale analysis. So during the dry and wet year, figure A is the wet year and figure B is the dry year. So the Bangladesh northern east part of the India and Bangladesh, our Myanmar, and these part are work together in each year. So my analysis, according to my analysis, this region, the Nino India ASO area and the India Ocean Dipole index are correlatedly according to my result.
Right. Thank
like
you.
this.
Thank you, Mr. Kaya.
Yes. Yes.
May I call the next speaker, D. Nagarjun Reddy, for his presentation? Mr. D. Nagarjun Reddy.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. May I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Yes. Go ahead with your presentation.
Sir, is it visible, sir?
Slides. Still not yet. Yeah, now it's visible. Go ahead, Nagarjuna Reddy.
Sir, good afternoon. My name is, first of all, I would like to thank you for giving this opportunity. So let me introduce about myself. My name is Nagarjuna Reddy, currently working at Department of Chemistry, School of Engineering and Applied Technology, Best Innovation University, Anantapur. So let me share regarding my research. So in vitro antimicrobial activity and chemical composition of Saudi Arabian Asimum basilicum essential oil. So why we selected this concept? Because in the literature review, if you go, so there were many research has been carried regarding Osimum basilicum. So most of the research has been carried on solvent extraction method. They didn't do any hydrodistillation method. It's a one scientific gap to fulfill. So in this case, we selected this concept. The title is In Vitro Antimicrobial Activity, Chemical Composition of Saudi Arabian Osimum basilicum Essential Oil. So let me explain the graphical abstract of my research. So we have been collected the plant material around 2021 September and material, and it has been dried and it has been washed and it has been separated the aerial pots, and it was washed with the double distilled water to remove the unwanted impurities, and it has been dried using the freeze dryer.
It's ready. You have to move the slides. You're on the first slide.
Yeah, sir. So I will finish it here itself, sir. Most of the results and discussions also. So okay. Then it was dried with freeze dryer, and it was extracted with the hydrodistillation method using cleavanger apparatus, and it was collected by using the density, the essential oils, and further it was stored at 4 degrees of temperature in the refrigerator, and further it has been used for the qualitative and quantitative analysis for the chemical components and antimicrobial activity. So let us see in the abstracts, we find these important things. So it was the first study to investigate the chemical components and antibacterial, antimicrobial activity of Osimum basilicum essential oil. We find 39 chemical constituents using the GCMS, GC and GCMS. Among them, only 2 are the major components. One is linalool and another one is gerinol. And also it shows the potential antimicrobial activity when compared with the previous researches. So let us see, this research paper consists of introduction, literature review, materials and methods, results and discussion, and conclusion. So these are the general introduction of the plant, so which is called as Tulasi, or sometimes we call it as Rama Tulasi. Its scientific name is Osimum basilicum. So the importance of Osimum basilicum. So generally they can be used in traditional purpose, and also they can be they're used in the traditional purpose for the many health benefits like anti-inflammatory, anti-stress, antibacterial, antifungal, antioxidant, and anti-cancer. So in many applications, they would like to be used this Osimum basilicum. So without knowing the chemical composition in rural area, they would like to be used for many applications. Let us see. Interruption. Sorry, sir, is it audible, sir? May I audible, sir?
You're audible now, yeah.
Yes, sir. There are many research has been carried, but to fill the scientific gap, we have been selected this. We have only done in the hydrodistillation method using the cleavanger apparatus method. So most of the researchers, they have been used continuous extraction methods. For instance, solvent extraction methods, oxalate extraction methods. So if you use these methods, we can't see the phytochemicals, which is a small molecules like petinoids. So if you use the solvent extraction and oxalate extraction method, we can see alkaloids and tannins, phenolic acids, so we can characterize.
Dr. Reddy, there is some problem with your voice. Some echoing is taking place.
And now, sir?
You have to
Yeah,
be
I think
away
you
from
have
the
logged
mic.
in from 2 devices, I think.
No, madam, only one device only.
Okay, please continue, sir.
And now, sir, now is it clear, sir?
Now
Yeah.
it's okay, sir.
Yeah. So whenever we use these continuous extraction methods, we find the chemical constants like bigger molecules like alkaloids and tannins, sulfonins. So these kind of molecules we can characterize, but small molecules we can't characterize. In this case, so we were selected the hydrodistillation methods to find the small molecules like such as terpenoids majorly. So the major chemical constants are different in percentage with the other studies. And also it shows the better antimicrobial properties when compared with the other studies. So what the overall objective is to find the chemical composition and antimicrobial activity of Osmum basilicum essential oils, and the specific objectives are these. Let me discuss the materials and methods. We have chosen the Osmum basilicum material, and it was collected during September. And using the cleavanger apparatus, we have been distillated, and using GCMS method, we have done qualitative and quantitative analysis. And these materials are dried with the freeze dryer, the Osmum basilicum material, and it has been characterized and it has been analyzed the antimicrobial properties by disk diffusion methods. And we can see all the chemicals and microbial strains which is used the analytical grade. So the results and discussions: the yield of essential oil was 1.59 per weight by weight, and we have find the 39 chemical constants, so which is account to the 99.92%. The major components are linalool and geraniol. So this is the chromatogram which we have find by using the gas chromatography and gas with mass spectroscopy. So there are 39 chemical constants we have find. There are other research also has been done in the place of Saudi Arabia, but they have less than these 39 chemical constants, and the major chemical constants also different, because it may be the geographical location, yes, and maybe the climatical conditions, collection of the plant material, it might be the different. So these are the major chemical constants. So which we were find the in our studies. Let us see when compared with other studies. So the present study, the chemical
Dr. Reddy, are you there on the line?
Yes, sir. Some network problem is there. Is it audible, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir. When compared with other results, so it's showing different percentage, the major components, but the chemical components are remain same. Like for example, if you see the linalool is the major chemical components. So, but geraniol is the only few researchers has been find the geraniol, but the chemical composition is totally different when compared with the present study. So we have been selected gram positive and gram negative bacteria. Essential oil exhibit potential antibacterial activity against to gram positive bacteria when compared with the gram negative bacteria. So for example, Bacillus cereus, Bacillus subtilis, Streptococcus, these are the exhibit significant antibacterial activity. And while coming to the in vitro antifungal activity, these are showing the potential antifungal activity. So you can see the conclusions and recommendations. So the essential oils and their chemical constants generally exhibit strong antibacterial and antifungal activity when compared with the other studies, so which are helpful for the daily in our life. So in our food and preservative agents for the various diseases. So there are further biological studies should be done. So to separate the individual chemical components, which is an active chemical constants for the biological properties. And for example, for appendix, these are the some antibacterial activity using the disk diffusion method and antifungal activity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. Now the presentation is open for discussion. Any clarifications, please? From the audience? If no, I have one clarification, Dr. Reddy. Dr. Reddy, are you available? Yeah. You have listed so many compounds from the Ocimum basilicum. What exactly the precise compounds responsible for antibacterial activity? Do you think some of these compounds
Yes,
which are actually responsible?
It may not be major chemical constituents, maybe the other chemical constants which is present minorly, that might be active. In that case, I have been recommended, there are 39 components is there. It could be separated into individual components and it should be tested for the.
Okay. Okay. Okay, Dr. Reddy. Dr. Ranganath has a question. Dr. Reddy, are you there on the line? Dr. Reddy, Dr. Ranganath has a question for you. He has raised the hand. Dr. Ranganath, go ahead with your question.
Continue.
Dr. Ranganath, do you have a question? Okay. Okay, I think there is some connectivity problem. May I ask the next speaker to present his paper? Muhammad Yusuf Ali. Hello, Dr. Bhaskar. Is there any connectivity problem?
No, sir. No, sir.
Everything is going on well, because I am unable to see the screen share.
Everything is going fine, sir.
Everything is fine. Okay, good. Can we call the next speaker, Muhammad Yusuf Ali?
Muhammad Yusuf Ali.
Biosensors and field level forensic detection. Is he available? Mr. Muhammad Yusuf Ali?
Sir, we will move to next participant.
Yeah. If Muhammad Yusuf Ali is not there, we'll go to the next speaker, Hinuza Miriala, to present the paper chemical analysis on Musi River water and its effect on health problems.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, sir. Yeah. So good morning, one and all. So So today I am presenting a paper on physiochemical analysis on Musi river water and effects of health problems. And before going into that, I'll introduce myself. So myself, I am Hinuja. I am working as an assistant professor in chemistry in CMRIT in Hyderabad, and I am pursuing PhD from Best University under the guidance of Dr. Sundar Kumar Kohli sir. And next, coming to my topic. So today's topic is generally on water. So if you are taking water, it is the most important substance in our daily life. Without water, life would not have been possible. So the magnitude of water problem is increased due to the pure drainage systems, unplanned industries, and increase in population and other human activities. So due to the rapid increase in the population, urbanization and industrialization, we are getting so many problems in our water. So because of that, we are getting some water pollution in that. So here we are collecting a water from 5 areas in Hyderabad, that is near the river Musi. So that is Himayat Nagar, Government City College, Nagol and Pirajiguda. So here we are finding the physiochemical parameters, 19 physiochemical parameters of water. So that is color, odor, pH, electrical conductivity, total dissolved solids, turbidity, carbonates, bicarbonates, chlorides, fluorides, nitrates, sulfates, calcium, magnesium, total hardness and BOD and COD. So now coming to the introduction part. So groundwater, which is in aquifers below the surface of the earth, is one of the nation's most important natural resources. So water is one of the most primary resources to sustain living organisms. So but due to the globalization and industrialization, increase in population, we are getting so much of groundwater will be polluted. So polluted water automatically mixed with the water and destroys the original quality of the water. So because of that, maximum in rural areas and urban areas, people will drink that water only. They are getting so many diseases. So Hyderabad is one of the most fastest growing urban country with a huge amount of domestic sewage being generated on a daily basis. So that's why what we did is, so we collected the water samples from rural areas, that is Himayat Sagar. So here the Musi river. So from Himayat Sagar and Langar House, Government City College and Nagol and Pirajiguda. So this is all collected in pre-monsoon of 2021. So the samples will be collected from the dug wells and also from the bore wells and hand pumps. And here we are finding the physiochemical parameters by using conductivity meter, pH meter, UV spectrophotometer and nephelophotometer and flame photometer. So generally we know water pH range is always 0 to 14. So to find out the pH of a water, we are using the pH meter. So this electrical conductivity is found out by using a EC meter, electrical conductivity meter. And TDS concentration is also expressed in milligrams per liter. So turbidity is also contained of maximum amount of mud and available minerals. So this turbidity will be calculated by using nephelometer. So and next, if you are taking chlorides and magnesium and calcium salts, that is all find out by using a normal titration method. So maximum for the TDS we are using EDTA method. So now if UV spectrometer also we are using to find out the nitrates of present in a water. So a flame photometer is also used in the instrument used for the measuring of metals. So these are all we are using, and also to find out the BOD also we are using Wrinkler's method. So in the Wrinkler's method we found that BOD, and after find out all these things, actually permissible limit is this one for the color, odor, taste and pH value for all these things. But if you see that Himayat Sagar, Langar House, Government City College and Nagol and Pirajiguda, the analysis is like this, coming to the color, pH, all that. So now coming to the pH, if you see the pH of all the 5 samples, the groundwater sample is in the areas ranges only 7 to 8.50 only. So it's in a permissible limit. But coming to the electrical conductivity, this ranges from actually 470 to 2025 microsiemens per centimeter. But the highest value is 2025 EC was recorded in the Langar House. And remaining samples are recorded lowest value at EC. And next one is coming to the total hardness. It is always the total hardness is expressed in terms of calcium carbonate only. So here the range is actually from 310 to 1295 milligrams per liter. So that is also available in Langar House only. And next coming to the calcium. So the minimum and maximum value of calcium in the ranges is always from 62 and 136. Here you are having a calcium. And so remaining samples are recorded lower values of calcium which are permissible limits only. But the highest value of calcium is noticed in Langar House only. So maximum if you see the parameters, here the completely Langar House is affected because of the pollutants and sewage water and industrialization. So now coming to the magnesium also, that is also in the permission limit only. So in Pirajiguda if you see the potassium level, So that is in the Pirajiguda, it will be more. That is in 4 to 5 milligrams per liter. Means the highest value is noted in a Pirajiguda only. And next coming to the chloride content, so that will be also more in. Sir, is it audible?
There is a break. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So now coming to all these things, so if you observe this table completely, in that the maximum is affected by the Langar house and also with the Nagol treatment. So there the people are completely drink that water, only that polluted water, and they are getting so many health problems because of that water. Because that water is completely sewage water, and industrialization means there so many industries will be there. So because of that the complete sewage will be provided in that lakes and rivers. So because of that what will happen is that water will be drinking by the people, and they are affected with the so many diseases like skin diseases, diarrhea, arthritis, gastrointestinal, skin allergies and malaria. So only because of untreated water only the people are affecting like this. So before dumping the complete sewage into that industry, means from the industries into the rivers, first we have to treat that water, after that you can dispose. So that is my thing. So these are all graphs we got it from the complete analysis of the parameters from the Himayat Sagar, Langar House, Government City College and Nagol and Piranjiguda. So now coming to the conclusion, already I told you about this. Total dissolved salts maximum will be in the Nagol and Langar House only, and chlorides will be also in Langar House and Nagol only. So these are all differences I collected from that. And next, thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Hinuja. And now
Thank you, sir.
Open for discussion. Any questions or clarifications on this presentation?
This is the drinking water you have collected, right?
Hello.
Hinisha, madam.
Yeah, ma'am.
Drinking water you have collected, and what is the hardness, madam? Any one place you can tell? Average hardness?
What, ma'am?
Hardness.
Hardness will be in the Langar House, it will be 476 ppm, ma'am.
Okay, but for drinking water, I don't think we will get that much value, because already whatever.
No, we are collecting the means water from a completely hand pumps and dug means wells, ma'am. So from that we took. So maximum in the Nagol and their maximum they are using directly from the hand pumps only. So nobody are using directly mineral water or groundwater. That's why directly from the groundwater we took.
You have tested for underground water.
Yeah, groundwater, ma'am.
Fine. Did you also attempt to test the heavy metals, madam? Because Musi water is completely filled with the heavy metals.
Heavy metals we didn't do, ma'am. Only find out nitrates, sulfates.
There is a study that even the vegetable crops are being affected.
Yeah.
They are grown in
Agricultural lands also affected because of this.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Go ahead with your
yes, sir.
Hello. Are you audible here?
Sir, we are not able to hear you properly.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Mallikarjun.
Hello.
Go ahead with your question.
Hello, sir. Yeah. So, are you audible? My voice?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I think there is some disturbance from other audience. Please mute the speakers. Oscar, please see some extra sound is coming from our audience. See that they mute their speakers.
Hello, Mariela. Hello.
Hello, Mallikarjun, please go ahead with your question.
Yeah. Hello.
Yes, sir. Tell me, sir.
Are you audible my voice?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yeah, my question, myself, Dr. Ramesh Maitre, I am an associate in agriculture. I would like to ask some simple question. Okay. As your study, you are collected the different part, means within the Hyderabad area, you collected different water samples. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in that you observed that Langara house is most affected with chlorine content, all those things. Right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. As your observation, Okay. So especially in chlorine content. Okay. So can you there is content of chlorine? What kind of concentration you observed? It is suitable for drinking water, especially chlorine.
Sir, for chlorine.
Yeah.
Sir, so for chlorine, it will be permission limit is 20. Actually 250 sir requirement.
It is as a drinking water. It is
250 milligrams per liter actually is a desirable limit.
But you whatever you collected water, no, that is you just like a storage water you collected as compared to running water river. So that chlorine.
It's not a storage water, sir. It's from a completely groundwater and hand pumps were collected.
You collected from the groundwater and
yeah, groundwater only maximum.
So based on your observation, they are more than 200. It is affected.
Yeah, it is completely 278, sir.
Okay. Can you so optimum temperature for pH for drinking water? How much?
Where, sir?
pH of drinking water.
pH of drinking water in between 6 to 7.5, sir.
6 to 7.5.
Sorry, 7 to 8.5, sir. Sorry.
So it is mostly alkaline. Alkaline is suitable for.
Yeah, alkaline in nature. So it's mostly it's a limit, sir. For the pH also we are having 6.5 to 8.5. It will be the limit for the pH.
Okay.
Yeah, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, if there are no questions, thank you, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We can move to the next. There is disturbance from other audiences. Please mute your speakers.
Somebody is they have mute their speaker.
Please mute your speakers.
All the participants to kindly mute your audio and video, please.
Yes. Yeah, we'll go to the next speaker, KS Preeti. Is she available for presentation? KS Preeti?
No, sir, she will not present.
Okay.
We can move forward.
Then we go to the next person, that is Karuna KS. Is she available? Karuna KS to present a paper on fluoride in Gurrampodu, estimation of fluoride in Gurrampodu.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Karuna, you can start your presentation.
Sir, I think I am not able to share the screen because Hinuja ma'am should stop the screen share.
Yeah. Hinuja, please log off. Please close your screen share. Please close your screen share. Hinuja, still it is there.
Hinuja madam, can you hear us? Are you there? Hinuja madam, are you there?
Bhaskar, can we, from our side, can we close that screen share? Is it possible?
Sir, we'll check, sir.
Yeah.
Already stopped sharing, sir.
Okay. Now, Karuna, go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes.
So good afternoon, everyone. So myself, Karuna. So Karuna and Hinuja. So I'm the research scholar from Best IU, and my co-author and guide is Sundar Kumar, sir. So today my research topic is estimation of the fluoride in Gurrampodi Mandal. So this actually comes in the district Nalgonda, so Telangana. So about myself, so I am the lecturer in St. Francis College, Begumpet. So coming to my research work. So this is, as you all know, the fluoride-rich groundwater is well known in the granite aquifers in India and the world. So my study specially examines the fluoride content of the borewell water, hand pump water, and the surface water in the selected areas of Nalagonda district. So it mainly focuses on the fluorides and the relation to the water quality parameters and their impacts on the humans through the groundwater resource. So fluoride content was analyzed during the quarter year of the month December 2020 and March and June 2021. So we have taken the samples collected in the month of December, in the month of March, and in the month of June. And when we have examined the test, so we have seen the results were not expected and exceeded the BIS limits at the several areas. So this study also we have compared between the different seasons and the type of the source we have taken. And these were discussed in the graphical methods and represented with the GIS techniques. So coming to the introduction, as you know, water is a major medium of the fluoride intake by the humans. So as we know that a fluoride in the drinking water is either beneficial or it is the detrimental to the health. So depending upon its concentration. So the fluoride amount required to our body should be in a limit. So the high fluoride levels in the drinking water may have the impact on the human health, including the skeleton and the dental fluorosis. So the major concentration or the limits to which our body required the fluoride content is between 0.6 to 0.9 ppm according to the US standard. But the WHO has recommended the value for fluoride in the drinking water between 0.1 to 0.5 ppm. And up to 1.5 ppm is the maximum permissible limit of the fluoride. And throughout the Telangana, many districts and the areas are highly affected. So these districts, so whatever the study area, what I searched is the Gurampodi, which belongs to the Nalagonda district. So there the fluoride content is more because of the hills and the rocks which are present there. So as the hills and rocks, the rocks contains more amount of graphite, and the fluoride content in the water will also be more. Now coming to the description. So as I have already said, the study was carried out in the 2 seasons, that is one in the December 2020 and in the month of June and March 2021. So we have taken the 3 different samples from 17 to 20 villages nearby the Nalagonda district. So one is the borewell water, one is the hand pump water, and the other is the surface water, what we have collected in the fresh polythene 1 liter bottles. And then we have tested these samples for the fluoride content using an instrument called as the ion meter. As you can see, I have the 2 pictures which I have attached. So these are the health benefits of the fluoride, which you can see. The mineralizes the teeth to avoid the tooth breakdown, and it protects against the tooth decay and cavities, and it also prevents the bacteria overgrowth in the mouth. And if it is in the limited quantity, that if we have the amount of fluoride in our body is less than 0.6 ppm. If it is more than 1.5 ppm, so there are the side effects of the fluoride. So the side effects are, you may have the fluoride toxicity, dental fluorosis, renal damage, hyperkalemia, and demineralization. So coming to the results, what we have seen. So this is the graph which represents the content of the fluoride in the water of the hand pump. So these are the 22 villages surrounding to the Nalagonda district. So these are the villages from which we have collected the water sample, only the hand pump water sample. So F1 represents the sample which is collected in the month of December, and F2 represents the sample of the water collected in the month of March, and F3 represents the sample collected in the month of June. 2021. So as you can see, so here, if you observe the village, so if you see the village here, Amaluru, so it has the maximum fluoride content. So the water, the hand pump water, which is having it as 2.54 and 2.85. And here, so it is 2.97 in the hand pump water, what we have collected. And then coming to the groundwater. So the groundwater, if you see, we have a village called as Mosangi, where the maximum limit of the fluoride is there in the water. That is 2.15 ppm. And this is same throughout the months. Like in June also, it is having 2.51 ppm. So this is the graphical representation for whatever the values we got. So now coming to the conclusion. So the 50% of the sample, whatever we have collected from all the different villages, they have exceeded the limits of the World Health Organization and the Bureau of Indian Standards. So it is also noted that the contamination is more at the west part of the Gurampod Mandal, where the rainwater is only the major source. There is more effect. And there are few villages where we have the low rainfall and the low groundwater level, they are also having the contamination. And when we compared where the groundwater levels are high, like the villages like Mosangi and Kainegudem, Kotlapur, all these, we thought the result will be little less than compared to the other villages, because the groundwater levels are more here. But as we have seen through the readings, when we have seen, then we found that the Mosangi, which contains the highest groundwater levels, it is also contaminated with the fluoride. So as you can see, so this is the Mosangi village, which is having the highest contamination of the water. So this blue color one represents the bore water, the pink color graph represents the hand pump water, and the green color one, it is representing the surface water what we have collected. So these are my references, so from which I got all the values and the readings. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Karuna, for the presentation. Now the presentation is open for discussion. Any clarifications or questions from the audience? If no clarifications, I have few clarifications. Karuna,
yes.
Can you just tell me,
yes,
how do these values compare with the other areas where fluoride is a big problem, like in parts of Andhra Pradesh or parts of Telangana? How do these your values in the particular villages, how do they compare, and also compare with the national averages?
Sir, these values I have taken, the study area what I have taken is only for that particular area. So if we compare with the BIS values, then we have seen that the values are exceeding. So that is the comparison what I have done, sir.
No, in your discussion,
yes,
are the very highly contaminated villages in your state? There are results available from other areas where fluoride is a big problem.
Yes,
so
sir.
In your
yes,
discussion,
sir.
when you write your thesis,
yes,
please
sir.
discuss all these things. That is very
yes, sir. yes,
relevant.
sir. Yes, sir. Sure, sure, sir.
You have to compare these results with other results.
Yes,
other
sir.
areas.
Other areas, whatever the results they have done, so we need to compare with that.
Yes. Where do these villages stand? Are they very bad, or they are medium, or they are low? So something like that, some results.
Yes.
And you also have to study the medical condition of those villages, whether do they have any problems of straining of the teeth and bone problems in those villages. Have you any idea? Any program is there on that?
We should think, sir, about that.
Yeah, that's a very important problem, because you have to relate the results with the field situation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
So health issues regarding
Yes.
health issues for the.
Are there any questions from audience? Please go ahead with your questions.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir.
So is it Corona case
Yes.
now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So just I would like to ask one simple question.
Yes, sir.
So what I seen in especially in fluoride content.
Yes.
So especially those areas they have more accumulation of fluoride content, no? So mostly
Yes, sir.
all their tooth are stained. So why their reason only because of fluoride or other metal elements? I don't know.
No.
But especially in Yadgir in Karnataka,
Yes.
they are almost saying they are fluoride content. But most of the people are their tooth are stained with some stains. Due to fluoride only or other any reason?
No, sir. I think only that will be because of the fluoride only. So as we see when we buy a toothpaste, so many of the toothpaste contains the content of whatever the toothpaste has, it contains more amount of fluoride. So we should be very careful while buying the toothpaste also. We should check the ingredients or the contents of the toothpaste and then buy, sir. It is not only because of the drinking water also. So fluoride intake will be because of the toothpaste what we use.
Oh, that is very important. No? Okay.
Yes.
Any research is there regarding that toothpaste they are less fluoride content? Do you know?
Sir, not I don't know about the research, sir, but while we should be very careful, sir, because everyone knows, especially the women, whenever they go out, if they even take one of the ingredients or one of the item, they first check the ingredients what they have added. So I request everyone that the next time when you buy for any of the groceries, when you buy, as the toothpaste we regularly use and every day we use the toothpaste, and we should check the fluorine level there.
Okay. So, so as a normal drinking water, the minimum fluoride content should be how much?
Normal drinking water, it should be like from WHO, it should be from 0.5 to 0.6, 0.9 ppm, but up to 1.5 ppm is the permissible limit, sir.
Okay. Okay. So means if higher content of fluoride, whether the pH will increase or decrease?
Yes, sir.
Higher content of fluoride in the water, the pH of the water will increase or decrease?
Sir, I don't think so.
That's not a part of her study. I think she has not done the
pH based on this.
Now
I think we can go
normally we said no. So drinking water is alkaline pH.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So means the optimum is 0.5. No.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank
And
you.
also regarding the toothpaste, yeah, as madam told, the fluoride content should be less when a normal person uses.
Okay.
Yes.
But whereas if a person has got a sensitive teeth, then the doctors recommend the toothpaste with fluoride content only, so that it will block all the cracks. So even some of the dentists will give fluoride coating to the teeth. If the people are suffering,
not even in the older people, ma'am, even the fluoride content should be high for the kids. So they will be having cavities more than the elders. So the fluoride content in the toothpaste for kids should be more than the elders.
Yeah, ma'am. So we cannot completely avoid the toothpaste saying that they have fluoride. It all depends on our nature, age,
our nature,
the sensitivity, etc.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Karuna. Now we will go to the next speaker, Addu Narendra. Is he available? Karuna, please close your screen share.
Yes, sir. I have stopped. I have stopped this, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now, Addu Narendra, is he available for his presentation on advanced nanotechnology in drug delivery system? Mr. Narendra, are you there? I think he is not there. Bhaskar, we will go to the next speaker.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Next, Praveen, sir.
Yeah. Now I will call upon Mr. Praveen, Dr. Praveen Kumar Kalwa.
Sir,
For
yes,
his
sir. I'm here,
presentation. Praveen, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir. I'll share my.
Go ahead with your presentation. Share your slides.
Yes, sir. Right. Yes, sir.
And be brief.
Sir.
More concentrate on your results and discussion.
Sure, sir. Sir, is this visible?
Yes. You can maximize the slides, no?
Yeah, sure, sir. Sure.
Slide presentation view.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon, one and all. It's a very good opportunity for me to share my research work, a part of my research work, which has happened at Best Innovation University. It's my immense pleasure to be here with all of you and to share my ideas. So myself, Dr. Praveen Kumar Kalwa, working as assistant professor in the Department of Microbiology from Bharatiya Engineering Science and Technology Innovation University, Anantapur. My research topic, it's all about isolation, identification, and mass production of antagonistic organisms from organic farming systems in Anantapur district of Andhra Pradesh. So before to start my research work, to present my research work, I would like to introduce my co-authors as well. Mrs. N. Sumangala, assistant professor in the Department of Pathology from Bharatiya Engineering Science and Technology Innovation University, Anantapur. Then coming to Dr. B. Ramanujam, sir, Dean of Kasar from Bharatiya Engineering Science and Technology Innovation University, Anantapur. And I would like to introduce our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. P. Chaudapagaru from Bharatiya Engineering Science and Technology Innovation University, Anantapur. I'm very much thankful to Ramanujam, sir, and Chaudappa, sir, for giving me all the resources to carry out my research at the Best Innovation University. Thank you so much, sir. Then coming to my abstract. So here, 5 rhizosphere soil samples from organic farming systems of citrus and vegetable crops such as tomato, cucumber, and drumsticks from Ramdaspet and Kandakur villages in Anantapur district of Andhra Pradesh state were collected. From those soil samples, we have isolated different fungal and bacterial cultures. And these are especially to manage the crop diseases. And we have identified based on colony and morphological characters the fungal cultures such as Trichoderma, Aspergillus, and Penicillium species, whereas bacterial species such as Bacillus and the Pseudomonas. The mass production of Trichoderma isolates through liquid fermentation technology. It was conducted using potato jaggery broth, potato sucrose broth, potato dextrose broth, and yeast jaggery broth under shaker and stationary culture conditions. And after that, we were examined the CFE counts of Trichoderma isolates in shaker cultures as well as in the non-shaking cultures. And it was observed at 2.3 to 7.8 into 10 to the power of 11 per ml in the shaking cultures. And it has, it has proved yeast jaggery broth, it has given the highest CFE counts. Whereas it comes to the stationary cultures, the CFE counts of Trichoderma isolates were in the range of 4.7 to 9.2 into 10 to the power of 9 per ml. And here also yeast jaggery broth was identified as an ideal liquid medium for mass production of Trichoderma. Then we were subjected into the solid state fermentation, and here we have used sorghum grains as substrate, and it was standardized, which gave 3.2 into 10 to the power of 12 CFU per gram on the 10th day of incubation. So coming to the description, the novel technologies in all areas of agriculture have improved agriculture production, but some modern practices affect the environment. So this has become a challenge, and to combat this challenge, and we have advanced farming, and it is to achieve higher yields in the environment-friendly manner. Thus, there is an immediate need to find eco-friendly solutions, such as wider applications of biocontrol agents. So among various types of species being used as biocontrol agents, such as fungi, bacteria, the fungal genus Trichoderma produces different kinds of enzymes, which are frequently used in the food and the textile industries. Not only in the industries, but also plays a major role in the biocontrol activity. So hence it needs understanding of the filamentous fungi. And this is belonging to the genus Trichoderma, which has continuously evolved since last 2 decades, from the simple concepts of biocontrol agents to their recently established role as symbionts with different benefits effects to the plants. There has been many recent studies on the use of microbial antagonists to control the diseases by soil-borne and airborne plant pathogenic bacteria and fungi. in an attempt to replace existing methods of chemical control and avoid extensive use of fungicides, which often lead to resistant in plant pathogens. So that's the aim of this biocontrol agents, just to avoid the chemicals and to protect our environment. So here we have different images, and here this is myself, Dr. Praveen, and here Dean Dr. Ramanujam sir. We went to Kandakur village and we have collected rhizosphere soil. And here this is a soil sample collection from Ramdaspeta. This is also from Anantapur, and here he is the farmer who is having the organic farming, and he's cultivating citrus and other vegetables by organic methods. So we have collected the soil samples, different soil samples, and then we have brought all the science samples to the laboratory of Best IU, and then we went for serial dilution. So after serial dilution, the liquid samples are going to be inoculated into the different media. So we have prepared nutrient agar media, and we have also prepared PDA, potato dextrose agar media. So we have whatever the liquids we brought, we got it from the soil samples that were inoculated into the nutrient agar media as well as in the PDA. And after that, we have incubated. So this is the image. It shows that we have incubated all the petri dishes which were inoculated with the soil samples, and it was kept in the BOD for certain temperature, and for 24 hours for bacteria, and for 5 days for the fungal cultures. And after 2 days, we have identified certain bacterial cultures, and after 5 days, we have noticed several fungal cultures. So here you can see in these pictures, like different fungal cultures are here, and here you can see light green color, some, and this indicates as a trichoderma, and some we have Aspergillus niger, Bacillus, and Subtilis, other cultures. So after once we get all these cultures, then we went for subculturing. So we have ultimate thing is we need to go for pure culture extraction. So finally we got the pure cultures. So here you can see the pure cultures. This is the trichoderma, and here this is a Bacillus species, and here we have a Pseudomonas species. So we have maintained all these pure cultures in a defined media. So here we can also observe the slants as well as, so we are keeping all the cultures in slants as well as in the petri dishes. So all these pure cultures were maintained properly, aseptically, and these were subjected to the further studies. So here when it comes to the growth studies, so we want to know that which media, which broth is efficient and which is suitable for the particular cultures for their growth. Then we have taken different broths such as potato jaggery broth, we have taken potato sucrose broth, potato dextrose broth, and yeast jaggery broth. So the screening process, this is called as a screening for the growth of the particular bacterial and the fungal cultures. And finally, we have tested. So we have PJ in the sense potato jaggery, potato sucrose, and then we have potato dextrose and yeast jaggery broth. And finally, among all these broths, we have achieved maximum growth in the yeast jaggery broth. And that's why we have selected yeast jaggery broth for the further studies. So we have cultured trichoderma in the yeast jaggery broth. And here you can see that the growth of the trichoderma in the yeast jaggery broth. So here the yeast is providing, it's a good supplement for the trichoderma. And more interestingly, after 24 hours, we were noticed the growth of the trichoderma in the yeast jaggery broth. So that was a great achievement from our laboratory. And we have also went for this, we have also grown this trichoderma in the petri dishes, and here you can see the pure culture of the trichoderma. And then after getting the pure culture, then we want to test, we want to go for the mass production. So here we have a mass production of trichoderma isolates through the solid state fermentation. So the broad studies were under liquid state fermentation, whereas it comes from the sorghum grains, whereas it is used as a substrate, and then it is followed in solid state fermentation. So here we'll study how we have performed this mass production. So here we have taken sorghum grains, we bought it from the market, and then it was processed, and after getting the clean sorghum grains, it was
Praveen, your voice is
cooked for a certain period of time, and we have seen that it should not be cooked completely. So this is called as a parboiling of sorghum grains. This is the second stage, and in the third stage, what we have done, we have sir, not clear.
Praveen, your voice is not clear.
Sir, is this audible?
There is some echo. Echo is coming.
Hello.
Yeah, now it's clear. Okay, go ahead.
Is this okay?
Now it's okay. Little bit okay. Okay, go ahead. Carry on.
Hello.
Hello. Go ahead. Praveen, go ahead.
Sir, is this audible now?
Okay. Okay. Carry on. It's not very clear. Okay, we can hear.
Fine, sir. Yes, sir, fine. So here we have different steps. Yes, sir, am I audible?
Yeah, there is some break. Praveen, are you there on the line? Praveen?
I think network issue, sir.
Yeah. So what shall we do? Praveen, could you hear me?
Sir, we'll move.
Wait a minute. We'll give few minutes to come back. Praveen, are you online?
We have network problem.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, now you are audible. If you are not able to, okay, come quickly finish. You lost some time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead. Praveen, go ahead. Praveen, are you online?
So we have different steps in the mass production of trichoderma. In the first step, it is parboiling of sorghum grains, and after parboiling,
Praveen, there is no voice from your side. I think.
connection. Sir, am I audible, sir?
You are audible. Your microphone, either you are very close
Sir,
or you
sir, am I
are
audible?
far away. Please be in between. There is some echo also is coming.
Sir, hello.
Yeah, go ahead, Praveen. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Sir, is this okay, sir, now?
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So there are different steps in the mass production. So you can see here, the first step is like parboiling of sorghum grains. So we have not cooked completely the sorghum grains, and we have monitored at periodically. And after once we get cooked sorghum grains, then we were air dried all these sorghum grains. And here you can see the air dried. And in the next step, so after air drying,
Venkatramreddy, please.
sir, somebody is talking, sir.
Yeah. Venkatramreddy, please mute your speaker. Okay, Praveen, go ahead with the results.
So after air drying, we were subjected for packing, and after once we have packed properly, after sealing everything, then we went for autoclaving. After autoclaving, we brought all the samples from the autoclave. Then we kept it for air dry to remove all the excess water and the moisture, everything. And after that, so we have incubated those packets which were autoclaved, and after 3 to 4 days, we were able to see some kind of mycelium, green color mycelium, which were noticed in the sorghum grains. So here you can see in this packet the growth appearance of trichoderma. And later on, slowly, and every day we have monitored, and slowly every day we have we have seen the growth of trichoderma, and after 10 days of incubation, we can see the complete trichoderma growth in the sorghum grains. So these are the packets, these are the evidences for the trichoderma growth in the sorghum grains. So there is no contamination, and the 100% pure trichoderma is present in the packets. So in the same way, we have done it for 16 kgs of trichoderma we have produced in our best IU laboratory. So after mass production of trichoderma, then we just want to check out this CFU counts. So we have taken the cultures from stationary as well as from the shaking conditions, and the CFU counts of trichoderma isolates from the shake cultures were observed in the range of 2.3 to 7.8 into 10 power 11 per ml in the yeast jaggery broth. So because this is the ideal medium and this is the ideal broth for the trichoderma. So after once we have screened and we have got it like a yeast jaggery broth is suitable for trichoderma, then we were took the broth and we were mixed in the 1.2 ratio of talcum powder and then talc powder, and then we mixed and we make it a talc powder, talc formulation. So this is called as a talc formulations of trichoderma.
Go ahead, Praveen. Time is very short.
Sir, actually, the limit has been crossed. So
Come to the conclusion, Dr. Praveen. Come to the conclusion. Dr. Praveen, are you online? I think we can close now, I think.
Sir, hello.
Please conclude your paper presentation.
Yes, sir.
Conclude.
Last
What's the
slide, sir. This
conclusion?
is conclusion. Yes, sir. So coming to the conclusions, the trichoderma species possess many qualities and they have great potential use in agriculture as general plant protectants and growth enhancers. Besides their application in a variety of industrial processes, trichoderma species growing in a variety of conditions and interactions has been mapped, and the information has been used to develop new products based on synergistic combinations of the living fungus with its secreted metabolites. So these new formulations, which combine biocontrols with biofertilization, are considered to be more effective than older products and active on a wider range of pathogens. So that's all about, sir. So this is the research done in the Best IU laboratory with the help of and under the guidance of Dr. B. Ramajam, sir, and Dr. P. Chaudhary, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Praveen.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. It is open for discussion from the audience. Any clarifications, questions, doubts, please ask. From the audience, any clarifications and questions?
Yeah, Dr. Praveen. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just I would like to ask question here. So you collected the sample from only one field or some different part of the field, one location?
Ramesh, your voice is feeble. Ramesh, your voice
Ramesh,
is
sir,
feeble.
your voice is not audible, sir.
Okay,
Breaking.
you collected the soil samples, no?
Soil samples I have collected, sir.
Only one location, no? Only one location.
No, sir, two
Different part of
locations.
the-
One is from Kandukur village and another one is from Ramadasapeta.
Ramdas, both of them organic farm, organic
Yeah,
soil
yeah.
only.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Yeah.
is it right? How you observed that organic soil? What base you have decided it is organic and in?
So we
organic
have
soil?
interacted to the farmer and the farmer is doing only organic farming. So
Because
since
if you
15
take from
years,
the if you take the soil from the shade of the plant, no, it is more organic content in there. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So obviously, if more organic content means more microflora is more present in there. So
Obviously.
Yeah. So how will you feel that? I want to know that one just.
Yes, see, in Ramadasapeta, there is a farmer, okay, he is, cultivating his crops, by organic farming only, by organic farming methods. Since 15 years, he is cultivating the crops by using this organic farming. So, and we have tested all the things like, we have asked, we have interacted and what are the type of menus he is using and everything we have monitored, we have done survey. And once we confirmed, then only we brought the sample from that particular place and then we went for the isolations.
Okay. So, so before going to mass production, so whatever the isolated trichoderma species, whether you want to check with against some fungal pathogen in the
Yeah, we need to check.
laboratory
Yes,
condition?
antagonistic properties. We want to try. We want
Did
to
you
check.
check
it.
now?
No, not yet done. And the next part is we are going to do that antagonistic part.
Okay, so you have not done the.
But
international
actually,
part.
we have done in the lab. Actually,
Wait,
trichoderma is dominating
what
all
I
the
want to
cultures.
ask question means before
Yeah.
you are wasting so much time for mass multiplication. If there are different parts of your collected sample, no different trichoderma species, you got it. So among that, which one is most antagonistic against a pathogen? So those only you can take forward, no? That is my question. So how you take?
Sir, actually, we are not wasting the time, sir, in the laboratory. But actually, what I mean to say is, we got very good cultures: trichoderma, bacillus, and pseudomonas.
So what I'm asking,
Dr. Ramesh, I will clarify that point. Simultaneously, in vitro bioefficacy things are going on. So we are planning as per the schedule. Okay.
Okay.
Right. Thank you, Praveen. If any other questions are there, please go ahead. If any other questions on Praveen's presentation, please go ahead. If there are no questions, I will call the next speaker.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Praveen. Thank you. Please close your slide share presentation. Is Sweta Reddy available for presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please go ahead with your screen share and
Sure.
start presenting.
Sir, is my screen visible?
Yeah, go ahead with the slide mode presentation if possible.
Sure, sir.
Okay.
Sir, is it
Okay,
okay
go
now?
ahead, Sweta Reddy.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. This is Ms. K. Shweta Reddy, Assistant Professor, Department of Soil Science and Agricultural Chemistry, Best Innovation University. So I would like to present my paper on effect of foliar application of DAP, humic acid and micronutrient mixture on growth, yield and quality characters of groundnut in sandy soil. And I would like to present my co-authors, Ms. M. Sagarika, Assistant Professor, Department of Plant Pathology, Best Innovation University, and Ms. C. N. Pallavi, Assistant Professor, Department of Soil Science and Agricultural Chemistry, Best Innovation University. And my abstract is a field experiment was conducted to study the effect of foliar application of DAP, humic acid, and micronutrients on growth, yield, and quality parameters of groundnut in sandy soil. So the groundnut plants were subjected to foliar application, which is
Sweta, your voice is not coming. Are you on the line?
one, which is control plot, and treatment 2 is DAP 0.2%, and T7 is humic acid 0.3% plus micronutrient mixture 0.3%, and T8 is DAP 2% plus humic acid at the rate of 0.3% plus micronutrient mixture at the rate of 0.3%. Among all the treatments, the maximum growth parameters were observed in T8, which is the combination of DAP, humic acid, and micronutrient mixture. So, which is the plant height is recorded as 60.7 centimeters height, and number of leaves per plant is 35.5, and number of nodules per plant is 55.4, and dry matter production is 5,515 kg per hectare, and also maximum yield and quality parameters were observed in the T8, which is the combination of DAP plus humic acid and micronutrient mixture, which is number of pods per plant, so that is 23, and pod yield is 2,126 kg per hectare, and harm yield is 3,425 kg per hectare, kernel yield is 1,534 kg per hectare, and oil content is 48.3%. And let us have a brief description on my research. So, which is groundnut is the major crops, one of the major crops grown in Anantapur district. The ideal soil for groundnut is well-drained, light-colored, loose, friable, and sandy loam soils with well-supplied macro and macronutrients, micronutrients, and organic matter. The major production constraints in sandy soils are the nutrient impoverished, low organic matter content, and low nutrient use efficiency in those soils, which relatively results in very poor yield. So in this regard, selection of proper nutrient practices through soil and foliar feeding is needed in the present situation. So the ability of plant leaves to absorb the water and nutrients was recognized approximately 3 centuries ago. Foliar feeding would be more useful in exhaustive crop like groundnut. So foliar nutrition reduces the amount of fertilizer usage, loss of fertilizers, and economizing crop production. So the methodology was crop is groundnut varieties TMV7. So place is Timapuram village at Anantapur district, and design is RBD randomized block design. Number of treatments were 8 and number of replications were 3. And the treatment details were as follows. So T1 treatment 1 is control plot. T2 is the DAP at the rate of 2%. T3 at the rate which is humic acid at the rate of 0.3%. T4 is micronutrient mixture at the rate of 0.3%. T5 is DAP at the rate of 2% plus humic acid at the rate of 0.3%. T6 is DAP at the rate of 2% plus micronutrient mixture at the rate of 0.3%. T7 is humic acid at the rate of 0.3% plus micronutrient mixture at the rate of 0.3%. And T8 is DAP at the rate of 2% plus humic acid at the rate of 0.3% plus micronutrient mixture at the rate of 0.3%. And the micronutrient mixture consists of iron, manganese, zinc, boron, and molybdenum at different concentrations. So this is the general view of experimental field at the stage of PEG formation, and another plate of the right side is general view of experimental field at harvesting stage. So with this experiment, so the observations recorded were growth parameters we have observed, yield parameters, different quality parameters we have observed. So the experimental results were as follows. So which is effect of humic acid, DAP, and micronutrients foliage play on plant height of groundnut. See, while compared to other treatments, which is control or other combinations of the treatments, so T8, which is the combination of DAP plus humic acid plus micronutrient mixture, has recorded the highest plant height at all the three stages, which is flowering stage. So it is recorded as 37.7 centimeters plant height, and peg formation stage it is 48.7 centimeters of plant height, and at harvesting stage it is 60.7 centimeters. And see, when we see for number of leaves, so the effect of DAP and humic acid and micronutrients has a tremendous effect on the plant growth. So which is the number of leaves at flowering stage, it is recorded as 23.5 leaves per plant, and peg formation stage it is observed as 35.5 leaves per plant, and harvest stage it is observed as 29.2 leaves per plant. And this improvement in plant height and number of leaves is due to the application of humic acid, which enhances the increase in chlorophyll content, accelerates the plant respiration and hormonal growth responses, and application of DAP enhances the greater mobilization of macronutrients, whereas phosphorus and potassium improves in the cell division, and due to the application of boron, which promotes the absorption of nitrogen, which results in the plant growth and development, and also zinc helps in the activation of many enzymes and promotes the plant growth. And while when we go to number of nodules per plant, so we can observe a more number of nodules per plant at T8, which is the combination of DAP, humic acid, and micronutrients. At flowering stage, it is recorded as 28.5 nodules per plant, and peg formation stage, it is recorded as 55.4 nodules per plant, and harvesting stage, it is recorded as 30.6 nodules per plant. And this is because that humic acid application fosters the absorption of nitrogen and phosphorus through foliage and induces the nodule formation and rhizobial activity. And DAP induces the greater availability of phosphorus at nodule formation stage. And micronutrient application had a great effect on nodule formation, especially molybdenum, which is a constituent of enzyme nitrogenase, which is essential for the process of symbiotic nitrogen fixation. And let us move to the yield parameters, which is number of pods per plant, pod yield, haulm yield, and kernel yield. We have given with different treatments, and finally the greatest yield is observed in T8, which is given with DAP, humic acid, and micronutrient mixture. So pod yield, highest pod yield per plant was observed as 23. And pod yield was observed as 2,126 kg per hectare, and haulm yield was observed as 3,425 kg per hectare, and kernel yield is observed as 1,534 kg per hectare. So this increase in yield is due to the application of humic acid, so that increases the uptake of nutrients, so that there is an increase in chlorophyll content as well as dry matter production. So subsequently, there is an increase in crop yield. And DAP enhances the entry of potassium through the cell membrane, which improves the cell division. From that, there is a great effect on dry matter production, and it and its efficient translocation to the economic parts ultimately reflected on the final yield. And the micronutrient application attributed for the activation of various enzymes increases the metabolic rate of plants, facilitated the synthesis of nucleic acids, hormones, which in turn enhanced the yield due to greater availability of nutrients and photosynthesis. And then we'll move to the quality parameters of the groundnut. So oil content and oil yield is the greatest oil yield was observed in the treatment T8, so which is given with the combination of DAP, humic acid and micronutrient mixture. So it is observed as 740 kg per hectare. So the combined application of humic acid, DAP and micronutrient mixture showed a significant effect on the oil yield by chelating property of humic acids and nutrients, which compensates the nutrient deficiency. And the phosphorus is a major content of fatty acids, which results in the greater oil yield. So finally, will conclude that so the groundnut crop significantly responded to the application of humic acid along with DAP and micronutrient mixture. So from the present investigation, it can be concluded foliar application of DAP at the rate of 2% plus humic acid at the rate of 0.3% plus mixture at the rate of 0.3% along with NPK dosage, so which is 25:50:75 kg per hectare of soil, was established as the best treatment by recording the highest growth, yield and quality parameters of groundnut in sandy soil. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweta Reddy. Now the presentation is open for discussion. Any questions, please go ahead with your questions.
Hello.
Hello. Dr. Bhaskar, go ahead with your question if you have. Bhaskar, you have to unmute. Any questions, please? Dr. Ramesh, you have any question?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Go ahead with your question.
Sweta Reddy.
Yes, sir.
So nice presentation, you. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So just I want to ask a question. So in your table, I observed that so only alone application of humic acid, so it almost the number of pot that is 47.22. Is it right?
Yes,
and
sir.
along with micronutrient, so you got 48 something. So almost, so what your research, I want to understand that. So humic acid along with micronutrient is most important for development of any yield and yield contributing traits. Is it right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So apart from that, so only you applied 2% DAP. Okay.
Yes.
So beyond that, you are not observed any that one? Beyond that one, you have any research area?
So beyond that, if we go for soil application, so we can give more percentages, whether it is DAP or humic acid. As we went for foliar application, this is the thing.
And what you use micronutrient, what kind of only use iron or zinc, boron, micronutrient, which one you use?
So that is a mixture.
Mixture.
Yes, sir.
Because
That is a mixture.
why I am asking means in oilseed crop, so zinc is mostly commonly used for increase in oil content. No? Okay, so
Sorry,
whether
sir?
you use zinc only or other part of other nutrient, micronutrient.
So zinc, boron, molybdenum, manganese.
Yeah.
It is a mixture of some of the micronutrients.
Okay, thank you, Sweta Reddy.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, any other questions, please? If there are no questions, may I ask the next speaker to go ahead with his presentation? Dr. Adishesha, are you there? Sweta Reddy, please close your slides presentation. Sweta Reddy, please close your slide share. Adishesha, go ahead with your presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, good evening all. Sir, it is audible?
Yes, go ahead, Adishesha.
Yes, good evening all. So today I'm welcoming my presentation on impact of temperature regimes on chickpea productivity. Okay, myself, Dr. Adishesha, working as assistant professor in Department of Crop Physiology in Best Anantpur. Okay, so before going to my actual presentation, I'm going to introduce my co-authors. Dr. Ram Gopal is working as a biochemistry associate professor. Dr. Venkatesh V is working as a assistant professor in Department of Seed Science and Technology. Dr. Praveen B working as assistant professor in Department of genetics and plant breeding. So all of you know that chickpea is a cool season legume crop. Okay, so nowadays because of climate change, because of intensifying cropping system, chickpea normally grown in mid-November or second fortnight of October. See, nowadays because of climate change, you are not growing chickpea crop in mid-November or second fortnight of October. So nowadays the chickpea crop grown in December month. So what will happen? The chickpea, the flowers will come at February or at the earliest period of March. So what will happen? That high temperature, it is very drastically impact on chickpea productivity. So look at the negative impact of high temperature on grain yield. So at minimum 53 kg per hectare, it is decreasing yield per degree rise in temperature. Okay, a short period of high temperature during early flowering period, so it drastically reduces chickpea yield. Okay, temperature stress is one of the major challenge to yield traits in chickpea production. Okay, so at every 10 degrees Celsius, so it reduces the maximum chickpea productivity. So the major among all stresses, abiotic stresses like drought, salinity, or metal stress, the temperature stress is major effect on reproductive parts of the plant. Okay, in my research, the more emphasis given on the reproductive parts of the plant parts like flower, pollen, then the fertilization like reproductive parts of the plant parts. So this is the meteorological data of my research. Okay, so I'm going to conduct already did research during 2018 and 19 as well as 2019 and 2020. This is all my meteorological data during crop growth period. So look at the graph. There is a uncertain rainfall, temperature, relative humidity. So all those weather parameters. So this is my general view of experimental plot during 2018-19 as well as during 2019-20. So in that I selected 6 genotype, 3 temperature regions like D1, D2, D3. Okay, D1 means first date of sowing. So I was sowing first date of sowing during October 5, then D2 means November 5, then D3 means December 5. So every 1 month I gap I sowed chickpea crop, then I emphasized, then I calculated, so what is the impact of high temperature during chickpea productivity. Okay, this is the actually the weather data of crop during crop growth period. So D1, D2, D3 means first date of sowing, second date of sowing, third date of sowing. The first date of sowing means 1st October, D2 means 5th November, D3 means 3rd December. So look at last during that rainfall. So compared to 2018, 2019, so it's on alone 332 millimeter rainfall is occurred. So likewise, because of climate change nowadays, the drastic reduction of the crop yield is observed. Okay, so I given more emphasis on reproductive parts of the plant parts. Like see, look at days to flower initiation, days to 50% flowering, days to initiation, days to maturity. At higher temperature, the crop will mature earlier. So this is one of the mechanism of crop plant to adapt to high temperature stress condition. So compared to D1, D2, D3 plant complete its early flower initiation, days to 50% flowering, and days to flower initiation, and days to maturity. That will lead to the reduction in the crop growth as well as crop yield. So compared to all genotypes, COG2 genotype as recorded early, it will complete its life cycle early as compared to the other genotype. So this is then I'm given more emphasis on pollen aspects. So look at pollen viability. I calculated pollen viability, pollen sterility, pollen germination, then pollen diameter with the help of microscope. Then I studied all those reproductive parameters. Okay. See, I selected 6 genotypes. These are D1, D2, D3 means 3 date of size. So when you compare different genotypes with respect to different date of sowing, so what you observe, JG14 as well as JG11 occurs maximum pollen germination as compared to the other genotypes. So by looking into the germination percentage, so you concluded high temperature which drastically reduces the or decreases the pollen germination percentage. So look at pollen germination under D1 means under first date of sowing. So we can observe maximum pollen germination as well as pollen viability, pollen fertility, pollen turbulence, every aspect, reproductive part aspect of the plant part. So this is pollen germination under D3 temperature. So look at there is no further growth of the pollen growth. Okay, so this is what we observed at a high temperature condition. So look at, so compared to D1 and D2, so D3 has less pollen germination compared to other two date of sowing. So now the picture is clearly shows that at higher temperature, the maximum reduction of pollen germination, pollen turbulence, pollen fertility, so as well as pollen viability. So this is, see, compared to 6 genotype, Jackie as well as JG14 genotype have higher pollen germination as compared to the BGD as well as COG2 genotype. See, I have selected 6 genotype. So Annigiri, Jackie, JG11, JG14, 2 Kabuli genotype like BGD 128 and COG2. So among 6 genotype, the maximum the pollen germination was observed under JG14. So I was calculated both 2018 as well as 2019 season. So pollen germination under D2. So maximum pollen germination was observed in same genotype like Jackie as well as JG14. Similarly, the less pollen germination was observed in the COG2 as well as Annigiri. So similar, look at D3 temperature region. The compared to D1 and D2, the maximum reduction of pollen germination was observed. So look at only 35 and 38 pollen germination was observed compared to other two genotypes with respect to the two different seasons. So this is what at a higher temperature region. So this is impact on chickpea pollen reproductive parts of the plant. See, compared to all other stresses, high temperature stress it will impact on majorly on reproductive parts of the plant, whereas other stresses like drought, metal, then salinity stress, it affects each and every part of the plant. But whereas temperature it mainly affect on reproductive parts of the plant. So this is pollen viability as well as pollen sterility. So look at different temperature regions D1, D2, D3. The maximum pollen sterility was observed under D3 temperature regions compared to the other two temperature, other two data sowing. So look at JG11 and JG14 as maximum pollen viability as well as pollen fertility is compared to the other two genotypes. Look at BGD and COG2 genotype as maximum pollen sterility. See, BGD and COG2, these two are Kabuli genotypes. So look at fertile pollen. See, it is under microscope, 40x microscope. So it is clearly under D1 and D2, maximum pollen viability, pollen fertility will be observed under normal temperature, whereas high temperature, so look at more than 50% the pollen sterility is observed under high temperature condition. So it is under BGD 128 genotype. So look at more compared to viability or fertility pollen, the maximum pollen sterility was observed. So pollen fertility percentage. See, compared to 6 genotype, JG11 and JG14 has occurred maximum pollen fertility as compared to the other 4 genotypes. So it is a comparison about 2018 as well as 2019. So it is pollen fertility at under D2 temperature region. D2 means optimum growing region, that is mid-November. Earlier means October 1st is early cropping season. So under D3 temperature region, so you observe maximum reduction of pollen fertility compared to the other two data of sowing. So among 6 genotype, Jackie as well as JJ11 has maximum pollen fertility compared to other 4 genotypes. So then coming to the, I also studied pollen tube growth. So why it is most important with respect to the plant yield means, see, for proper seed setting, pollination, fertilization, the seed, the embryo growth is, growth of the embryo is very most essential. So pollen means the pollination means transfer of the pollen from anther to stigma. So under high temperature condition, the proper fertilization is required. So under high temperature, there is a reduction, there is a further growth of pollen germination. Okay, the pollen growth is arrested. So among different date of sowing, the maximum pollen tube length was observed under D1 as well as D2, whereas less pollen tube length was observed under D3 temperature region. So among 6 genotype, Annigari as well as Jackie genotype has occurred maximum pollen tube length, whereas BGD as well as JJ11 observed lesser tube length. So it is under D2 temperature region. So similarly, Annigari as a JJ14, the maximum tube length as observed, pollen tube length, whereas JJ11 and BGD has occurred lesser pollen tube length was observed. So look at under D3 temperature regions, the maximum reduction of pollen tube length. So why? Because for growth of the pollen tube is required, there are 2 important enzymes like starch synthase as well as sucrose synthase. These 2 enzymes are required for pollen tube germination. Okay, these are 2 enzymes. So at a high temperature condition, so these 2 enzymes are very sensitive to these enzymes. Okay, there is slight imbalance in temperature. There is a imbalance in synthesis of these 2 enzymes. That's why there is a reduction in pollen tube length. Okay, then finally, I also studied diameter of the pollen. So I studied fertile pollen diameter as well as sterile pollen diameter. So under optimum condition like D1 and D2, it is clearly observed higher fertile pollen diameter, whereas under D3 condition or delayed condition, under high temperature condition, we can observe lesser sterile pollen diameter. Okay, that's why. So it is clearly indicated that high temperature, so it is drastically reduces the economic yield of the chickpea plant. See, look at, I studied length as well as pollen diameter as well as sterile pollen diameter as well as fertile pollen diameter. See, I studied pollen fertile diameter also. So under different genotype, Jackie as well as JJ14 has occurred maximum pollen diameter compared to the other 4 genotype. It is D1. Now coming to D2, means under optimum condition, the maximum pollen diameter was observed in Jackie as well as JJ14, whereas minimum pollen diameter was observed under BGD as well as COC2. So lastly, under D3 means third date of sowing has observed lesser pollen diameter in BGD as well as COC2 compared to other 3 genotypes. So coming to the economic parts of the plant parts like number of seeds per plant, test weight, ROX index and seed yield. So under 3 different date of sowing or temperature regions, D2 temperature regions means optimum temperature regions, you will get maximum economic yield, whereas under third date of sowing or delayed date of sowing, we can observe more than 50% reduction of the seed yield. So it is clearly indicated that high temperature, it is a negative effect, impact on plant yield, especially cool season legume crops. Okay, among 6 genotypes, economic yield compared to the other genotype. So finally, morphological antioxidant molecular. So Jackie, JJ11 and JJ14 shows better performance under high temperature compared to Annigari, BGD and COC2. So based on this equipment, we can clearly recommend this variety, that is Jackie, JJ11, JJ14 to the farmer field for higher economic yield.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Adishesha. A good piece of information you brought out, linking the pollen fertility with temperature in chickpea. Good. Now, may I ask the audience to have any clarifications with Dr. Adishesha? Any questions, please? Dr. Ramesh, do you have any points to be clarified?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Dr. Adishesha, so
Yes, sir.
very nice presentation. You have collected so much of the observation.
Yeah,
So
Ramesh,
you have
please.
selected the different variety of chippy. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. What, sir?
Yeah,
Hello?
yeah. Please go ahead with your question.
Okay, Adishesha.
Sir.
So among the different varieties, so that the temperature, there is a higher temperature. Which one is better germination? You got it?
Jackie and JG14, sir, and Andige, 3 genotypes are better pollen germination.
Jackie.
Yes,
But
sir.
same thing.
Three genotypes are JC genotypes, especially, whereas Kabul and Krakto, these are Kabul genotypes, very susceptible to high temperature conditions.
I'm not getting your voice clearly, Adishesha.
So it is audible. So something, someone is hacking. Sir.
Somebody is.
From the audience, please mute your speakers. There is a disturbance. Okay, go ahead, Ramesh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can carry on.
Yeah. Yeah, if there are any other questions, please, from audience. Okay. Okay, then we'll move to the next speaker, Dr. Akshata Ramanawar.
Yes.
Adishesha, please close your presentation.
Okay.
Akshata.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're ready with your presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, one and all. Today I'm going to present a paper on awareness creation and popularization of millets in Anandpur district, Andhra Pradesh. But because nowadays farmers, why I have selected this research study means because nowadays farmers are having wrong information about the millets because they feel that only the people who are from the lower socioeconomic status, they will cultivate the millets or they will consume the millets, because in olden days that was a trend that only the poor people used to consume the millets. But nowadays, because of the more demand for the millets in the healthy diets, millets are gaining a lot of importance with respect to the cultivation as well as with respect to the consumption. So now I'll begin with the introduction. Millets are the ancient grains of India because millets are not a new crops; they are the traditional. Because in our olden days, also our elders used to consume wheat. We also have a proverb that you are what you eat today, because whatever the food habits we are having, based on that our lifestyle is going to be decided. A balanced nutrient diet is the mantra to health.
Akshata, there is a disturbance from your speaker, I think.
Sir, is it clear now?
Yeah, now it's clear. There is some extra sound coming from somewhere. Okay, go ahead, Akshata.
Okay. These millets are getting a lot of importance nowadays because of the more nutritive value. People are more conscious about their diet and healthy lifestyle. Because of that also, millets are getting a lot of importance. And millets are also known as nutri-cereals because they provide most of the nutrients that are required for the normal functioning of the human body. And these cereals are also known as coarse cereal grasses or the grains, and these millets belongs to the family Poaceae. And based on the area grown and the grain size, these millets are classified into major millets and the minor millets. And in the major millets, we have sorghum, pearl millet, and finger millet. And in minor millets, we have foxtail millet, kodo millet, barnett millet, proso millet, and the little millet.
And here you can see the millet map or the millet cultivation in India.
One
Mostly,
minute, hello. Pallavi, you mute your mic. Pallavi, Pavitra, Sumangala, Nalwa. Sumangala, madam. Kindly mute your speaker.
here you can observe the millet cultivation in India, majorly in southern part of India like Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu. They are majorly contributing for the millet cultivation. And at present in India, currently 14 million hectares of land is under millet cultivation, and nearly we are producing 14 million tons of millets every year. In that, Rajasthan, Maharashtra and Karnataka are leading states in millet cultivation as well as production. And nowadays they are growing with many varieties of millets, and they are widely consumed. And among them, widely consumed millets are pearl millet, foxtail millet, sorghum, finger millet and the kodo millet. And recently, UN General Assembly has also declared 2023 as a International Year of Millets, mainly to create awareness about the cultivation of the millets and as also to promote the consumption of the millets among the population. And we'll see the unique features of these millets. Millets are climate friendly crops. Even though they have less rainfall or even the humidity or the temperature is more, these millets can grow very well. And they are famine crops or the drought resistant crops. And even the soil are less fertile or marginal fertile also, these millets can grow very well. And we require very less inputs. Even in some cases, if you are not using any fertilizers or chemical also, these millets can withstand. And these have very short duration, like within 2 to 4 months we can get the harvest, and it requires very less water, so that it is very suitable for the dryland agriculture or where we have a very less rainfall. And with respect to the nutritional value, millets have high amounts of dietary fiber, B complex vitamin, essential amino and fatty acids, and also vitamin E. And these are also high in minerals like iron, magnesium, phosphorus, and potassium. And these millets are gluten-free with low glycemic index. So mainly in the diabetic patients, usually the nutritionist or the doctors, they suggest them to take millet or include millet in their daily diet as they are having low glycemic index. And these millets are anti-carcinogenic foods and hypertensive, and they help to prevent obesity and the heart diseases. And they are having a high amount of carbohydrate and the protein. And with respect to the methodology or this particular study was conducted mainly to provide practical exposure to the farmers about millets like foxtail millet, pearl millet, and sorghum were cultivated at Bestayu Field Experimental Unit, Podral. And also to create and also to know the awareness level of the farmers on millet cultivation. The survey was conducted, followed by farmer scientist interaction was done during Millet Krishi Mela to know the awareness level of the farmers. The total sample size comprised of 90 respondents who were selected by random sampling technique. Data was collected with structured interview schedule through personal interview and also through the group discussion. And this is the Field Experimental Unit, Podral, Anandpur, Bestayu. Here we can see they have cultivated pearl millet, foxtail millet, and sorghum at experimental unit. And this is these images are from the farmer scientist interaction which was held during millets Krishi Mela at Best Innovation University, Anandpur. And with coming to the results, based on in the awareness, we had 12 statements to know the awareness level of the farmers, and based on their ranking or based on their answer to the questions, we have categorized them into three. Like we had three ranges, like completely aware, partially aware, and not aware. So based on that, by using class interval method, when we have categorized the respondents, majority, like 52% of the respondents, they are having high awareness about the millets, because these respondents belongs to the old age and they were aware of the cultivation of the millets since their old age, because when they were children, maybe their grandfathers or their fathers used to cultivate millets at their field. And also they know the consumption of the millets, because that time maybe the millets were in vague, or that time there is a cultivation of the millets. And nearly 31% of the respondents belongs to the medium level of awareness, because these farmers, they are aware about the millets, but they did not cultivated any millets in their field, or they did not try that millet cultivation. And only 16% of the farmers, they are they are having less awareness about the millets. They are having less awareness about the millets. Maybe they know the millets because some of the millets like sorghum and finger millet or bajra, that were included in their daily diet. And with respect to the conclusion, why we have to create awareness and why we have to popularize the millet cultivation among the farmers means, because these millets are largely going to contribute for the food security as well as the nutritional security of the country. And these millets, as they are having unique feature like climate resilient and famine crops, they are going to suitable for dryland regions, or the regions which are having very less rainfall. And also nowadays we are seeing a lot of climate variations, like suddenly we are getting rainfalls, or sometimes there will be a lot of humidity or the temperature. In all these climatic conditions also, these millets can grow very well, and these millets can be recommended for small and marginal farmers because their land holding will be less. So in that case, if they are growing the millets, if they do any valuation or something, they are going to get a good income. Then nowadays, these millets are also having high demand in the market, because nowadays people or the consumers, they prefer to have a high quality and a healthy foods, because of the lifestyle and the junk food. People, they are suffering from one of the, like many of the people, we are suffering from diabetes, obesity, thyroid problem, or the heart disease. And also for all these lifestyle disorders, millets are the best food. And also how we have to improve the millet and value chain means, we have to encourage the farmers, or we have to encourage the rural youth or the rural women to come forward to cultivate the millets. And we can also train them for the value addition, so that in a small groups, for especially for the women, if they form a SAG group or something, in the group they can prepare some value added products for the millets and they can sell in the market, because all the millet based products are having high demand in the market. Because of all this essential importance, millet can be promoted to the farmers to improve their livelihood. And millet, from this presentation, what I would like to conclude means, millets were not the first crops, because they were the traditional crops, and millets are the future crops, because nowadays these are getting more demand in the market. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Akshita. Thank you very much. Now the presentation is for discussion. Anybody have any questions? Akshita.
Yes, sir.
In your data collection, did you collect out of this 90 farmers, how many are planning to go for millet cultivation in the coming season? Any idea?
Sir, some of the farmers, they have marketing problems, sir, because they say that because in market,
some of these chains, no, marketing chains.
Yes,
like,
sir. If they do through the FPOs or commodity-based interest groups, if they cultivate in the groups, then they can have a good demand in the markets.
Anantapur has a vast land of fallows, fallow land.
Yes, sir.
I think these low cost or low input crops like this, minor millets, really a good potential for the farmers. The cost of cultivation is low. The profit,
maintenance is also,
the
profit is more
quite good. And only thing is the marketing, that if they form something like a group of
FPOs,
farmers,
yes, sir.
with the marketing agencies and can send it to, at present, these millets are more eaten in the urban areas compared to the rural areas. So they have to link
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
areas and see that the product goes to the places where it has demand. Very
Yes.
interesting presentation. If any other questions are there from audience?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Rupa Vasudevan. Hello, Professor Akshita. I think you made a wonderful presentation. Can you let me know, is there a significant difference between organic cultivation and inorganic cultivation of millets? Do you think there is a difference? Does the value or the dietary nutrition change in either of it, or it's just this chemical aspect of it? So what is exactly this?
Ma'am, actually for millets, we don't require any fertilizer application or pesticide. So even if you cultivate in even though if you not give any inputs also, they can grow very well. That is a unique feature of the millet. So if you grow in organic also, they can be a promising crops, or if you're in normal lands, if you grow also, it gives a good results, ma'am. But if it is organic, usually organic products are having high demand in the market. If you grow organically also, it is having a very potential in the market.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. This was very insightful. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, Dr. Akshata, madam.
Yes, sir.
Just I would like to know that, so these millets are commonly grown in the drought area. Is it right?
Yes, yes, sir.
So in that millet, so what you observed, any research data is there regarding their increase in micronutrient content or other any element for major nutrients? Any observed?
Sir, actually, we have number of studies, sir, because Indian Institute of Millet Research, they are exclusively devoted for the millet research. They are doing a lot of research work to promote millets, because they are also a part of UN for the International Year of the Millets. They want to popularize this millets among the farmers as well as the other people.
Yeah, that is I know, but what I want to ask is, especially micronutrient, which nutrient more accumulated in the millets? For it is only health purpose, the all doctor also recommended to take the millets only, no? So
yes, sir, because sir, because for example, if you see, if you eat, for best example, it is normal practical. Whenever you consume millets for longer time, we won't feel hungry, because the digestion process is very slow in the millets. So that's why when food is digested slowly, when it breaks down into, it will not suddenly break down into glucose. So that in cases, for especially for the diabetic patients, usually they recommend millets, and also those who want to maintain their weight, or those who are having obesity problems and all, they can go for the millets. Because for example, ragi is a good source of iron, calcium and all. If you consume ragi, we are going to have a many health benefits.
okay, thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, are there any questions to Dr. Akshita on millet cultivation? If there are no questions, I think we can move to the next speaker, Dr. Gautam Pasmani. Akshita, please log off. Yeah. Please close your slide share. Gautam?
Yes, sir. I'm audible. Yeah. The screen is shared, sir. Yeah. Good evening, all. Today my presentation is on a survey on pest alert. Pest alert, one of the.
Dr. Gautam.
Yes, sir.
There is some sort of distortion from your voice. You are very close to the mic, or what is the problem?
Gautam info. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Just a minute, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sharing the screen. Screen share, sir. Yeah. Hello. I'm audible, sir.
Yeah. Unless you put the slides on slide presentation mode.
Yes, sir. Slide presentation mode is on that one. Okay. Good evening, all. Today.
Okay, go ahead, Gautam. Gautam, are you on the line?
Agriculture economics is Manohan as Mudipudi, Assistant Professor in Agriculture economics, and Mr. Vishnath Uppe, Assistant Professor Agriculture Microbiology. These are the co-authors. Coming to the introduction.
Gautam, your voice is not very clear.
Sir, now I am audible. Sir.
I am not able to clearly hear you.
Hello.
Hello, Gautam, echo is coming, Gautam.
Yeah, it's I'm in my chamber. Hello. Just a minute.
I think.
Yeah, I will change the room. Yeah.
Gautam, is there a problem with your microphone there?
Dr. Gautam, can you hear us?
Gautam, are you online?
Hello. Hello. I'm audible, sir, now? Clearly?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
But some extra sound is coming. Go ahead, Gautam.
Yeah. As you all know, in previous year from 2015, invasive insect pest has been threatening in India. If you take our count,
your slide is not visible.
Your slides are not visible, Gautam. We have to give the sharing.
I shared this slides.
Okay.
Carry on.
Yeah, it has been shared.
Okay, go ahead, Gautam.
As you know, the invasive insect which has threatened the India. In 2015, we have seen the Tuta absoluta in tomato, and in 2018 and 19 we have seen Fallerworm, swing product. Recently, 2020 December, we have seen thrips is the new other species which has been reported in India. Okay. Other than the species of Schizothrips, which is also we have seen also complex as Moda complex in Bengaluru area, that is represent fire, Arcia papaya. Okay. The first occurrence of this insect pest in India as a consideration about this pest as an economic impact.
You are still not very clear. Your voice is not very clear. Can you speak with other laptop or something? There is disturbance. Gautam? I think he's out.
Sir, I think network issue, sir.
Yeah, I think network issue.
Gautam will join shortly, sir. We'll go to next. Gautam will join shortly.
Yeah.
Can go to
Yeah, okay. What we can do is we'll go to the last speaker, the next speaker, Shivarama Krishna. I think he's ready. He's ready. Shivarama Krishna, can you go ahead with your presentation?
Yes, sir, I am ready, sir. And before I start off my presentation, I would like to request the coordinator to confirm about my audio and video.
Yeah, everything is fine now. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Share your slides.
I mean, can you see my
Yeah, we could
slide, sir?
see, if
In
possible, go
presentation
to
mode?
the slide presentation mode, if possible. Otherwise, go
Yeah,
ahead.
this is in slide presentation mode, sir.
Okay.
Right. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries of ICRISTM 2022, IFERP, and Best Innovation University. And I thank all the organizations to select this paper for this presentation. And the presentation is implementation of ISO 45001 Occupational Health and Safety Management System Explosives Manufacturing Industry. It is being presented by myself, Sivaram Krishna Polavarpu, CSP. I'm a research scholar from Best Innovation University under Faculty of Environmental Engineering and Sciences. And this paper has been prepared under guidance of Dr. Sudhakar Gummadi from Loyola Academy. So safety is very important for us because, you know, in a day-to-day life, I mean, everybody know about safety issues, but the safety is very important when it comes to workplace, because most of the hazards are present in the workplace. We need to take care about occupational health and safety, particularly in the workplace. So I am basically a safety professional. Before going deep into the subject, I would like to introduce myself to the committee and all attendees. Myself, Sivaram Krishna Polavarpu. I'm an environmental health and safety professional with 15 plus years of R&D and industry experience, and a certified safety professional from Board of Certified Safety Professionals of USA, and an ANSI ISO IEC 17024 accreditation, which is a personal certification program, and also a lead auditor by CQI and IRCA in ISO 45001 Occupational Health and Safety Management System. Apart from that, I'm a ratified safety officer by Government of India. My basic educational qualification is from MSc Environmental Sciences from Andhra University, and MTech Environmental Management from JNTUH, and I have also done my advanced diploma in industrial safety from State Board of Technical Education and Training, Government of Telangana. Presently working for Gulf Oil Corporation Limited, Energetics Division as a manager, safety, health, and environmental sustainability. So in my research program, the basic sample is my organization itself. So I would like to give a small introduction about my organization also here. So we are a Gulf Oil Corporation Limited, basically into manufacturing of explosives and energetic devices and blast initiating devices. All these products are being used in energetics and commercial mining and industrial applications, and we also manufacture products for defense and space applications also, where some specialized sensitive energy applications are being manufactured and supplied to space and defense applications. So coming to my paper, the abstract is basically from implementation of ISO 45001 2018 standard in explosives manufacturing industry. This is the first international occupational and health and safety management standard released by International Organization for Standardization. Before that, there is no international standard in occupational health and safety. It helps organizations to prevent work-related injury and ill health and to provide a safe and healthy workplace to all employees. So, which is very important in particularly hazardous operations industries. So, it is a special emphasis on effective implementation of ISO 45001 Occupational Health and Safety Management System in explosives manufacturing industry. Explosives manufacturing includes handling, storage is one of the highly hazardous activities among the industrial sector because of its sensitiveness towards friction, impact, static, and heat hazards. Even a small amount of explosive can lead to a catastrophic incident when it subjects to friction, impact, static, and heat. So to maintain a high level of occupational safety in our workplace, we used to take care of any kind of friction, impact, static, and heat. So the same has been taken, the implementation of ISO 45001 in explosives manufacturing industry. And the objective of this paper is to emphasize the importance of OHS management system in hazardous industries and to demonstrate the system's approach for the benefit of safety and health of employees, organizations, societies, communities, and nations at large. And the entire approach is a systematic approach through PDCA cycle, risk-based thinking, and consultation and participation, which are known to be the heart of ISO 45001 management standard. So the basic methodology is, as I have right now explained, it is a PDCA cycle, risk-based thinking, and employee consultation and participation. So going about each one, PDCA can be applicable in any aspect of operations where we are going to do any activity. So in my research, in my implementation process, I have followed the same of PDCA approach in implementing the ISO 45001 in my organization. So I have overall identified 14 key 14 key aspects and processes where this PDCA cycle has been implemented. So the first one is a plan. Any activities, there should be a plan to carry out that activity. And after standardizing a proper plan, we have to do that activity. So under proper conditions, and after carrying out that activity, it need to be analyzed for any difficulties or any abnormalities. And after checking the activity and identifying the abnormalities, we have to sort out those abnormalities, including corrective actions and preventive actions, and we need to go further in a cycling process. So it is a cycle process where again PDCA cycle will be followed, and each and every process is identified with the risk assessment, hazard identification, and risk assessment to ensure a best practice of occupational health and safety in each and every process. So to achieve this hazard identification and risk assessment, we have communicated, consulted, and we have taken participation from all kinds of employees, workers, and interested parties in these activities. So the processes identified are management representation and top management, production planning and control, safety, health, and environmental sustainability, production process of various products like detonators, detonating cord, PETN, which is called secondary explosive, pentaerythritol tetranitrate, and pentolite boosters, etc. And research and development wing, which is established within the organization, and the maintenance service process, QA and QC, industrial relations to deal with all the liaising activities with all statutory and regulatory organizations, and security of explosives, and human resource department, information technology for maintaining all the online data, and maintaining of all production activities, and supply chain management, which includes purchase, stores, and magazines where the explosive materials are being stored, and distribution to various places throughout the country and throughout the globe, which includes transportation, and license cell to ensure all regulatory licenses are in place. And finally, it is a marketing and customer focus. So coming to description, ISO 45001 is the first international occupational health and safety management system standard that replaces BS OSHA's 18001. So as I said, ISO 45001 is the first international standard. And before ISO 45001, British standard, which is called Occupational Health and Safety Assessment Series 18001, is in place. But maintaining this OSHA's 18001 is a very difficult task because it is not integrated with the existing ISO standards at that time. So ISO has come up with the NX high level structure in 45001, which integrates the management system with 9001 and 14001 quality and environmental management systems. So here the special emphasis on context of organization, risk-based approach with employee consultation and participation. The standard provides a framework regardless of size, activity, and geographical location to manage and continuously improve occupational health and safety within the organization. So the standard doesn't require for any particular size of organization or particular activity or particular geographic location. It can be applicable to any size, any activity, any organization. So that is the beauty in ISO 45001. So the coming to the implementation process, the implementation of OHSMS was carried out through ISO NX SL, which is a high level structure, which consists of 10 core clauses. Those are scope, normative references, terms and definitions, context of the organization, leadership, planning, support, operation, performance evaluation, and improvement. So I mean, the time is very limited to go very detailed with all these clauses of international standards. So I'll just touch the tip of the iceberg in each and every core clauses. So coming to the scope, it is areas of business that are going to be managed in the OHSMS. The intended outcome of scope is to provide a safe and healthy workplace, fulfill legal and other requirements, and achieve occupational health and safety objectives, and continuous improvement of occupational health and safety performance. In our case, the scope is the manufacturing, handling, storage, and distribution of explosives and high energetic materials. And coming to the next core clause is essential documents used for the normative references, which is the essential documents used for the application of the document. But in with regard to ISO 45001, there are no normative references which gives us to applicable to make it applicable to each and every process and each and every organization. And coming to the terms and definitions, it is very important to be very clear of all the definitions mentioned in this standard, because there should be no any confusion in implementation of this standard, and it should be properly communicated. So terms and definitions, many terms are identified which are being used in this standard implementation. And coming to the heart of the standard, it is a context of the organization. It includes understanding the organization and its context, understanding needs and expectations, determining scope and occupational health and safety management system. The context is nothing but the strategy of the organization. So each and every organization will have its own culture, its own inbuilt knowledge, and its own way of working. So the top management has to decide the strategy of the organization. In context of the organization, there are many factors which influence the context of the organization, and the organization has to work within the influential sources. So these are identified using a PEST factors, which are called political, economic, social, and technological factors.
बस ये खत्म हो जाए, जितना स्लाइड होगा उसके बाद मेरा ही नंबर है लास्ट.
So we have identified so many political, economic, social, and technological factors during the implementation of this standard in the organization. So coming to political, it can be ecological, environmental issues, legislatory, regulatory issues, government policies, wars and conflicts, lockdowns, etc. And coming to economic, it may be a recession, seasonality, globalization, global pandemics. And coming to social, it is a media, demographics, image of the organization, and major events and influences, and rapid urbanization issues and growing neighborhood. And coming to technology, it's a technology transfer and legislation, innovation potential, technology access, and obtaining license, patents, intellectual property issues, and global communication, etc. The PEST factors are classified as opportunities and threats in SWOT, strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats analysis. So the factors which are identified here, there can be strengths and weaknesses also. Some are strengths and some are weaknesses. Those are again segregated and acted accordingly. And coming to the next core clause is leadership. The entire ISO 45001 implementation is can be done only through a top-down approach. So the top management should have a clear understanding of the standard and its requirements and implementation process. So the commitment from top management is very important, so which can be taken only through a policy. So we have framed the occupational health and safety policy, where we have declared to maintain a very good occupational health and safety environment within the organization, and to provide a safety to all employees, welfare amenities to employees. Everything has been demarcated and it has properly communicated in different locations within the organization, and it is available to all the stakeholders also. So after standardizing the occupational health and safety policy, every employee, every level of employee has been declared with their roles and responsibilities. So what are their roles and what are their responsibilities with regard to occupational health and safety management system has been clearly demarcated, and each and every employee has been consulted and participated to take their view in implementation of this standard within the organization. And coming to the next core clause is planning. So since we have been talking about occupational health and safety, hazard identification, risk assessment, and risk control in a highly hazardous industry is very important. So the each and every process which I have identified, I mean the 14 what I have earlier shown, the 14 core processes in the organization has been identified with a hazard identification and risk assessment. And after that, the risk control also identified for all the identified hazards, and all those actions has been taken and all the risks has been brought to the acceptable level. And the next one is a legal requirement. So legal compliance and compliance obligation is also very important when we are operating an industry under certain conditions by the government. So we have identified about 49 legal applications like the Factories Act, the Factories Rules, the Explosives Act, Explosives. Total, we have identified 49 rules which are applicable to the industry, and all possible acts and rules are being complied prominently. And next is the planning action, where we have discussed the PDCA cycle. Everything has been planned to carry out the operation with the PDCA, plan, do, check, act mode. And we have set the occupational health and safety objectives also for all the identified processes. And to do all of this, we need a support the resources. We need to have the required resources to carry out all these activities, and the selected resources should have a competence to criteria, and all the team has given a proper employees and of the organization. So finally, after attaining and getting ready with all these aspects, we have entered into the operation phase, where we have eliminated occupational health and safety risks through hazard identification, risk assessment, and risk control technique. And we have also implemented a management of change activity, where any change, I mean within the process, within the any process of organization, any change is recorded through alteration authority, where a proper approvals has been taken executing the change for that is either for man, that is either for machinery, that is either for process, or either for specification, whatever it may be. A management of change is made applicable to each and every changes. And I mean the contractors and outsourcing is also very important, because some of the processes are being outsourced. So the safety of outsourcing and contract workmen is also very important. So that also has taken care, documented in proper documented formats and the documented information. And apart from this, we have taken emergency preparedness and response, because even though whatever actions we have taken, emergency preparedness and response should be in place to take care of any untoward incidents or untoward emergencies. So proper emergency preparedness and response team has been set up with all the due important requisites. And after all these, we have done a performance evaluation by monitoring, measurement, analysis, and performance evaluation. So all these opportunities and work areas opportunities has been identified to monitor, measure, and analysis. So by evaluation of compliance, and this has been done through internal audit process. So we have a robust internal audit process we have created, and each and every process has been internally audited for a performance evaluation. And after completion of this internal audit and making a summary of this audit, we have conducted a management review where along with the top management, where all the outcomes of the internal audit has been discussed to identify the opportunities, and we have planned the improvements and to execute the change, etc. And then it comes a continuous improvement. Whenever we have identified all these abnormalities from internal audit and we have reviewed it in the management review, the actions has been taken, even considering the incidents and non-conformities. We have created a corrective action and preventive actions program, and under this all the corrective and preventive actions has been taken care, which is continued for continual improvement progress. And coming to benefits of this, benefits of implementation, the ISO 45001 is compatible with other management systems like 9001 quality management system and the 14001 environmental management system. That is one of the greatest advantage or the benefit, so that we can integrate all the three into integrated management systems. It provides a systematic approach for senior leadership to assess occupational health and safety risks and opportunities within the context of organizational activities. So the top management has to be very clear about the context of the organization. So this context of the organization provides scope for top management to enter and understand the context of the organizational activities. And next one is the implementation is an intent to protect workers from accidents, including short and long-term ill health effects. Provides assurance to the internal and external interested parties, like the employees or the board of directors, or the stakeholders, or the vendors, or the suppliers, whatever it may be, whether it is an internal interested party or an external interested party. So implementation of this system gives an assurance that the organization is well established with occupational health and safety management. So, and consultation and participation can improve safety culture, minimize risk, and embed best practice, resulting in increased productivity. And the positive transition in procurement of products and services, and monitor and review compliance obligations for legal compliance, and it gives a continuous improvement and international standard benchmark for reputation. Since it is an international standard, it gives a global standard benchmark for the organization. And coming to highlights of implementation, this is the 10 steps for certification, which can be applicable to any kind of organization, whether it is a manufacturing, whether it is a service oriented, or it is a laboratory, or it is a any kind of service provisioning agency. So the first one we have to take step is awareness training, and we have to create awareness among the employees, stakeholders, internal interested parties, and external interested parties. And then we have to declare.
Sir, kindly conclude, sir.
Dr. Shivaramakrishna, are you online? I think Dr. Shivaramakrishna, are you online?
Yeah, I'm presenting, sir.
Yeah. You are presenting, but now the time is up for make conclusions.
Yes, sir. I will conclude, sir. Yeah.
Right.
And
go to the conclusions.
I'm in conclusion actually.
Okay.
Yeah, ISO 45001 Occupational Health and Safety Management System is the international standard for managing safety and health in workplace. And the standard ensures better compatibility with other management standards, which makes the application user-friendly. The unusual occurrences within the operational processes has been reduced to minimal level, and occupational safety and health status of the organization has been improved. And we have achieved 2.58 accident-free million hours by implementing this ISO 45001 in our organization. The ISO 45001 standard will definitely provide a benchmark to an organization in a global level by demonstrating the standard requirements. And coming to the result, it is astonishing. We have achieved a Golden Peacock Occupational Health and Safety Award 2021 by successful implementation of this ISO 45001 in our organization. And in the event of 22nd World Congress on Environmental Management and Climate Change 2021. So all the best everyone, and get in touch for any queries. My email ID has been shared here and mobile number has been shared here. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shivaramakrishna. Though it is completely away, completely different from the previous papers presented here in this session. It's interesting. Of course, you dealt with the occupational hazard safety standards. One question clarify for me. Are there any such similar studies are conducted in an unorganized sector of that cracker industry, which are used in Deepavali, no? There is a lot of things are going on there. A lot of health problems, particularly in Tamil Nadu and all. A lot of things are going on. Similar such studies should be taken up, and in a policy way, this should be indicated to the policymakers so that their health is taken care.
Yes, you are very correct, sir. Fireworks industry is very spread in Tamil Nadu area. I mean, the entire Tamil Nadu, lot of firework and crackers manufacturing industries are there. And this has to be implemented in those areas also, because we are basically not into fireworks manufacturing industry. We are manufacturing highly sophisticated explosives for space and defense applications and mining applications. So this is definitely useful when it is implemented in fireworks and crackers industry. Yes, sir, you are correct.
Yeah. Any other questions, please? From the audience, any clarifications with regard to Shivaramakrishna's presentation? If there are none, I think we'll call back Gautam Hasmani to present his paper. Thank you, Shivaramakrishna. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your patience.
Gautam?
Yes, sir. I'm audible now.
Yeah.
I have shared the screen, sir.
Yeah. Your paper must be a very interesting paper, because this has become a recent problem in the country.
Yes,
so
sir.
Go ahead with your presentation.
Good evening. Today I'm going to present a research paper on a survey on pest alert, that is invasive thrips, parvis spinus, and Cristotic dorsalis. Cristotic dorsalis is not a invasive pest; it is a already pest in chili. Okay, and this also recorded in chili cultivation, which are threatening the chili cultivation in India. The author is Dr. Gautam Hasmani. I am an assistant professor in entomology, and co-authors are Ms. Shweta Sri, assistant professor in agriculture economics, Ms. Manogana, assistant professor in agriculture economics, and Mr. Vishnath Kukeri. All are the assistant professor from Best IU University. Coming to the introduction, as you all know, thrips is a sucking insect pest, which is a cosmopolitan species, which has been a quarantine species, important, first reported in Thailand and Australia. But in India, it has been reported in 2015 on Caricia papaya in 2015. But in 2020, it has been reintroduced, means it has made a comeback in 2021 in December. The first occurrence of thrips parvis spinus in India expressed concern is about the pest as an economic important. Plants like, yeah. The slides are moving, sir.
Gautam, go to that presentation.
Yes, sir, I've done.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, sir. There is an economic concern like ornamental crops and vegetable crops, application towards the quarantine related issues. As we all know, recently in 2015, Tuta Absoluta, and in 2018, fall organisms, product of Fizipeda, and now in 2021, Thrips parvispinus is the species. These are the within a span of 3 years, we have seen 3 different insect pests, invasive insect pests in India. We are going to emphasize the need for regulation, monitoring in other crops and other crops of in India and likely acquire for the pest status. Okay, methodology. Initially, the Thrips samples were collected from chili field in and around Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh states and were sent to National Bureau of Agriculture Important Resources for identification and confirmation of the species. Where only one taxonomist is there, Dr. Rasna, who has confirmed the species. A roving survey was carried out in chili growing areas of different districts in Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh.
You have to move your slides, Gautam.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Yeah. A roving survey was carried out in chili growing areas of different districts in Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh in December 2021. In each taluk, minimum 2 villages and in each village 2 farmer fields were observed for incidence of Thrips. Okay, in each field 20 plants at random, 100 random selected plants were selected and observation recorded on plant damage due to Thrips out of 100 plants as well as number of Thrips per plant. Like for number of top leaves, middle leaves, and bottom leaves, we are taking as observations. Okay, the percent infestation has been calculated by using formula. Percent infestation equal to number of plants damaged divided by total number of plants observed into 100. Coming to the field images, we can see on the flower the Thrips initially. Okay, and even in the malformation of fruits and deformation of leaves and sucking the Thrips are only the insects which are going to suck the sap from the leaf, where it is going to make a huge loss in the chili plantation. As we all know, the other another species, that is Schistothrip dorsalis, which is going to transmit a Moda complex disease with respect to mites. Coming to the taxonomic identification of Thrips parvispinus, which has been confirmed by NBAR Dr. Rachna, a scientist. We can see a female. Okay, A is the image of female and B is the antenna. Fringed B is the antenna and C is the metanotum of the insect, which is dorsal view. Okay, that is dorsal view. And G is the abdominal tergite of that particular Thrips. And H is the mesoderma and forewing. Forewings, you can see the forewing eye, that is fringed wings. Okay, that is the peculiar character of Thrips. Coming to the table 1, incidence of Thrips species in different major chili growing villages of Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh. We have taken districts like Bangalore, Ballari, Raichur, and in Andhra Pradesh, Anantapur district. And taluks in Karnataka, Bangalore South, Anekal, Ballari, Kurugodu. In Raichur, we have taken Devdurga, Raichur, and in Anantapur, we have taken Raidurga. In different villages, we can see different villages. Okay, among the Bangalore North, Anekal, or Ballari, or irrespective of the taluks, we have seen most of the damage is caused by Thrips parvispinus. That is, you can see around 90% of the crops, 90%, we have seen this species. Whereas Schistothrip dorsalis has been reduced. It has overtaken the species due to climate change and the species differentiation. Okay, species differentiation. Even 90% of the farmers who have sprayed the chemicals, it has not controlled. Even it has not controlled. They have even sprayed different chemicals also and contacted even scientists. Okay, and we have to cope up with the different chemicals and mode of action pesticides. Okay, and coming to the next slide. In this graph, you can see district-wise and taluk-wise average of incidence of Thrips. You can see blue color is the showing that Thrips parvispinus is the species which has been dominating over Schistothrip dorsalis in different states of Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh. And coming to the final conclusion, awareness. Okay, there is a need of awareness to the farmers by scientists and extension workers. There is a need of awareness to the farmers. What are the management practices to go proper monitoring of the crops. Okay, remove the crop debris, and other hosts like parthenium, weeds. Okay, installation of yellow sticky trap and blue sticky trap at the rate of 25 acres per 25 per acre, and spraying of neem oil and neem cake at the rate of 10 kg per acre, and spraying of behavior which is going to control the thrips species. Either it may be Schistothrips dorsalis or it may be Thrips parvispinus species. And the insecticides like cyanotonipole, imidacloprid 70 WS and imidacloprid 30 SC, and spirotetramide by joining hands by even KVK scientists like extension workers and even researchers and scientists. We can control the insect and mitigate the problem of second and by strict measures of quarantine measures. With this, I conclude my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, Gautam. And the now session is open for the discussion. Please go ahead with your questions. Yeah. If nobody is there, I have a lot of queries and clarifications from you, Gautam.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, this pest has been, though it was there for quite a few years back, but it has become this year, 2020, it has become a serious pest in Chile.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the first clarification is why this has become a serious problem in Chile all of a sudden. That's number one.
Yes,
number two, the symptoms which appear on the plants, do they only affect the flowers, or are they seen in the fruits and the vegetative parts of the plant?
Sir, vegetative part on the plant, we have seen malformation of fruits, flower dropping. We have seen.
Yeah. Now you tell me what exactly, there are contradicting reports of yield loss by this invasive pest. Is it very high loss to the crop? There are reports in Warangal and Guntur districts of Andhra Pradesh, very high losses. And in some places, the losses are minimum, they say. What exactly is your opinion on this?
Sir, in Andhra Pradesh, Telangana and Karnataka, the yield loss is around 90% by this thrip species, sir, invasive thrip species. And even the farmers, whatever the recommended dosage they have to spray the insecticide, even it has not been controlled. Only the Beauveria bassina and Lecanicum lecani, these are the two agents which are sprayed on the things. There is a incidence is low and controlled areas. And with all practice like yellow sticky trap and blue sticky trap, monitoring traps, mass trapping, by using these things, it has been controlled. And the host is different hosts, sir, because of we have seen different hosts which is having different hosts, sir. Papaya, ornamental crops, and even floriculture. In this we have seen custom flower strips, and chili is also one of the most devastating elements, which is also host for sucking pest, majorly for sucking pest.
Is the crop loss is due to the initial flower drop?
Yes, sir. Initial flower drop, sir. It is going to suck the sap in flowers and leaves. In each flower, you have seen around average of 90 clips. Average of 20 clips. 20 clips. Each flower.
Okay. Some people, some people say that it's only because of the very high, large number of proliferating on the flower petals. That's the only damage they are observing, but actually no sucking damage is seen like that. Is it correct or wrong?
Sir, on flower initial stage, they are going to suck the sap as it is not having right mandibles. Right mandibles are absent in trees. They are going to suck the sap, lacerate and sucking type of purpose they are having. After that, they are having other things. Post is flower, sucking and juiciness.
Yeah. So please, in the future, you go ahead with your surveillance programs on this pest. This has become a serious pest. Anantapur area is also quite large area on chili cultivation. Now they have started dadigi cultivation near Urokonda and all. So please go ahead with your surveillance program and come out with good data, and also plan some experiments with natural bioagents. You can think of them and come out with some sort of recommendations for this
Yes, sir.
pest. What about natural enemies? Anything are reported on
Sir,
this
no,
pest?
sir. No, sir. Even all the even it is not reported about the Tosco virus. Inquiry of Tosco virus has not been reported, sir, in India.
No, I am talking of natural enemies. Natural
no, sir,
enemies.
No, sir, not at.
No, any parasitides,
no,
predators?
Sir, no,
nothing.
Not yet, sir. Not yet.
Okay. If any other questions, Dr. Ramesh, or any other entomologists or other our faculty, this is a new pest which has come. All of you should be very well aware of this pest, and also please inculcate this knowledge into the students so that they also should know this recent invasive pest on chilies.
Yes,
yeah. Ramesh, do you have any question?
No, sir.
Okay, then if there are no questions, I think we have almost finished these session presentations. Before concluding, I just make a few comments on the session.
Sir,
yeah.
last presentation is there, sir.
One more.
Yeah, one more.
Jwala Patel is there, I think.
It is not listed here. Is it listed
Yes,
here?
sir, it's there. It's down, sir.
Last participants, sir.
Next page.
Okay, fine. Let her go ahead with the presentation. Right. I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Jwala Patel, go ahead with your presentation.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah. Good evening. Yeah, you are audible.
Is my visible, sir?
Yes, visible. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening to all of you. My name is Jwala Patel. I'm a research scholar in the Department of Pharmacy, Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarat, Madhya Pradesh. I'm doing my research under the supervision of Professor Hari Narayana Murthy and Professor Sabyasachi Maichi. Today, the title of my presentation is Controlled Drug Delivery Potential of Etherified Xanthan Gum Hydrogel Particles, an in vitro assessment. Abstract of my work. In this study, xanthan gum was chemically tailored to carboxymethyl xanthan gum via reaction with monochloro acid under alkaline condition at controlled temperature. As determined from the acid wash method, the degree of proximal substitution was found to be 2.47. The characteristic absorption peak of carboxyl functionality were also detected in the SCI spectrum of CMHG in support of carboxymethylation. The CMHG was utilized at various concentrations 2 to 4 weight by volume for the design of glimepiride loaded hydrogel particles through aluminum ion induced gelation method. The particles appear to be spherical in shape and lied in the range of 900 to 1200 micrometer. The particles had drug entrapment efficiency of 86 to 98%. The in vitro drug release study suggested that the particles produced using higher polymer concentration retarded the drug rate up to 6 hours in simulated gastrointestinal pH ranging from 1.2 to 6.8. 2 hours followed by 2 hours in acidic media, followed by remaining time followed by in pH 6.8 buffer, phosphate buffer. Depending upon polymer concentration, the drug release mechanism varied from friction to purchase to transport. Thus, this study revealed that the in vitro drug release can be monitored by varying MXG concentration in the hydrogel composition. We move on to introduction. This is about xanthan gum. Xanthan gum is a non-toxic complex polysaccharide produced by Bacterium Xanthomonas campestris. Its primary structure consisting of repeated pentasaccharide units formed 2 glucose units. Here these are 2 glucose units, 2 mannose units. These are the 2 mannose units and 1 glucuronic acid in the ratio or molar ratio of 2.8, 2 and 2. to xanthan gum does not form hydrogel particles in the presence of aluminum chloride solution. Thus, carboxymethylation is required. And the hydrogels are polymeric networks that exhibit a large potential ability to absorb water without being dissolved in water or dissolved in media. This is the structure of xanthan gum. This is a Howard projection. Next slide. This is about drug. I have chosen glimepiride drug. This is the property of drug. Glimepiride drug is a anti-diabetic medication used in type 2 diabetes. Its mode of action is to increase insulin secretion by the pancreas. It falls under the B class 2 drug because of it is having high permeability, but it is having low solubility. Its half-life is from 5 to 8 hours. This is its structure. Next is methodology. This is the schematic representation of synthesis of carboxymethyl xanthan gum. This is the glucose unit of in the monomer of xanthan gum. Methanol washed and air dried xanthan gum was dissolved in sodium hydroxide solution and kept for a few minutes. After that, in that slurry, in that weighted mass, the monochloroacetic acid solution was added drop continuously. It was stirred continuously for a period of 1 hour, and the temperature was maintained 15 to 18 degrees Celsius. Then this oxide, which was formed in the presence of sodium hydroxide, the carboxymethyl substitution, it shows here in the position we are targeting mainly this hydroxyl group here. This is the 6th position here, and here we are targeting substitution this position. Then it happens here, it is showing here this position, it already substituted here. In the next scheme, all the R position, all R, it is showing the it is substituted by this for this is carboxymethyl group. Next one is, this is the preparation of glimepiride loaded hydrogel bead. That carboxymethylated xanthan gum, dried xanthan gum, by in different concentration, it was dissolved in 10 ml water, and the required quantity 20 mg was also added, and it was homogenized. Then it was filled in a syringe, and it was dropped into AlCl3 solution 1%, and it was distributed for 15 minutes. After that, it was filtered out and washed with distilled water. It was dried. In the characterization portion, this formulation, I have prepared 3 formulations by varying concentration of CMXG. Here, F1 containing 200 mg, F2 containing 300 mg, F4 containing 400 mg. In 10 ml water, drug loading was done. 20% drug was loaded in all 3 formulations. That drug interruption deficiency was found to be that 84% in the F1 formulation, 96% in F2, and 98% in F3. These yield of that hydrogel beads were 87%, 92%, and the average particle size was found to be that 1162 micrometer F1, F2 it was 1028, and for F3 it was 939 micrometer. This is the image of specially prepared hydrogel beads of all these 3 formulations. This is the UV spectrophotometric analysis of drug. This is in the pH 1.2. It was scanned from 200 to 400 nanometer, and here it was scanned in pH 6.8 phosphate buffer. The lambda max was observed at 229 nanometer also in acid also and buffer also. This is the standard calibration curve of glimepiride drug in the pH 1.2 and the pH 6.8 phosphate buffer. The degree of substitution was calculated by using a formula which was found to be 2.47%. Here, 933, it is the molar mass of xanthan gum. 58, it is the net mass increased by carboxymethyl substitution. This is the FTI receptor of xanthan gum. This is A is xanthan gum and B is of carboxymethyl xanthan gum. This peak, it shows
Are you there, sir? Jwala Patel, sir?
Hello, Jwala Patel.
Sir, almost the presentation is over and also the time is also, it's over. So can we move on to the next part, sir?
I think now there were two leftovers. One is by Dr. Muhammad Yusuf Ali. Another is by K.S. Preeti. Whether they are there for presentation? I think today we have planned for 13 presentations, no?
KS Preeti will not present, sir.
Huh?
KS Preeti will not present, sir.
KS is not presenting. Fine. Then what about Muhammad Yusuf Ali?
Sir, hello.
Hello.
Yes,
It was interrupted because internet.
yeah, no problem, sir. Please conclude. Yeah, no problem. Kindly conclude it, sir.
Yes, sir. Few only remaining, madam. 2 or 3 only remaining.
Yeah, okay. Present it and quickly finish it, Jwala Patel.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And these are in vitro release study of the glimepiride hydrogel particle.
Go to the conclusion, Jwala Patel. Go to the conclusion.
In conclusion, finally we can conclude this process. Finally, we have synthesized carboxymethyl xanthan gum in different concentration of hydrogel particles. Increasing the concentration of carboxymethyl in the form of higher drug entrapment density and sustain the release of glimepiride for a long period of time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jwala Patel. Yeah, if there are any questions, please go ahead, audience. If there are no questions, then we can go ahead with the next presentation person. Are there anybody to be presented? Dr. Nagajyoti?
No, sir. I request you to give the conclusion, sir. Conclusion.
Before conclusion, sir, Raman, sir.
Ramesh, do you have any questions to Jwala Patel?
Sir, Dr. Ranganath, sir, want to talk something. So
yeah, that's what. No, one by one we can finish. You, Dr. Ranganath, myself, and yourself can give you a 1 minute concluding remarks.
Definitely, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, should I leave?
Dr. Ranganath, go ahead with your comments on today's presentations. Dr. Ranganath. Sir, Dr. Ranganath, are you on the line?
I think no, sir.
Sir, I am calling 1 minute, sir.
Ramesh, you go ahead with your presentation.
Sir, join ಆಗ್ತೀರಾ ಲೈನ್ ನಿಮಿಷ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ.
Ramesh, do you have any concluding comments on this session?
Sir, wait, sir. ಅವರು ಸರ್ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಾ?
ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಾ? ಆಯ್ತು. In the meantime, shall I finish my comments?
Yes, sir. Kindly proceed, sir.
I will finish my comments in 1 minute. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Out of the 13 papers presented connected with agricultural sciences, most of them are agricultural sciences paper, and a few on health sciences and 1 or 2 on environmental sciences. Among the agricultural papers, some of the interesting results have come from some papers. Like the first paper, Dr. Praveen has identified one very cheap medium for mass production of trichoderma, which is very cost effective using locally available materials. Then Dr. Sweta Reddy has identified that foliar application of humic acid and then micronutrients will definitely improve the yield of the groundnut in Anantapur conditions. Then Adishesha has come out with a finding of temperature linking with the pollen germination and pollen fertility, which is an interesting paper, which also links with the productivity of chickpea with regard to the different temperature regimes which we'll have during different winter seasons. Then Akshita has brought out the millets, importance of millets, and also some survey indicates that most of them know about the cultivation of millets, but they are not going at present because of the lack of marketing issues. I think our conclusion should be marketing facilities should be improved. Then Vasmani, Gautam Vasmani says he has observed this new invasive pest on chilies in Anantapur district. Of course, it is already known in Karnataka. So this is an interesting information, and we have to be careful with this pest because it is a very tough pest to be controlled, and we have to take some sort of natural management systems for this pest. We have a paper on explosives industry, which has given some policy guidelines for implementation of ISO standards. And then we have a good paper on the linkage of various parameters with the rainfall pattern of in the Indo-Burma region, where several parameters clearly indicate some sort of a linkage with the rainfall pattern. That's very interesting paper. Of course, Dr. Nagarjuna Reddy gave an indication of antibacterial compounds in the Asimum plant, which we all very well know that it has got a lot of antibacterial compounds. Then these are some of the interesting things which have come up in this session, and all the presentations were very good, and I wish my wishes to all the presenters to carry further research in these lines and go ahead and come out with good products and useful information for science as well as to the stakeholders. Thank you, Dr. Nagajyoti, for giving me this opportunity. Now I will request Dr. Ranganath to go ahead with his comments.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Ramarjan. Are you able to hear?
Yeah, we are able to hear you, sir. Go ahead with your comments.
Ramanujam, overall, it is really good. I'm very happy. I will send you all the details as per the performa evaluation. And again, some of the people should really have the bullets, not just go on sentences like this. They should understand. And also, too much general is not required. Too much general introduction. Straight, they should say what they want, what is their results, what they have done, why they have done, like that. Straight, come to the topic like that. So, some 3-4 points I wanted to tell. In between, I tried, but your people have both muted and stopped my what I call video and audio both. Anyway, Ramadan, I will be sending
the. If something has happened, sir, very sorry. Maybe
no problem. No problem. I will send you as per the performa all the details.
Right, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Ramarjan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ramesh.
And thank you all others.
Comments already we are late.
Yes, sir. Sir, first of all, I will thanks to the organizing committee, Dr. Nagaratna Madam and Dr. Bhaskar. So, as a giving a chance for as a chairperson in this conference. Okay. So overall, I want to suggest in whatever all the scientists, they delivered the very nice presentation and they have delivered the very good objective what they have done in their research. Okay. In among that, there are Sweta Reddy delivered a very nice lecture followed by Praveen Kumar. And also Akshata also shows that how the importance of millets in the upcoming generation and their importance for growing, especially in the drought area. Okay, and one more that compound that fluoride is most important for increasing the human health diseases. So that's also delivered the lecture that corona. So one and all, I will thanks to all the scientists where they are delivered the good lecture. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So we have come to the end of the first day of the international conference.
On the line?
Anybody would like to tell the conclusion remarks, sir? Any other session?
From the audience, anybody like to give some suggestions on the session? Okay, over to Nagajyoti and Bhaskar for further announcements.
So thank you, all of you. We have come to the end of the first day of the International Conference on Research and Innovation in Science, Technology and Management, organized by Best IU in association with IFERP. So today we have seen many delegates from not only India, but also other countries like Algeria, Philippines presented papers in various umbrellas like management, agricultural sciences, biotechnology, and environmental sciences. And as our session chair told, let's not put general papers like the main content of the presentation should be what work we have done and what are the conclusions from that. But however, I appreciate the participation of all the delegates and that we have presented the papers with courage and boldness. Our active session chairs have been assessing the research work presented by all the delegates. In every technical session, the best research paper has been identified. And same thing will be done tomorrow also. So tomorrow we will be starting the event at 10 o'clock with the technical talks by Professor Eri Julian and Dr. Kiran Nair, followed by paper presentation by the delegates in engineering, science and humanities. The best papers will be announced during the valedictory program, which is going to be held tomorrow at 4 p.m. And now I thank and appreciate all our session chairs, coordinator Dr. Bhaskar Rao sir, and a special thanks to IFERP team, and particularly to mention Mr. Abhinash, who has been doing minute-to-minute coordination very perfectly. So once again, thank you all. Very happy evening. Let's all meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. And last but not the least, appreciation and best wishes to all the delegates and participants for the active presentation and interest. So thank you all. Good evening to one and all. Meet you tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.